The question raised more doubts in Ding Lingdong's mind. Unlike Li Yao, she had been involved in the battle from beginning to end. The weird and unstoppable attacks of the Big Bai fleet had left a very deep impression on her. She could not help but feel puzzled, too. Boss Bai certainly had planned everything in advance, Ding Lingdang said confidently. The Big Bai fleet was supposed to go to the number 2 and the No. 3 space gates to join the main force of the Burning Prairie Fleet and safeguard the arrival of the following troops from the Burning Prairie Fleet according to their order. But after the elites of the Burning Prairie Fleet arrived, all the space gates and even the spiritual nexus were seriously damaged. There were no following troops at all. If the Big Bai fleet had carried out the order from the highest command center, they would have lost the best opportunity to disrupt and stall the operation of the Black Wind Fleet. From the very beginning, Boss Bai refused to obey the orders of the command center but made the best choice on the battlefield. But how was he so certain that he was right? Why was he so determined that he dared to defy the military order in such a crucial battle? Boss Bai perhaps did not care for the Star Glory Federation. He was a bold, unrestrained space pirate that was not to be bound by any country or law. But his son, Bai Kaisen, was still in the Burning Prairie Fleet on the battlefield. It is safe to say that he wagered all his hope to fight for the future of himself and his son. One other thing. When the spiritual nexus was sabotaged on a large scale by the extraterrestrial devils, the Big Bai fleet kept radio silence. All connections to the outside world, including the simplest communication interfaces, were shut off. Even the internal communication was conducted through an obsolete wireless communication system from the Netherworld sector. Since the Netherworld sector merged into the Federation, the system had been abandoned for more than 50 years and had long been replaced by more advanced interaction protocols on the spiritual nexus. The real problem is, when exactly did Boss Bai unearth such an ancient communication and commanding system? Why did he replace the latest version of the interaction protocol with such an old version? And why was he smart enough to maintain the silence to the outside world, not allowing any data to flow in or out? It was because of the precautions that the Big Bai fleet was not corrupted by the virus on the spiritual nexus and stabbed into the belly of the Black Wind Fleet bloodily. It was almost like he not only foresaw that the Black Wind Fleet would assault the Heaven's Origin sector, but also knew that the extraterrestrial devils would destroy the spiritual nexus. Right? The questions from the two of them made Bai Kaisen sigh gloomily and shake his head. There's more to it. You are not commanders of a fleet. So, it may be difficult for you to understand how terrifying my father was yesterday. He truly exploited all the potentials of the fleet without leaving any drop behind. But the problem is, teamwork and cooperation matter a lot to a fleet in a battle, and an epiphany and the hot blood of the commander himself are far from enough. It requires the neat cooperation from the commander, the chief of staff, the captains and chief mates of the starships, every soldier, and even the mechanics in the engine compartment in order to carry out a brand new tactic. The fluent and flawless tactics that they demonstrated yesterday couldn't have been improvised at all and used for the first time. It must have been trained repeatedly in drills. They came fully prepared. That was how they accomplished what they accomplished. The communication system from the Netherworld sector involved some very ancient communication magical equipment, which must have been installed in secret during the last year, too. He secretly prepared an intact comprehensive supply starship and tremendous assets that were enough to support a space jump. He also recruited a large batch of subordinates who had the destiny of space pirates on their shoulders and were unwilling to be curbed by the notions of army, law, or country. All the work couldn't have been done overnight. He must have spent years, if not decades, on the preparation. The drill last year was the last step of his whole scheme. Who knows where he took the Big Bai fleet, what kind of subjects they trained themselves in, and what else they did. Li Yao and Ding Lingdang looked at each other and asked at the same time. So, Boss Bai learned a lot of things several years ago? That's unbelievable. How could he have seen it coming? Bai Kaisen shook his head and hesitated. Looking at the door, he said, supposedly, a certain person can tell us the answer, but Jean Xinhua opened the door and walked into the room at this moment. The Black Wind Fleet had been defeated, and the Federation had seized the initiative. Demons had greatly distinguished themselves in the battle. Although the wormhole bomb had failed to directly teleport Black Swirl to a distant alien world, It did heavily damage the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet and create advantageous conditions for the thunderous strikes of Liao, Boss Bai, and the rest of them. 80% of the Dim Moon plan had worked out, and demons had truly played an irreplaceable role in the battle that marked the rise of the Federation. Jean Xinyue's own innocence had been proved, and the fatal mistakes that she had made were perfectly rectified. She should have been jumping in joy or at least chuckling at the fact that her scheme had proved effective. Jean Xinyue, however, had red and unfocused eyes. She looked so lonely and vulnerable that a gentle breeze might blow her down. "Master," Jean Xinyue called him pitifully in the voice of a chicken, and tears were rolling inside her eyes. Liao was immediately at a loss. What was going on? She had not been like that when Liao spoke to her in the communication channel earlier. At that time, there was still 30% prudence, 30% cockiness, and 30% expectation of being complimented in her eyes. Pride was beaming out of her big shining eyes as if she were saying, "Look, Master, I did quite a good job in the 100 years while you were away, didn't I?" Ding Lingdang jabbed Liao in the back quietly and said to him, "Why don't I give you a special permission to hug her and comfort your little disciple?" "Well," Liao opened his arms. "Don't cry. You are a girl more than 100 years old now. Whatever is troubling you, just tell your master. Your master and your masteress are in your back. We can certainly take care of anything for you." Before his arms really reached her, however, Jean Xinyue gave the answer while sobbing. My father is gone." Liao was utterly dumbfounded and froze. Looking at Bai Kaisen and then at Jean Xinyue, he could not help but suspect that the two of them had come intentionally to puzzle him. Had Jean Xinyue's father, Jean Tui, not been sentenced to death as a war criminal 100 years ago to remove the greatest obstacle for the reconciliation of demons and humans? Although the death sentence had not really been carried out, he had been sealed with very crude hibernation technology. The deal was that he would be executed when the methods to treat his brain were found to bring back his self-awareness. But right now, Jean Xinyue claimed that Jean Tui was gone. What was that supposed to mean? This is what happened. Seeing that both Liao and Ding Lingdang were greatly battled, Bai Kaisen hurried to explain. When we investigated Bai Xingjian's defection, we discovered that he sent 2 communication signals to the Heaven's Origin sector before he performed the space jump. The second signal was for me, but the first signal was launched to somewhere in the capital city. After we traced the signal back to the source, we discovered that it was a piece of unregistered magical equipment for secret communication. Then somebody else was involved, one known as Jean Tui according to Jean Xinyue. Jean Xinyue has just been investigating the issue. She must have found something. Let her explain the facts. Liao, Ding Lingdang, and Bai Kaisen all looked at Jean Xinyue, full of questions. Seeing Jean Xinyue's sorrowful face, Liao immediately realized part of the truth. Jean Tui woke up from the hibernation state and regained the ability to think long ago? Jean Xinyue nodded first but then shook her head. Looking at Liao carefully, she bit her lips and said, "He did wake up from the hibernation, but I never knew that he had completely recovered his thinking ability. I thought that his brains were still severely damaged." "What exactly happened?" Liao asked suspiciously. 86 years into his hibernation state, humans and demons had long reached an accord, Jean Xinyue said. Also, with the participation of the New Worlds and the approaching expedition army of the Imperium, the old grudge between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector was gradually forgotten. The outcome of the old war criminal was no longer at the center of public attention. Or rather, few people even remembered that such an ancient hibernation cabin was still in the dustiest, darkest corner of the warehouse of hibernators. Of course, I would never forget my father. As my position in the Federation rose stably and the power of the Dim Moon Fund further expanded, and also because Director Gua of the Secret Sword Bureau kept in touch with me in secret, I was very tempted to get him out, seeing that everybody had forgotten him. Since the first-generation hibernation technology was adopted on him, and he used the identity as an experiment subject to trade for his temporary exemption from execution, a lot of faults happened during the hibernation process. Most of his body parts were broken due to freezing. Taking advantage of the point, and by pulling strings, I finally shipped him out stealthily and sent him to someone trustworthy for treatment and modification. In the end, his brains were removed from the incomplete, unfunctional body and installed into an artificial body after necessary adjustment. Parts of his wisdom and movement were recovered. Although he could not return to the state of the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons and was nothing more than a silly old man, I was already very satisfied. I didn't ask for much other than spending some time with my father to talk with him. Liao frowned. This is a very clandestine issue. Where exactly did you send him for the procedures of brain treatment and modification? Deep Blue Super Brain Hospital in 100 Flower City, Xianxia replied. What? Liao jumped to his feet immediately. I didn't know what was going on in Deep Blue Super Brain Hospital back then. It was almost my only option. Xianxia defended herself, almost feeling like crying. In terms of professionalism, it was one of the best special hospitals for brains, and it was far more capable than ordinary hospitals when it came to the recovery of broken brains and the awakening of vegetative patients. Besides, it was a private hospital that would keep the information of big clients absolutely confidential, which was important because I didn't want the whole thing to leak out and escalate into a shocking scandal. Most importantly of all, it was Professor Emotian who referred me to the hospital. You are my master and Professor Emotian was your teacher. I had been in contact with him for a long time. He knew the truth about why my father was sent to the war tribunal. He also knew that my father was more inclined to peace and that the war years back was stopped by my father, you, and me together. The surrender of the blood demon sector was facilitated by my father, too. My father was not a real war criminal. Therefore, he had always been sympathetic toward my father. Besides, Professor Emotian also gave the impression of a noble gentleman. He was passionate about the advancement of technology and the distant Tinder plan. He had never been involved in any power struggles. Naturally, I had absolutely no doubt about his integrity. Did I have a second option when he referred me to Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital and promised me that he would try his best to help? Liao was stunned. Blinking quickly, he remarked, Terrible. This is too terrible. Since Jean Tui's brains were cooked in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, the lair of the extraterrestrial devils, Lei Yuqin and Professor Emotian must have played some tricks on him. Then, after he was sent back to you, wouldn't they know everything about you and the Dim Moon plan? You must have told the details of the plan to Jean Tui, mustn't you? Yes. Xianxia nodded. He was my father. He dedicated himself to the reconciliation of humans and demons in the past. The Dim Moon plan was an extension of the Red Tide plan itself. Naturally, I needed to tell him. No wonder the extraterrestrial devils knew your whole plan so clearly and even set up a series of schemes and countermeasures according to the Dim Moon plan. Everything makes sense now if they had Jean Tui as a spy. Liao tilted his head and pondered for a moment. Then he shook his head again and said, This is still not right. If the extraterrestrial devils had indeed sent such a super emissary to you, how could their scheme have failed? Besides, Jean Tui was the other person whom Boss Bai spoke to before leaving the Federation? What could the two seasoned, sophisticated men have chatted about? Was Jean Tui to be credited for Boss Bai's insight of the whole situation beforehand? Also, did you just say that Jean Tui? He is gone forever, Xianxia said gloomily. As the fire of war drew near, his dementia and sluggishness grew more and more serious, as if he were plagued by cerebral sclerosis again. He could not walk in daylight, and since he had been reduced to such a condition, I naturally couldn't bring him to carry out the Dim Moon plan together with me. Therefore, I had him settled in an absolutely safe underground fortress, planning to send him to Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital for treatment again after the war was over. But he somehow escaped from the underground fortress and ran to an artificial lake to feed the birds. The Feather Clan has always been intimate with birds. In the past, in his spare time when he was not working busily, one of his greatest hobbies was grabbing a handful of rice, feeding the birds in the blood demon sector, and listening to them singing freely. When he was discovered, he was already dead. It's said that his death was quite uncanny. Fierce flames surged out of his brains and burned up his brain, soul, and mind, leaving absolutely nothing behind. He died very resolutely without any hesitation. The time of his death should have been soon after his conversation with Boss Bai. It must have been when he learned that we had secured a decisive victory. Liao frowned. Was it suicide? It seemed to be suicide, Xianxia said. But I am not very certain. His brain was severely damaged and was slowly ossifying. How could he have been able to trigger such immense force to burn up his soul? What a great demand of strength and determination it must have been. Liao, Ding Lingdang, and Bai Kaisen all fell into silence. Master, Xianxia said, with tears in her eyes. My father's death was not out of my expectations. After all, he should have died 100 years ago. I am more than satisfied to have spent the last few years with him like we were a regular pair of father and daughter. But I only want to figure out what this is all about. Was he really corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils? How did he die in the end? Moreover, I'm even more eager to know if it was Jin Tuyi who kept my company in the past couple of years. Or was it something else, like a deviant spirit, the artificial intelligence you mentioned before? The question was even more perplexing than the mysteries of Bai Xingjian that Bai Kaisen had raised moments prior. Liao felt like his head was as huge as a pot. His mind in a mess, he counted his fingers and listed all the facts. It's a bit messy. Come on, let's sort everything out first. First of all, Jin Tui was alive and probably implanted with some sort of virus during the procedures in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, right? Everybody nodded together. Liao continued. His mission was supposed to be monitoring Xianxia and figuring out the whole content of the Dim Moon Plan. He might even have secretly influenced the Dim Moon Plan as a father to make the plan better fit for the design of the extraterrestrial devils, right? Everybody looked at each other. It was quite true, too. But he did something very strange. He reached out to Boss Bai, another super badass, and eventually made Boss Bai a crucial person for us to win the war. Liao paused for a moment and said, then, after the last conversation with Boss Bai, where he learned that we had secured a decisive victory, he finished himself in the most determined way and ensured that not the slightest remaining soul would be left behind. Right? Yes. Xianxia wiped away the tears in her eyes and said, full of expectation, Master, as someone who once spent nights talking with my father, you are one of the people who know him best in the new Federation. Can you infer the missing parts of the whole issue? It is very complicated. Liao scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. The whole thing is simply too strange. Although I do have some vague theories, it is difficult for me to connect them for the time being. How about this? Do you mind if I tell somebody else the issue? I have two suitable candidates who can help us analyze the situation. One of them has even higher deduction and analysis abilities than me. Xianxia and Bai Kaisen looked at each other. After pondering for a moment, both of them agreed. This is too important an issue to be kept a secret. Regarding both Jin Tui and Boss Bai as their children, we will be obliged to write countless reports for the military and the parliament for them to figure out what exactly happened. Since they are the candidates that Master recommends, they must know what they are doing and will not cause any further disturbance. So, let's invite the two experts to unravel the interconnected and enigmatic puzzles together. An hour later, countless pieces of critical intelligence, as well as two ancient people, showed up in the secret room. They were Long Yangjun and Han Bailing. Fellow cultivator Han, Liao said. This is all the evidence we have collected so far about the connections between Bai Xingjian and Jin Tui and their background files. You have heard the description of the whole incident from the different perspectives of Bai Kaisen and Xianxia. 2. I wonder, have you come to a conclusion? Of course, I have possible conclusions. Han Bailing frowned and said, but I don't understand. Why did you ask me to study the case? Naturally, because of your analysis and deduction abilities that are certainly unparalleled in the edge of the cosmos. Liao praised. Han Bailing was slightly dazed. Is that so? Of course. Liao and Long Yangjun nodded and replied at the same time. I dare not say that I'm unparalleled. Nobody could really refuse flattery, especially that from Monster Li, the dominator of 3 sectors. Even a person as extraordinary as Han Bailing could not help but feel satisfied. He coughed lightly and elaborated. However, you are all deeply mired in the trap and influenced by your feelings. Naturally, you cannot figure out the truth quickly. However, in the eyes of an outsider such as myself, after all the evidence and files are presented, the only truth is already more than obvious. Jean Tui's brains must have been cooked by the extraterrestrial devils in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. There's no doubt about that. Jean Xinyue's dim moon plan was a critical procedure in the extraterrestrial devil scheme. They must have tried to set up spies near Jean Xinyue. Since Jean Xinyue had fed herself to them, how could they let go of the rare opportunity to create a super emissary? Monitoring and swaying Jean Xinyue through Jean Tui to control the progress of the dim moon plan was the foundation of the extraterrestrial devil's confidence in sitting on the fence and watching the tigers fight. However, while the extraterrestrial devils got everything figured out for themselves, Jean Tui was too remarkable a man to be completely at their mercy without fighting back. Although his brains were severely damaged and ossifying, although the extraterrestrial devils had implanted all kinds of viruses, barriers, and sealed on him, and although his entire brain had been deformed and reshaped, Jean Tui was still Jean Tui, a guy who was patient enough to win a war in a span of 1,000 or 10,000 years. Jean Xinyue could not help but exclaim, Are you suggesting that my father was still resisting the extraterrestrial devils? Then why didn't he tell me about the extraterrestrial devil's plan? Han Bailing shook his head and said, The extraterrestrial devils must have controlled him on a very deep level. The barriers, seals, and viruses that invaded his brains must have been very weird, too, allowing them to monitor every second and every minute when the two of you were together and forbidding him from telling you the information in any way. He could not even think about telling you the truth, and he must have made up his mind with unparalleled willpower in order to not do so. Otherwise, should the extraterrestrial devils have noticed any anomaly, all his previous endeavors would have been in vain. Hearing what Han Bailing said, Jean Xinyue suddenly covered her mouth and said in a shivering voice, According to Lei Yuqin, the director of Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, my father's brain was highly unstable and still prone to outbreaks of cerebral sclerosis and the sequela of his hibernation. Special medical liquids needed to be injected every day, and remote surveillance and treatment via the spiritual nexus were also necessary. Meanwhile, he had to be sent back to Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital every 3 months for a full physical examination, and to replace the dead and pathologic parts of the brain with the synthesized brain tissue that was 3D printed molecularly. Was it? Everybody was greatly alarmed. Had they not known Lei Yuqin's real identity and the secrets about Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, all those measures would have passed as normal medical approaches. But since Lei Yuqin had been possessed by the extraterrestrial devils, and Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital was their greatest lair, the purpose behind all those measures was blatant. That's right, Han Bailing said. Through the remote surveillance and treatment every day, the extraterrestrial devils would be able to grasp most of what was on your father's mind and everything that he saw, heard, and said. His conversation with you was the most critical thing of all. The extraterrestrial devils wouldn't have left out half a second of the memory. The full physical examination every 3 months was perhaps meant to check if the barriers set up deep inside your father's brain were holding steady, and if he was still completely under their control. Or maybe they injected new viruses into his brain. Control and communication are always bidirectional. While the extraterrestrial devils manipulated your father must have known that he was manipulated by some sort of evil and creepy force. But he couldn't tell you the truth. Even a hint the size of the tip of a needle would likely have been discovered by the extraterrestrial devils, which would lead to brainwashing, sealing, and controlling of a deeper level. Or even worse, just like what you feared just now, his self-awareness would have been wiped out, and an enormous, complicated database would assume his place, building an artificial intelligence that was very similar to your father. Caught in such desperation that had absolutely no escape, your father could barely resist. But as the one who drafted and implemented the Red Tide Plan and fixed the chasm between humans of demons solely on his own, he would absolutely resist in his own way and make the extraterrestrial devils who manipulated him pay a terrible price. Imagine it yourself. How would you have resisted if you were Jean Tui under such circumstances? Everybody was deep in thought. When standing in the shoes of Jin Tuyi, they all felt the chilling, overwhelming horror. Liao swallowed hard. If he were Jin Tuyi, this would have been the fate that he was faced with. Because of brain sclerosis and hibernation, he gradually lost his clear mind and willpower. His soul slowly sank in a sunless swamp, and he lived in ignorance for decades. One day, he was suddenly more awake, only to discover that his limbs and body were gone. The only thing left was a highly degenerated, half-broken brain. But even the brain had fallen to the hands of the extraterrestrial devils, which had implanted many kinds of barriers, seals, and viruses into it while they repaired it through the technology of 3D molecular printing. Almost every brain cell was now under their control. He knew that the extraterrestrial devils had a scheme, one that would destroy his lifelong efforts, the mutual hope of humans and demons, and above all his daughter. But he could not talk. He could not even think about it because the extraterrestrial devils would perform a full physical examination on his brain and soul periodically. He could not allow the extraterrestrial devils to discover that he had the slightest will and ability to resist. Otherwise, even the slightest resistance would have been blown up like the soap bubbles in sunlight. Then, was it possible to tell his daughter the truth without considering anything else and persuade her to abandon the dim moon plan immediately? It was not an option, either. First of all, the invasion of the Black Wind Fleet was unavoidable. If the main force of the Black Wind Fleet was not destroyed cleanly and neatly in a space battle, the Star Glory Federation would have been dragged into a prolonged war. It would have been destroyed by a second or third expedition army from the Imperium of true human beings, even if it were not destroyed by the Black Wind Fleet. Seemingly catching his last breath for another few decades was certainly not the ending that Jin Tuyi wished to see. Secondly, the extraterrestrial devils were mysterious, unpredictable, and unsubstantial. Even if their scheme was revealed, as long as they were not fundamentally hurt, they could have lurked for several more decades before they instigated trouble again when the Federation was about to be destroyed. Faced with the dual threats of the Imperium of true human beings and the extraterrestrial devils, not just one vulture Liao, even 100 would not be enough to save the day. So, hard. This is too hard. Liao realized that Jin Tuyi was like a prisoner caged in a dark, iron cell that had no doors or windows after his limbs were cut off. There was nothing he could do and nowhere he could run to. He could neither live nor die. No, Jin Tuyi's real situation was 100 times more upsetting and painful than that. If he were put into a dungeon after his limbs were chopped him, it would only be himself who suffered. However, Jin Tuyi had to watch his daughter step into the trap when he knew the existence of the scheme. He even became part of the trap beyond his control. When Xianxia talked about the dim moon plan delightedly before him, depicting the dream and the vision in pride and looking forward to the rise of the demons and the Federation, as a father who clearly knew that his daughter was doomed to fail if not die, and that she would go down in history as a symbol of infamy henceforth, how many surging waves must have been flooding inside his soul, and what magnificent willpower he must have used to suppress the tides of emotions without letting the extraterrestrial devils sense any of it. Liao covered his face with both hands and rubbed it hard. Still, he felt that the great horror was haunting and burning him. It was true hell. Just picturing it was enough to freeze his heart and stop his breath. Glancing at the people around him, he discovered that Ding Lingdang, Bai Kaisen, and Long Yongjun were deep in thought too, in expressions of fright and shock. 2 lines of tears even dropped from Jin Xinyue's red eyes after she was dazed for a long time, which turned her delicate makeup into a mess. After a sigh, Han Bailing observed in amazement. Had I not seen the files and evidence in person, I would never have believed that there could be such a vicious trap in the world or such an iron-boned and visionary man. Later, the man's struggles and resistance in boundless darkness and loneliness were finally paid back by the best present, a most distinguished comrade. It was Boss Bai, who had been reincarnated through possession and swallowed the remaining soul of Yan Xinjian, the strongest expert at the edge of the cosmos in the past 500 years, which allowed him to ascend to the ultimate level. Everybody only had limited capabilities. If Jin Tuyi had been fighting on his own, no matter how determined, wise, and tenacious he was, it wouldn't have helped. The best he could expect was to delay the scheme of the extraterrestrial devils by several decades at the cost of his own death. But right then, he noticed the anomaly of Boss Bai. Nominally, Boss Bai was Xianxia's most trusted general in her faction. The Big Bai fleet was only established and expanded under the support of the funds from her, too. Under both the identity of Xianxia's father and the identity of spy for the extraterrestrial devils, it was certain that he paid some attention to Boss Bai and the Big Bai fleet. Normal people might not be enough to see through Boss Bai's disguise, but he was Jin Tui who concocted the Red Tide plan. He must have noticed some loopholes more or less. I think that the extraterrestrial devil's surveillance on Jin Tui couldn't have been constant. They might have been able to do that, but incessant surveillance could have caught Xianxia's attention easily, which would render their attempts futile. There's another possibility. The extraterrestrial devil's surveillance was indeed thorough and flawless, but Jin Tui escaped from the surveillance for a while skillfully through certain secret techniques. For example, he might have earned 5 to 10 minutes of absolute freedom for himself every day. He couldn't use the time to contact his daughter because his daughter was monitored from different angles by other people. He couldn't have been the only spy near her. Then, wasn't Boss Bai, who had a whole fleet and was unbelievably strong with his mysterious background, the best target of communication for Jin Tui? As for exactly how they communicated, what they talked about, and what kind of deal they reached, we certainly can't find out such details now. But based on the eventual outcome, the two of them must have had some sort of pact. Jin Tui convinced Boss Bai of the evil force that could control the spiritual nexus. More importantly, he made Boss Bai believe that as long as Boss Bai joined the battlefield out of nowhere, he would be able to crush the force. Right? You mentioned just now that Boss Bai jumped to the center of the cosmos, didn't he? I don't know much about the technology involved in space jumps, but I do know that it requires tremendous spiritual energy and fuel. A lot of supplies are needed on the Starship, and the sailing routes as well as the coordinates of the destination at the center of the cosmos must be learned in advance, right? It would have been barely possible for Boss Bai to finish all the preparations of the space jump after just finishing a fierce, exhausting battle. But what if Jin Tui was involved? Jin Tui was not only the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons in the past, but also the leader of the programs of space exploration in the Blood Demon sector for decades. Eye of Blood Demon, the most powerful teleportation array in the Blood Demon sector, was developed under the supervision of Jin Tui, right? Most of the world fragments near the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector were discovered under the command of Jin Tui, right? It isn't too preposterous to assume that Jin Tui accumulated tremendous experience in space jumps during the process, and even hid 1 or 2 unknown world fragments as his last trump cards. Is it? Please imagine this, everybody. If Jin Tui reached out to Boss Bai in a very clandestine way, pointing out his real identity and convincing him of the existence of the extraterrestrial devils, and offered him a few world fragments that contained abundant resources as his gifts and the offer for the deal, would Boss Bai believe him or not? Han Bailing was indeed the nascent soul-stage cultivator with the highest deduction abilities among the 12 experts from the Ancient Sages sector. Or maybe he was able to analyze the whole event from a higher level because he was an outsider. After only a few words, he had managed to connect the disordered clips together as if they were glittering pearls. Although it was not entirely flawless, it was at least self-consistent and could explain the situation perfectly. Liao thought for a moment but shook his head. No. Had it not been for our sabotage in 100 Flowers City and our unexpected arrival to demolish the Black Wind Fleet's space gate, Boss Bai wouldn't have been able to reverse the situation no matter how glamorous his sudden assault was. However, no matter how wise and meticulous Jin Tui was, he couldn't have foreseen our arrival, could he? No. So Jin Tui was taking a gamble too. Or rather, he had no choice except to wager on the happening of a miracle. Han Bailing replied. Man proposes, God disposes. Even on the tiny, sole planet of the Ancient Sages sector, who of the heroes competing for the hegemony of the world dare to declare that fate is in their favor and that they would surely claim the world? Didn't they just unleash all their wisdom, determination, and valor and wager on the slim hope whose odds might be only 1/1,000,000th? For Jin Tui, he had done everything he could under such circumstances. He had burnt his entire life without any reserve and released the most splendid, tenacious, and powerful strength in the deepest part of his soul. Then, the only thing that he could do in the next was to pray that there were indeed miracles in the universe, right? Han Bailing put on a rare smile and said to Liao, "I remember that this is what you said before," quoted in multiple editions of the Chronicles of Liao. "This time, you have indeed brought a new miracle to Jin Tuyi, to Boss Bai, and to everybody of the Star Glory Federation." Liao coughed. He was not necessarily a humble and low-profile man, and he was secretly delighted for his grand return and miraculous appearance, too. But right now, Boss Bai first and then Jin Tuyi, the two old seniors taught him what a miracle really was with their actions. Miracles do not happen because of prayers. Senior Jin Tuyi created one by himself, Liao said solemnly. "I did not bring a miracle to him. It was Jin Tuyi who brought the greatest miracle to me, to his daughter, to everybody of the whole Federation, and to himself." "Yes." Han Bailing nodded and said, "I believe that Jin Tuyi must have been elated when the news of victory was over and learned that Black Swirl, the Imperium's space gate, and the extraterrestrial devils had been located and destroyed. Perhaps nobody else in the whole Federation had known the causes and consequences of the event and the dread of the extraterrestrial devils better than him. He was the one who understood how difficult and unbelievable the triumph was best, too. How could he have not roared in ecstasy for such a glorious victory?" Jin Xianxia could not help but interject. "But yes, he chose death because he knew that the war was not over yet. He still needed to pour his infinite fury on the shameless extraterrestrial devils as the final closure." Han Bailing curled his fingers and tapped his temples softly. "I believe that after all these years when he resisted the extraterrestrial devils, Jin Xianxia's soul and brain must have gotten even worse. They were more severely damaged and about to fully collapse. Jin Tuyi was merely sustaining himself with the toughest willpower. Most importantly of all, although the extraterrestrial devils in Hundred Flower City and the Black Wind Fleet were all slain, some of the hidden problems might still be lingering deep inside Jin Tuyi's brain. With the cunningness of the extraterrestrial devils, it would have been perfectly normal for them to implant something redundant into Jin Tuyi's brain when they had procedures on him, right? That something might not be the real extraterrestrial devil but some sort of seed. Let's call it devil seed for now. Perhaps, after the devil seed sensed that the mature entities of the extraterrestrial devils had all been annihilated, it would be automatically fertilized and continue bringing disasters to the human world. But the extraterrestrial devils could never have foreseen that Jin Tuyi's mind could be as sturdy as such. They had truly chosen the wrong host this time. Didn't the eyewitnesses report that black flames dashed out of Jin Tuyi's brain, and that a tiny shadow seemed to be struggling crazily inside the fire before it was obliterated? Chances are that Jin Tuyi took the devil seed to the deepest level of hell where nothing would ever return with his last shred of life. This is about everything according to my deduction. There must be a lot of errors in the details. A lot of questions are not answered yet and perhaps will never be answered in the future. But I believe that this is the core of the whole event. Jin Tuyi was the real hero who supervised the whole situation behind the curtain and dealt a fatal blow to the extraterrestrial devils. Dad? Jin Xianxia was already weeping and unable to say anything after she heard that. She crouched on a chair, and her shoulders moved up and down. She felt as if she had returned to 100 years ago when she saw her father's real appearance for the first time and heard all his hopes and expectations for her. The Red Tide plan has succeeded. Through the tears, she mumbled to herself. The plan that you worked hard on for 100 years has succeeded. You have truly saved our entire civilization and probably the entire world. The moonlight enshrouded the hazy yard like water, with thousands of ripples spreading out. Rooms in the number 9-star fortress were in high demand. Despite Liao and Ding Lingdong's identity and body condition, they were only allotted rooms that were slightly more luxurious than the high-level officers. The yard that simulated a natural environment was almost their sole place of entertainment now. Squatting in the yard, Liao crossed his fingers and looked at the bright, virtual moon in deep thought. His facial expressions were erratic. He was gritting his teeth, then bursting into fury, then panicked, and then going on a rampage. But eventually, he was clutched by darkness and desperation time and time again. Ding Lingdang walked up from behind him and pressed his shoulder. "What's on your mind? I feel that you are very anxious. Your soul is in disorder, too. I am standing in the shoes of Boss Bai and Jin Tuyi and studying their mindsets when they were faced with desperation." Liao did not look back, but he held Ding Lingdong's hand on his shoulder and felt that his wife's hand was unusually warm and soft. "In fact, I find it hard to imagine exactly how they won their respective wars. When Boss Bai challenged Yan Xinjian or Jin Tuyi resisted the extraterrestrial devils, the strength of their opponents should have been far higher than their own. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to do what they did. What kind of strength supported them to persist in desperation and defeat such invincible enemies like Yan Xinjian and extraterrestrial devils? It seems that I can't find such strength." Ding Lingdang laughed. "Isn't it simple? They had children, but you don't. You can claim that you are fighting for your compatriots, your beliefs, your country, your civilization, or any other bright and righteous crap. But how could all those things combined amount to a real, living child? No matter how invincible their enemy was, they had to win the war because, if they failed, it would be not only them who were destroyed but also their children." By Kaisen and Jin Xinyue. Liao was slightly dazed. He mumbled, "So, children is more important than compatriots, beliefs, nation, and civilization?" "Not exactly." Ding Lingdang thought carefully for a moment. She could not help but touch her belly and say, "I think it is more like this. Only after someone has a child, sees their bloodline being passed on in such an amazing way, touches the new life, and feels the infinite joy and trouble that the child brings to them can they better understand the concepts of compatriot, nation, civilization, and all the other concepts, right? Fight for your compatriots, country, and civilization. But what exactly are compatriots, country, and civilization? Perhaps they are not so complicated. They are just thousands of young children that are right behind you. They have infinite possibilities in their future, but you are the only one who can defend them right now. Wouldn't such an idea bring greater force to you?" After pondering for a moment, Liao widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Honey, you are much more sophisticated after 100 years. Your words are now so philosophical." "Ha!" Ding Lingdang squinted and pressed Liao's shoulder harder. "Are you implying that my words before were not philosophical at all?" No, that's not what I meant at all." Liao accidentally fell into his own trap. He hurried to beg for mercy while grimacing and tried to change the subject. "What I'm trying to say is that, well, in fact, I almost disliked little kids, especially the mischievous ones that roll on the ground screaming and breaking random things. However, after sensing the strength that supported Boss Bai and Jin Tuyi through the event, and after hearing what you said just now, it has occurred to me that maybe 1 or 2 children are not totally unacceptable for me." Ding Lingdang stopped her movement and bit her lips even harder. "So, you want kids now?" Liao discovered, to his surprise, that he had fallen deeper into his own trap. He scratched his head so hard that his brain turned into a pot of boiling porridge. "I never really gave it any thought before. After all, we are both young, vigorous, and ambitious and have great dreams. Didn't we agree that we would beat His Majesty of the Imperium of true human beings into a swollen pig? Ha ha ha. For now, I am not exactly opposed to kids. If we really have one, I certainly wouldn't turn them down, but it's best that we study it carefully first. Well, we must tread lightly before we really do anything. We must consider from the long-term perspective and make thorough plans. After all, it is not a catty or a puppy but very likely a dreadfully naughty child. Should they be born, we must educate them well and be responsible for them. Right?" Ding Lingdang could not help but chuckle. She pinched Liao's shoulder hard and said, "Look at yourself. You're sweating like crazy. It's like someone is forcing you to have a child, and that 2 vigorous naughty kids will run around you tomorrow." She sat down near Liao and crossed her legs. Supporting her chin with her hands, she said, "Don't underestimate me. Your wife is also on the rise of her career, all right? If there are no unexpected factors, there can't be a second candidate for the next Supreme Speaker of the Federation. In the next 5 to 10 years, I'll be even busier than you. Chances are that I will barely have any time for personal training. Do you think that I'll be free enough to take care of little kids?" Pausing for a moment, she bit her lips softly and looked at the artificial moonlight. A few lovely and vicious figurines seemed to be jumping inside her eyes. There was no telling what she thought of, but she laughed aloud in amusement. "Maybe I am still not a qualified mother right now, am I? I am so bad-tempered and impatient. If it is really a naughty kid that can make you burst into fury, chances are that I'll spank their pinky bottom hard when they don't listen to me. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's such a dreadful picture when I imagine it. Let's forget it for now, shall we?" Liao could not help but smile. "So, you are not ready for children either?" "Of course." Ding Lingdang glanced at him. "Until a few days ago, I didn't even know which dark corner in the sea of stars you were hiding in. Why would I ever think of having children? Are you really going to be the Speaker of the Federation?" Liao asked hesitantly. Fate sometimes could be the most ridiculous thing. To this moment, he remembered when he saw Ding Lingdang for the first time on Distant Expanse, the eternal flagship of the Federal Army. At that time, he could never, ever have anticipated that the simple-minded woman who had more brawn than brains would become the supreme speaker of the Star Glory Federation one day. Nor had he ever pictured himself as, well, certainly not First Lady, but perhaps First Husband? Of course. Ding Lingdang sniffed softly. Her eyes suddenly became extremely determined. "Perhaps I am not the most suitable candidate, but since such a responsibility has fallen onto my shoulders by accident, I will not shun it. 100 years ago, when Lu Zue handed the Patriots Partnership over to me, I swore that I would be a sword grabber of the Star Glory Federation. I would protect the Federation and cut apart all the darkness and obstacles that loom before the Federation. This is my belief. Nobody can stop it, and nothing can change it." Liao sighed and said, "But in such a case, there will be years when you cannot concentrate on the improvement of yourself. The arts of training are like rowing a boat against the current. You are either making progress or falling behind. You are a pure battle-type cultivator. Now that you have risen to the peak of the nascent soul stage and are only half a step away from the divinity transformation stage, this is the most critical moment for you to step into a higher level. Will the delay of a few years be a major disturbance for your advancement in the future?" Ding Lingdang grinned carefreely. "After I advance into higher levels, I'll still be fighting for the Federation. I am now merely choosing a different approach for the same purpose. Does it really matter? Besides, on the battlefield, so many core formation stage cultivators, nascent soul stage cultivators, and even divinity transformation stage cultivators have done so much for the Federation that some of them even sacrificed their precious lives. Compared to them, I am just dedicating a tiny bit of my time. Is it really a big deal? You should know your wife's personality better than anything else. I've grown into what I am today by nothing other than courage. If I evade such a responsibility now that it has been presented to me, I fear that it will become a burden that will forever haunt and trouble my soul. In that case, there will be absolutely no possibility that I break into a higher level. I may even get mentally deranged and feel regretful for the rest of my life. All in all, just rest assured. Your wife is a genius in martial arts who has better aptitude than you. I may have to wait for 5 to 10 years. But so what? Ding Lingdang waved her fists and declared ambitiously, I'm certainly going to be the first, pure, battle-type cultivator to advance into the divinity transformation stage in the Star Glory Federation. However, by pure, she had ruled out Liao, who was a hybrid-type cultivator. It was obvious that she did not intend to compete with the monster in terms of speed. As for children, Ding Lingdang thought carefully for a moment and stared at Liao for a while. Finally, she made up her mind and said, It is too early for us to talk about such things right now. We can always consider having children in another 10 to 20 years, don't you think? Of course. Liao nodded quickly. After the development of medical technology, and because of the magnificent bodies and souls of the cultivators themselves, the cultivators' concepts on growth and life had been lengthened. Regular cultivators 20 to 30 years old were like young teenagers. Few people had children at such an early age. Cultivators had more responsibilities and often spent more time in their training. They would also inevitably run into a lot of danger. Generally speaking, 30 to 50 years old was the golden phase for their training, where everybody was fully dedicated to advancing into higher levels, motivated by their sense of enterprise. Their life would not become peaceful and steady until they were above 70 to 80 years old. Therefore, although some of them cultivators did have children when they were 30 to 50 years old, it was not unusual for the cultivators in the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage to consider offspring and family after they were more than 100 years old, which marked the prime years of their life. Besides, Liao and Ding Lingdang were only slightly more than 100 years old in name. In fact, both of them spent a huge amount of time in the hibernation state. They were actually appallingly young for two nascent soul stage cultivators. Their future still entailed infinite possibilities. They had a whole universe to travel, an emperor to beat, the extraterrestrial devils to defeat, and the Pangu clan to annihilate. As for children and whatnot, that could certainly wait. In fact, after hesitating for a long time, Liao sighed in distress and said, "Sometimes, I really don't understand if it is a good thing for a child when he or she is brought to this universe recklessly. This universe is really too vast, cold, and dark. Even if we have secured victory against the Imperium today, what we have crushed is nothing more than a troop that was already defeated in the Imperium. The Imperium of true human beings, the alliance of the Holy Covenant, the Pangu civilization, the extraterrestrial devils, and all the other bizarre, unpredictable alien species. Faced with so many troublesome enemies, can the Star Glory Federation really fight to the end in the armor of brightness? Although I have always believed in such a future, I sometimes feel a little bit worried when I stare at the boundless starry sky. If we really have children, can I protect them forever from the scourge of any darkness and ensure that they live in a perfect new world?" Ding Lingdang blinked quickly at the question, too. In the end, she pouted and opened her hands. "You are overthinking it. Don't just carry all the responsibilities on your shoulder because you think that you are Vulture Liao, who fancies your protection forever. Chances are that one day, it will be your offspring, the naughty children who once gave you so much headache, that come to protect a crappy old man that is you." Liao was slightly dazed. Scratching his chin, he said, "Is that so?" "Of course." Ding Lingdang nodded hard. Looking at the bright moon far away, she smiled in delight and said, "Each generation surpasses the preceding one. Isn't that the logic of our world?" At exactly the same moment, at the edge of the boundless heavens origin sector, at the center of a chaotic stone belt, a carrier, which seemed to have been wasted for decades and could fall apart into pieces at any moment, drifted slowly. Ever since the Star Glory Federation discovered the 7 sectors, thousands of starships had been cruising among the 7 sectors every second. Because of generation upgrades or cosmic storms, countless starships had been declared total losses. They were everywhere to be seen like the dust in space, not enough to catch anyone's attention. However, if somebody discovered the wasted carrier by accident and barged into it at the risk of being minced apart by the turbulence of stones, they would discover at its core a fully automatic laboratory, or rather, a nursery that was much more advanced than what such a wretched carrier should accommodate. Z, 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 Z. The wasted carrier was empty, but the core floor had a defense array as great as that of a warship. Feeble waves were released from the crystal processor and the tubes of spiritual energy, while the artificial arms moved up and down adroitly. 2 cabins had already been prepared, filled with warm liquids that were as warm as amniotic fluid. 2 life seeds that had been perfectly combined were ready, too. Coming next was the most critical step, or rather, a most dangerous leap, one not between space and space, not between time and time, but between completely different life forms. Inside the mainframe crystal processor of the nursery, astronomical information streams congregated into 2 unique ripples that danced merrily, as if they were doing the final warm-up. "Spectacular. Everything is ready. We can finally set off to find Mom and Dad now," Xiaoming exclaimed. "Be patient," Wenwen scolded. "The cabins can accelerate our growth. But haven't we done precise calculations? We need to grow into at least a 7-year-old to have a brain developed enough to accommodate 30% of our computational ability and a body strong enough for us to make some complicated movements. It will take quite a long time. Got it. The world out there is very dangerous. Our life forms are also so different. We have to make sure that we can protect ourselves before we set off to look for Dad. Then we must hurry up. Set the growth speed to be higher. I cannot wait to find Mom and Dad and ask them all the questions I've been meaning to ask. What are we exactly? Do we count as human beings? Mom probably doesn't know the answer. She is too different from us. But Dad gave us real life. He must know who we are, where we come from, and where we are going, mustn't he? A month passed. The children of countless kindergartens and elementary schools on the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector finally got to enjoy the real sunlight once again after a whole month. A month earlier, the space battle near the home planet had prompted the entire planet to enter the highest alert state. All children under the age of 10 were evacuated to the deepest part of the underground fortress. Although the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet had been destroyed and the elite forces had dispersed soon after the evacuation work began, the situation had not been certain. Nobody knew exactly what was going on in the homeland of the Imperium of true human beings, or if it would send out a second expedition army immediately after it learned of the dominance of the Star Glory Federation. They were even less sure whether or not the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet would perform even more insane strikes on the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector in their desperation. Say, wasting all their crystals on the spiritual shields of their starships and then piloting the starships to crash into the planet like high-speed meteors. In that case, even if the defensive firing net on the wall of Heaven's Origin was thorough enough to tear the burning starships into shreds, the falling remnants could still deal inestimable blows to the major cities on the capital planet. For the sake of their safety, all children were asked to stay in the underground fortress for 1 month. Their teachers, the soldiers of the Federation, and the volunteers sent by the Association of Cultivators spent the time together with them, passing through the days that were both thrilling and unforgettable. Thankfully, all the news that came in the month was good. The destruction of Black Swirl and the Space Gate marked the collapse of the Black Wind Fleet's plan of sudden assault. For the expedition army of the Imperium who lacked a stable base in the rear, who were separated into 2 parts dozens of light years away from each other, and who were seriously short of ammunition, crystals, and other supplies, it was almost a death sentence, especially when a lot of soldiers were seriously worn out by the extraterrestrial devils and had lower morale than ever. During the month of struggles and resistance, most of the defeated soldiers lingering in the Heaven's Origin sector escaped to the periphery of the galaxy. The commanders were unwilling to abandon the last hope. They tried time and time again to get rid of the pursuit and blockage of the federal fleets and to regroup at the periphery of the space zone. Or, at the very least, they hoped to gather the defeated soldiers effectively before making a new plan. The federal fleets, naturally, would not let things go their way. Probably because of the deep stimulation from his father Boss Bai, Kaisen struck the enemy ruthlessly and relentless as if he had gone mad, with the assistance of the colossi which were much greater in number than the enemies. He blew apart the defeated soldiers on the enemy's side who had just regrouped again and again, forcing them to flee in a hurry to the more remote and desolate parts of the universe. In the 3rd week of the chase, an angry Tiger-level Arsenal warship, managed by an immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage, sent a message to the hunters, announcing that they would like to drop their weapons, provide intelligence about their friendly troops, and even help the federal army deceive and capture those friendly troops. The conditions that they proposed were that their attempt should be regarded not as surrender, but a battlefield uprising. The embellishment of battlefield uprising was a bit funny when their flagship and Space Gate were both destroyed and the main force troops were utterly crushed. But considering that it was the first high-level Arsenal starship of the Black Wind Fleet that offered to surrender to the Federal Army without being surrounded, led by the first immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage who was willing to bow to the barbarians at the edge of the cosmos, the highest command center agreed on their terms after much deliberation. The strong preyed on the weak, and the winner was the king. Deference to the experts was a tradition of the Imperium of true human beings in the first place. Sometimes the tradition could prove to be quite cruel, but in such situations, the tradition significantly avoided more destruction and slaughter. The cultivators who learned about the battlefield uprising despised the integrity of the immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage at first. It was one thing to surrender, but it was a whole other thing, and arguably much more shameless, to offer to provide tremendous intelligence to the enemy and even help the enemy capture their comrades. They could not help but wonder how such an immortal cultivator advanced into the nascent soul stage in the beginning. However, after the intelligence from the nascent soul stage immortal cultivator was truly sent to the analysis room of the highest command center, after intense and efficient scrutiny, Wan Guqing, Guochunfeng, Jin Xinyue, Bai Kaisen, Ding Lingdang, Liao, and all the other cultivators finally learned that the immortal cultivator, although certainly not a noble man, was not entirely a selfish and treacherous scoundrel either. The most critical point was that, while the nascent soul stage immortal cultivator was a high-level commander of the Black Wind Fleet, he did not come from the Black Wind sector. The Black Wind Fleet had been co-established by the defeated soldiers of 5 sectors, a large one plus 4 smaller ones. Or rather, the Black Wind Fleet in the past swallowed the fleets of 4 worlds in a row before it grew to its current scale. 100 years prior, in the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, the Black Wind people's fatal mistake led to the collapse of the entire front line. Not only was the Black Wind sector, their hometown, affected, another 4 worlds and 4 fleets were involved. Such a mistake was supposed to be absolutely unpardonable. Even if the merciful emperor was willing to spare them, the warlords and nobles who had been whetting their cleavers would certainly tear the Black Wind Fleet into shreds and stuff them into their insatiable stomachs. At the time of life and death, Hai Ming, the leader of the Black Wind people, did not acknowledge his fault or beg for mercy obediently. Instead, he swallowed another 4 troops of defeated soldiers who had the same experience as the Black Wind Fleet by means of attraction and coercion as fast as lightning, which gave him enough leverage to bargain with the emperor and the powerful nobles. Their fate of falling apart was avoided, and they were eventually sent to the edge of the cosmos to carry out what proved to be another life-demanding mission. For the people of the Black Wind sector, the mission gave them 100 years to catch their breath and an opportunity for them to change the future. But for the immortal cultivators from the other 4 worlds, all their pride and glory were gone the moment they were swallowed. Even if the Black Wind Fleet established an enterprise at the edge of the cosmos and marched back to the center of the cosmos, reclaiming the Black Wind sector as one of the most elite fleets of the Imperium again, all the glory would go to Black Wind. Would it have anything to do with their ancestors, their history, and their dignity? The 5 worlds had been forcefully glued together in the first place. The immortal cultivators from the other 4 worlds were merely intimidated by the people of the Black Wind Fleet. That was all. 100 years was too short for the 7 sectors of the Star Glory Federation to be completely melded into a whole. There were still great chasms among the worlds. By the same logic, the time was not enough to make the Black Wind Fleet that was jumbled up to be truly condensed into an indestructible whole. Or rather, the Black Wind Fleet situation was even worse than the Federation's because most of the immortal cultivators had been in long-term hibernation during the long voyage in the Sea of Stars. They did not even have the time to be brainwashed. They had absolutely no loyalty to the Black Wind people. They were only slaughtering and conquering with the Black Wind people out of their habit of obeying the strong and apathy brought on by hopelessness. Perhaps, if such slaughter and conquest had continued for hundreds of years, their offspring would gradually forget their ancestors and regard themselves as true natives of the Black Wind sector. But before such a transformation began, the Black Wind Fleet suffered the most terrible strike. The seemingly invincible Black Swirl was blown up, and Hai Ming, who had sat on the top of them and manipulated them meticulously, was killed in the battle, too. For the immortal cultivators of the other 4 worlds, could there have been a more shocking, ridiculous, and thought-provoking event? Perhaps that was the most important reason why the Black Wind Fleet fell apart immediately after Black Swirl, the flagship, was destroyed. The first to flee at that time were the starships of the other 4 worlds. When those starships dispersed like monkeys jumping out of a falling tree, even if the real hardcore people of the Black Wind Fleet intended to fight the battle to the end, their battle formation had already been messed up by their friendly troops. How could they fight? After the immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage from the Purple Fire sector elaborated on the history and internal relations of the Black Wind Fleet, It suddenly occurred to the people of the Federation that the fundamental solution to the problem was right under their nose. The immortal cultivators almost admire the strong. Now that the Star Glory Federation has crushed the Black Wind Fleet and even slain Hai Ming, you are certainly more qualified to lead us than are the people of the Black Wind sector. The immortal cultivators from the other 4 sectors, including the Purple Fire sector, are victims of the Great Expedition, too. We were reluctant to come to the remote, desolate edge of the cosmos where there wasn't even bird shit to fight the uncanny war in the beginning. We were all browbeaten into this by Hai Ming. If you can be so kind as to distinguish the immortal cultivators of the 4 worlds from the people of the Black Wind sector, I believe that there will be more battlefield uprisings of the immortal cultivators. The real people of the Black Wind sector will soon be tied up and delivered to you. Hehe. I can tell you another big secret. Are you worried about the main troops which are docked behind a certain brown dwarf or inside a certain stone belt dozens of light years away? You would love to fish up the troops in case they cause more trouble in the future. Wouldn't you? Hai Ming teleported most of the elites of the Black Wind sector to the Heaven's Origin sector in the first wave. There aren't many natives of the Black Wind sector in the main troops near the brown dwarf. Now, they have learned the news of the fiasco in the front line, and they are hesitating about their next move. Should they resist to the end, wander in space, flee back to their homeland, or be disarmed and surrender to you? The immortal cultivators of the 4 worlds have some influence in the main troops near the brown dwarf, too. We may even have a chance to completely control the troops, but we will not surrender. It will be an uprising at most. The first immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage who had a battlefield uprising gave his explanation. It seemed that his surrender to the Federal Army was not an isolated event. Instead, he had gone there to negotiate on behalf of the interest group independent from the people of the Black Wind sector. Such confidential and detailed information was certainly beyond the knowledge of the children who were waiting for brightness deep inside the darkness of the underground fortresses. But they could tell from the faces on the news that grew more and more relaxed, the voices that became more and more easy and lighthearted, and the frequent smiles of their adults with them that the gloomy winter was about to fade, and a warm, vigorous spring was soon to come. In the first 2 weeks, there was nothing but the situations on the front line in the news. But in the latter 2 weeks, a new name was mentioned more and more regularly. Liao. For the kids who were in kindergarten or in lower grades of elementary school, it was difficult to understand the meaning of Vulture Liao. They were told by their teachers that he was a super great hero, but what kind of person was a hero, and what kind of hero could be counted as super great? Could Liao fly? Could he fly higher and faster than other heroes? Was he more awesome than their dads? Could he defeat their dads in an arm wrestle? When hearing their teacher telling the stories of Liao vividly, the kids were all puzzled. In the underground fortress of the capital city, the kids of Little Swan Kindergarten were lucky enough to meet a living Vulture Liao. Not in the headlines of the major websites, not in the most heated interview show of the Federation, and certainly not the illusions made of the hologram projectors on the street, but a real-life great hero Liao who joined them. The day became a grand festival. All the kids of Little Swan Kindergarten put on their most beautiful clothes and even performed a few songs and dances that they carefully rehearsed. They had quite a lot of fun in the day. But when their moms and dads or their friends asked them, those kids scratched their heads, unable to provide much exciting information. They could only conclude that he was just like any other uncle working in the place and that there was nothing about him that made him super great. He was even a little bit clumsy. When Zhao Man of Class 2 peed on him, he was in such a panic that the nurses might have done better than him. He doesn't look as handsome as in the movies. Did we meet a fake Liao? He certainly can't defeat Dad, the kids told their parents solemnly. Therefore, when the kids of Little Swan Kindergarten returned to the ground again under the lead of their teachers, the soldiers, and the cultivators to bathe in the real sunlight and to join the grand ceremony, their interest was no longer in the super great hero anymore, although they knew that Liao would be present in the ceremony, too. Besides, the focus of the ceremony was not Liao but a super great hero who looked much more dependable and had a much higher prestige among the little kids and the young people. Ding ling dang. The most important affairs for a country were wars and memorials. After clearing the battlefield for more than a month, The debris of the unprecedentedly gory battle in space had been preliminarily sorted through. The names of the deceased and the missing had been recorded. Today was the day to welcome the souls of the heroes that had wandered in the cold space for more than a month to return to their motherland. After that, under the gazes of the heroes and all the compatriots of the Federation, Ding Lingdang would be sworn in and become the latest Supreme Speaker of the Star Glory Federation. After Liao announced his grand return with 11 experts from the Ancient Sages sector and 12 magnificent colossi, there was little suspense that Ding Lingdang would be elected as the Speaker of the Federation. The main force of the Black Wind Fleet had been crushed, but there were still the Imperium of true human beings, the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, the Panga civilization, and even the extraterrestrial devils that had jumped out recently. The shadows of war that were as heavy as mountains were still looming above the Federation. This was just the beginning of the war. True peace was still far, far away. The Star Glory Federation was in dire need of a determined, persistent war speaker who could lead everyone into a bloody battle of survival in the dark space. Although Jean Xinyue did not betray the Federation, she did make fatal mistakes while carrying out the Dim Moon Plan, which almost brought the doom of the Federation. She could not become the Speaker of the Federation, at least not now. The relations between the 4 New Worlds and the 3 Old Worlds, the relations between the Federation and the Ancient Sages sector, the relations between the Federation and the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic, and also the relations between the Federation and Hai Lan, the daughter of the Black Wind Fleet's commander. The situation was a messy knot that could not be resolved without Liao. Liao naturally could not become the Speaker of the Federation himself. Then, who else could shoulder such a heavy responsibility if not his wife, Ding Lingdang, who had been a popular candidate in the first place? The election of the Federation half a month ago was not postponed because of the war. Instead, the highest patriotism of the citizens was awakened in the crisis, resulting in a voting rate that was the highest in the past 50 years. Without any suspense, Ding Lingdang would lead the Federation to move forward in the next 5 or 10 years. 2 weeks after the election, the day had come for the old speaker to transfer the power to the successor. Look! At 9 o'clock in the morning, when the sun just turned gold from red, the children had already boarded the floating auditorium. Boosted by the anti-gravity rune arrays from below, the auditorium slowly ascended to almost 100 meters high and moved among the dense skyscrapers. Leaning on the blockage web and looking through the holes on it, they were amazed by the ocean of people and the heated ambience when millions gathered. Before they could exclaim in incredulity, they heard ear-splitting noises above them. They raised their heads, only to discover that almost 1,000 space shuttle had entered the clouds after activating the combat mode of atmosphere battles. In the middle of daunting airwaves, they rushed by and dissected the sky into 1,000 even parts precisely. The space shuttles that were designed for the zero-gravity environment of space were not suitable for use even slightly within the atmosphere. Other than the Sirius wear on the camouflage paint and the defense rune arrays on the shuttles themselves, noises and air disturbances that were 100 times more intense than regular shuttles would also be raised. But at this moment, even if their noises were 10 times louder, they would not have been able to eclipse the cheers of the millions of people down below. Even if the air disturbances were as violent as tornadoes, it would be impossible for them to blow off a single rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag that was flying everywhere on every street and avenue. On the contrary, blown by the high-speed space shuttles, all the red flags among the skyscrapers and on the ground were fluttering furiously. A lot of kids covered their ears and squatted. When they looked back, the space shuttles were long gone, and the only things left behind were 1,000 colorful, glamorous trails. But it did not matter, because a moment later, 100 starships that were hundreds of times larger than the space shuttles broke through the splendid clouds and appeared right above them, surrounded by red and purple smoke. Wow! The kids raised their heads so hard that their necks almost snapped. They could not say a word but gasped hard while they looked at the belly of the starships. They were like little fish in the deep ocean watching countless whales descending slowly from the surface of the ocean. Those gigantic starships were like small planets that carried the most intense gravity fields. The kids felt that they were about to be pulled toward them. Many kids could not help but reach toward the sky. There was no telling whether they were trying to hug the magnificent starships or hoping to transform their arms into wings so that they could fly into the starships and become members to pilot the behemoth. The shocking picture where hundreds of starships appeared in the sky of a city was 100 times more of a visual blast than the prior rushing space shuttles. Young or old, all the people of the Federation widened their eyes and held their breath, sensing the undying fighting will and the determination to never admit defeat in silence. The enormity of the starships choked them. But the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblems on the 2 sides of the starships made them feel proud from the bottom of their hearts. It was their own troop. The 100 starships were like dark clouds pressing the ground when they slowly passed the city. If one observed from the ground, the lowest starship almost brushed past the highest antenna on the skyscrapers. After the main troop was over, what followed them were more than 10 seriously twisted, ragged, and dusty starships of the Imperium. The power rune arrays and weapon systems of those starships had all been dismantled. The anti-gravity rune arrays were the only part that was functioning normally. They were controlled by more than 10 starships of the Federation through the force field and dragged to move forward like captives that had been bound. Looking at the starships of the Imperium that had been daunting and magnificent a month ago ending up as such wretched garbage, all the people of the Federation put on smiles of pride. Many of them even spat on the contorted, mottled lightning trident emblem of the Imperium of true human beings and cursed in disdain. "You deserve this. That must be the enemy's starship." The kids pointed at an enormous starship that was more than 10 kilometers long and shouted, "It is the biggest, hugest starship." The flagship was not necessarily the biggest, hugest starship in a fleet. Besides, Black Swirl, the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, had long been blown apart. Even the largest remnant could not have been more than 300 meters long. It was impossible to restore it. That was merely a comprehensive mothership of the Black Wind Fleet. Despite its enormity and vast space, it was designed to provide logistical support and did not boast a high combat ability. However, the kids were not entirely wrong. The Federation had intentionally arranged for such a behemoths starship to join the parade of starships indeed for the purpose of demonstrating national power, boosting morale, and encouraging the people. After all the starships stopped in the sky of the city and the spiritual waves unleashed by the anti-gravity rune arrays blurred the gold sunlight on the top of the skyscrapers and made it look like a dream, the victory ceremony on the ground officially began. Bathed in the light and waves of the starships, what appeared in the eyes of the audience and moved before the Parliament building of the Federation slowly was a special team made of countless soldiers in military uniform. They walked at the same pace and wore the same solemn and grieved expression, with a small metal box covered in the rising dragon of the 9 stars flag in their hands. The warriors who had sacrificed everything for the Star Glory Federation in the space battle a month ago slept inside the boxes quietly. Accompanied by the low but soul-stirring march song, Motherland Remembers, they moved forward in silence. Every street, alley, and square was soundless. The only thing that could be heard was the heavy breath. Many of them had shed too many tears in the past month. At this moment, they stopped crying and simply held each other's hands. Staring at the metal boxes that were as red as fire, they sang together with the tune of Motherland Remembers. After the deceased passed, it was the group of disabled soldiers. Many of them had just recovered from the medical cabins in the hospitals. Every one of them had lost part of their limbs and organs, which were replaced by cold, shining prosthetics. Some of them had even replaced their entire body with an artificial one. They had not gotten used to the brand new limbs and organs. Also, having no time to rehearse the pace and march, they were naturally not as unified as the Guard of Honor at the beginning. But the intense smell of blood from the space battle a month ago still enshrouded them tightly and leaked into their muscles, veins, nerves, and bones, endowing them with the almost concrete killing intent that was entirely different from the vibe of the Guard of Honor. Their surging killing intent completely tore apart the slightly heavy atmosphere and turned into the invincible dominance. Their disobedient eyes seemed to be declaring, "Look, even the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings from the center of the cosmos are no match for us. We are the strongest human army in the 3,000 sectors." Thud, 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 thud. Closely following the team of disabled soldiers was the Iron Army comprising tens of thousands of crystal suits. Before they appeared in the people's eyes, footsteps rumbled first like thunder. Not just the entire street, even every glass windows of the skyscrapers on both sides of the road were uttering weird noises because of the blast. From the floating auditorium in midair, in the children's perspective, they saw that a glittering iron dragon was striding forward one step after another unhurriedly. Wow! The children opened their mouths wide again after all the trouble to close it. It seemed big enough to stuff a duck egg if not a small watermelon inside. A lot of the indecisive children were caught in a dilemma. They had just made up their minds to become space shuttle pilots that would roam the universe. After watching the magnificence of the starships, they changed their mind and decided to become part of the Iron Beasts. But when the army of crystal suits showed, they were attracted by the charisma and awesomeness of the king of magical equipment. Again, space shuttles, starships, and crystal suits. Which should they choose? The kids looked at each other in bewilderment and failed to come to a decision. However, when the few magnificent shadows that they mistook for skyscrapers at the beginning moved over slowly and leaned toward them, allowing the kids to get a closer look of their whole appearance, the kids forgot all about the space shuttles, starships, and crystal suits. They were all too stunned to think about anything. When the iron giants walked past them, because they were on the floating auditorium, the heads and enormous eyes of the giants happened to be parallel to them. Some of the giants even turned around and looked at them gently. See, colossi! Such huge giants! Isn't that the most awesome Colossus Tartarian skeleton that our teacher mentioned? I'm told that it destroyed the space gate of the Imperium in the battle and even blew up the enemy's commander by itself. So impressive and splendid. It should be the real super great hero Liao inside, but not the clumsy uncle who visited our kindergarten last time, right? I've decided. After I grow up, I'll pilot a colossus like Liao. The kids jumped up and down and shouted. Had it not been for the blockage of the web, the bolder kids would have jumped onto the shoulders of the colossi from the floating auditorium. After Liao led the super-heavy legion made of 20 colossi past the Parliament building of the Federation slowly, the children were still drooling at the back of the mountains with stars of hope in their eyes. The deceased soldiers covered in flags, the square of the disabled soldiers, the Crystal Suit Legion, and the troop of colossi passed by the Parliament building in turn and gathered in the Federal Square. It was exactly the spot where Lu Zue, the former director of the Secret Sword Bureau, had shockingly attempted to assassinate Zhang Hailu, the speaker at that time. After 100 years of expansion and modification, Square had been enlarged by 3 times, and the underground part had been established into an enormous war museum, recording the major events in the 600 years from the Star Glory Federation's birth to its rise. Today, a new statue was erected at the center of the square. The enormous statue was almost 50 meters tall. The main part of the statue was a highly abstract, peaceful, and quiet planet, with countless high mountains and zigzagging shorelines. It could be seen as the capital planet or any habitable planet in the Star Glory Federation. The glittering planet was carried on the shoulder by a giant with brawny arms who was on one knee. Judging from the muscles where veins were protruding, the teeth that were being gritted hard, and the knee that had deeply smashed into the ground, the planet was much too heavy for the giant. But still, supported by some invisible strength, he held the heavy planet. If one observed carefully, they would discover that the vivid giant was actually full of cracks. It was made of countless metal pieces the size of fingernails, or more exactly, the debris of the crystal suits, starships, space shuttles, and even colossi of the Federal Army in the space battle. There was more to the glittering, revolving planet above, too. Inside the planet was an information base of an unprecedented scale. Every spot of light the size of the tip of a needle that constituted the brilliance of the planet on the surface represented the name of a martyr. The federal government and the families of the martyrs were still adding their personal information into the base, including photos, videos, and texts. Gradually, the Federal Monument of Martyrs would include the whole life of the hundreds of thousands of deceased. They would not be just cold names on the monument or just heroes or idealists in the abstract sense. Instead, they would be fathers, sons, brothers, and husbands made of flesh and blood who could talk and smile. The monument would be open to the whole Federation. People could both read their information in the War Museum and visit the place remotely via the spiritual nexus to pay tributes to the deceased. Today, the first national memorial ceremony regarding the space battle was hosted by Speaker Wan Guqing. After a solemn, hour-long memorial ceremony, Ding Lingdang, in a white suit and carrying a ribbon with the rising dragon of the 9 stars pattern, walked to the front of the Federal Monument of Martyrs. On her left and right sides were the Constitution of the Star Glory Federation and Constitution of Cultivators. The 2 fundamental laws of the country were both tied by the bands that were branded with the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem. She put her hands on the 2 books and stared at the billions of people in the whole Federation, beginning her inaugural speech. Thank you, Speaker Wan Guqing, representatives of the Federal Parliament, citizens of the Star Glory Federation, compatriots of the 7 sectors, and friends from Firefly and the Ancient Sages sector. Thank you. I believe that there can't be a better place to make the most solemn vow than under the Federal Monument of Martyrs and the gazes of billions of compatriots. The warriors on the Federal Square, the living and the deceased, the healthy and the disabled, those protected in iron armor and those who stood like pine trees with their hot blood, listened quietly. In the past month, or rather, in the last 100 years, our young nation that has just been established at the edge of the cosmos has experienced an unprecedented crisis and challenge. Had it not been for the people before me now, the cataclysm would have been unavoidable. Our home, our families, and our future would have all been destroyed. The crisis is over for now, but the future of peace, happiness, and wonders is far from here. At the center of the cosmos, countless ordinary people are suffering in agony and losing their lives in mines, jungles, and the cold space as slaves. Too many talents are exterminated before they are awakened, and too much hope has died out before it is ignited. The most beautiful feelings of mankind are manipulated, trampled on, and twisted. This is a massacre against all human beings, and it must stop immediately. Either at the center of the cosmos or at the edge of it, we are compatriots illuminated by the brilliance of the same civilization. The sea of stars is vast and boundless, but nobody can be an island entirely of itself. Our hearts are connected. We share the same history, culture, destiny, and glory. Their suffering is our suffering. Their dream is our dream. Their success is our success, and their oppression is our oppression. I know that many of our compatriots are tired of war. I'm not sure how much slaughter and suffering we will face on the journey to the center of the cosmos. If there is the tiniest possibility, nobody would want to be involved in incessant war. But I have to tell you that what is on our shoulders is not just a glorious mission but also the cruel reality. The behemoth at the center of the cosmos is still preparing its warriors and whetting its blades. If we do not stop the enemy but dwell in some illusionary peace, the day will come when the miserable and desperate fate of our compatriots at the center of the cosmos becomes our fate. If we don't fight for them at this moment, nobody will fight for us when our eventual destruction comes. In the Netherworld sector, the Uranian Ring sector, the Blood Demon sector, the deserts of the Water Crystal sector, the space of the Flying Star sector, the harsh resource planets, the bottom level of the zigzagging mines, countless people held their breath and listened to the solemn promise. Therefore, I hereby pledge my loyalty to the Star Glory Federation, the Supreme Parliament, and all the people of the Federation. With my loyalty, I plead for all my compatriots to summon your courage, grab your weapons, and fight side by side until the end of the war. I swear that I will lead the Star Glory Federation, which will lead the entire civilization of mankind, forward in the dark and boundless sea of stars and create a land of light and hope that has never been seen before. It started to drizzle in the afternoon. The splashing raindrops covered the entire Federal Square in a haze. Even in the main hall at the War Museum below the square, the sound of rain was still clearly audible from all directions. It reminded the listeners of the grass that had just burst out of the soil. It might be young, but nothing could stop its growth. Around the obsidian wall that surrounded the entire War Museum, the names of hundreds of thousands of deceased warriors had been carved with the dark golden ink. At the end of the high wall, where the fragrance of the ink lingered in the air because the carving was just done, Liao found the name as well as the family who were paying tributes and recording files into the information base. There was a woman in plain clothes, who left the impression that she was rigorously meticulous, and a man who was equally plain and slightly fat but was supporting his wife's shoulder all the time. There was also a vigorous boy whose eyes were beaming with intelligence. He was counting the total number of the dense names on the wall from top to bottom with his head raised high and his cheeks puffed out. On the wall in front of the family, a few simple words had been engraved. Helian Lai, Major of the Federal Army. When Liao found them, the woman happened to look back and saw him. There was no change in expression on her face, but her eyes obviously flashed. Although the two of them had made the appointment in advance, Liao still felt somewhat awkward. He coughed and walked forward. The man knew his identity, and he was both panicked and somewhat wary of him. The boy did not know who he was and simply looked at him curiously with the big eyes that were similar to Helian Lai's. The woman, on the other hand, was rather tranquil. She reminded her husband of something and patted her son's head. Then, she gestured for Liao to talk in private. "You must be Mrs. Shen Wanyin, right? Your father," Liao said. "Major Helian Lai's distinguished contributions in the space battle a month ago have been confirmed by various sources. His fearless charge made the detonation of the wormhole bomb of the Federal Army possible, which successfully delayed the enemy for the 2 most important hours. In the end, we were given a chance to demolish the space gate of the Imperium. Your father was the key to the battle and the role model and pride of millions of soldiers of the Federal Army. Regarding the assessment of his military credit, the posthumous award, and the compensation for his family, the results will be out very soon. Your father and I were sort of old acquaintances. After knowing that he still has offspring in the world, I felt obliged to tell you the result in person." Shen Wanyin listened quietly. She bowed deeply first and then observed Liao carefully for a while. Then she said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you, President Li. I thought that you wouldn't have tracked me down." Liao smiled. "It was indeed not easy to find you. The military did not have your mother's information. It seemed that your father and your mother were separated soon after they were together. Also, you took your mother's last name. It took us quite some time to deliver the notice to you. I didn't intend to come first." Looking at the family of the martyrs who were paying homage to their loved ones far away, Shen Wanyin played with a non-existent cigarette subconsciously with her fingers. After much hesitation, she held her arms and softly said, "Helian Lai was not a good husband, much less a good father. I hated him. My mother and I both hated him. I only wanted to get as far away from him as possible so that I would never see him again, not even in such a form." "Well?" Liao blinked quickly. He was slightly surprised, but based on the remarks of rabid dog Helian Lai in the army he had collected over the past month, her attitude was not too strange. Shen Wanyin stared at Liao with complicated feelings. "President Li, do you want to know more about my family, about Helian Lai? In fact, it's nothing special. It was just one of the cliches between a wounded, lonely, and crazy man and a silly woman who had read too many romance novels and was naive enough to think that she could save the man. However, in the stories, the silly woman always unties the deepest knot in the wounded man's heart, and they always live happily ever after. But in reality," she smiled and touched her dry lips, as if she had put the non-existent cigarette to her mouth. Liao was silent for a moment before he said in a low voice, "According to the fellows and the psychologists in the army, Major Helian Lai seemed to be gravely troubled by mental illnesses, partly due to the PTSD and partly because of the strong stimulations he suffered in his early years." "I'm sorry." Shen Wanyin was slightly dazed. Then she was amused. "President Li, why do you think you need to apologize to me? It was he who was too narrow-minded to free himself from the burdens of the past. Did it have anything to do with anybody else? That being said, I do have a very strange feeling," Liao observed. "It is not exactly guilt. I just feel that it never occurred to me that even someone like Helian Lai would establish a family, or that he had his feelings and dreams and would even die valiantly for them." Shen Wanyin raised her eyebrows. She looked at Liao with even more confusion and surprise. She could not help but remark, "President Li, you are nothing like the vulture Li Yao depicted in the books, the news, the propaganda, or the entertainment works. If the guys from the Secret Sword Bureau or other intelligence agencies hadn't chatted with me for a long time just now and searched my belongings dozens of times, I would have suspected that you are a fraud." Liao laughed, too. He scratched his nose and said, "Ever since my identity was exposed, everybody who's met me has said exactly the same thing. I've heard it so many times that I'm starting to wonder if I'm really a fraud." Holding back her smile, Xin Wenyin took a deep breath and said, "In fact, I have a very weird feeling right now, too. The thing that I dreamed of for decades has become reality. But it is so unsubstantial that it doesn't feel real at all. Did you know, President Li? There was a time when I hated you very, very much. It was the period when Helion Lai got mentally deranged because of overtraining. He would cry and vomit, holding his stomach while yelling at me and my mother like an animal. At that time, I was about 6 years old, and I knew a lot of things already. I also got in touch with the earliest legends of Vulture Li Yao through various sources. I learned what a disreputable role my father played in those legends, too. Naturally, I cannot blame you for anything. Everything was simply his own fault. You did nothing wrong. You were a victim yourself. However, when Helion Lai tortured himself and both of us to such an extent that almost none of us could live on, I, as a 6-year-old girl, couldn't help but wonder, if there was no you, if Vulture Li Yao had never existed, and if Helion Lai hadn't been taught the lesson, would our fate have been entirely different? Would my life be easier and more like the other children's lives? At the very least, other kids wouldn't have acted as my father being beaten by you when they played war games or chased after me and mimicked my father's voice. The sound of more than 10 kids mimicking my father's voice haunted me for a long time. I could even tolerate everything that Helion Lai did to me and my mother, but I couldn't bear the voice that was intentionally faked. In my worst days, I even thought of suicide 97 times. Liao blushed and said, "I'm sorry. While I don't think that what I did was wrong, if given another chance, I would probably choose a more controllable way." Xin Wenyin smiled again. Her face was so peaceful as if she were telling someone else's story. "President Li, you must not change your mind, or it will be too terrible. I cursed myself, you, Helion Lai, and even my mother countless times. I cursed the wretched fate for playing such a cruel joke on me. But one day, when the most beautiful thing happened to me, when I ran into another man and then had a tinier man, I suddenly felt that everything that happened to me in the past, all the good things and bad things that happened in the world before I was born, had their own significance. The whole significance of all those things was for me to slip when I walked down the street on a snowy morning. I fell over so hard that half of my body was numb, and I couldn't get to my feet for a long time. Then all the things of the past surfaced in my heart. I completely collapsed, and I cried and screamed like a baby. It was exactly because I cried so hard that the silly big man who is peeping at us right now from the side noticed me and staggered to me to help me to my feet. To this day, I still remember that I shoved him heavily and said something stupid in tears. I said, "Go away, my dad is Helion Lai." He fell to the ground, too, because of my shove. Scratching his head for a long time, he asked in confusion, "Who is Helion Lai?" Hee. I imagined 10,000 times what the world would be like without you. But if Vulture Li Yao hadn't beaten Helion Lai hard and completely changed his fate, he wouldn't have met my mother at all. Even if they did, as a man born and raised in a wealthy family, he wouldn't have had any interaction with my mother, and I wouldn't have been born at all. Even if I were born and raised in another mysterious way, I wouldn't have walked on the cold street of that particular planet on that morning in that winter. Even if I did and I unfortunately slipped over, I wouldn't have burst into tears and made a fool of myself. Then I wouldn't have met him and I wouldn't have had him. Every day of the three of us being together would have been a soap bubble that was nowhere to be found. When thinking about that, I couldn't feel more terrified. So, President Li, fate is such an amazing thing. Had it not been for your conflict with Helion Lai years ago, I would never have appeared in this world, and the vigorous young guy that is crawling on the ground wouldn't have been born either. Liao did not know that so many things had happened to Helion Lai's daughter, or that the stories even had amazing connections with the choices that he had made in the past. He recalled Ding Lingdong's speech in the morning again. Most of the content of her speech was naturally modified and polished by someone else, but there was one line that Ding Lingdang insisted on keeping. Nobody is an island entirely of itself. The fate of everyone is connected in a wonderful way. Shun Wenin's eyes were nonchalant at the beginning, but right now, they became soft and warm, like a frozen lake that was being melted by the spring breeze. With happiness glowing on her face, she softly said, "When I saw sunlight illuminating that little hairy head for the first time, I reconciled with my fate. I still hate Hellion Lai, but I don't hate anybody else anymore. I don't hate myself, my mother, or you. When I was a teenager, I had a lot of crazy thoughts about how we would meet someday. At that time, I swore that I would spit at you right in the face to show my disdain and resistance for Vulture Liao. But right now, I don't want to do that anymore, especially when I'm faced with such a Liao that is utterly different from my imagination. There are so many precious things for me to love, cherish, and protect. How could I have the time and energy to continue my hatred?" Hearing that, Liao took a deep breath in great relief. He felt as if a heavy burden in his heart had just been removed. Shen Wenin smiled. "President Li, is there anything else? If that is all, we have to leave now. We need to catch the last public carrier home. Thank you for your notification again. This is perhaps the best conclusion for my relationship with Hellion Lai." Liao thought of something and said, "Major Hellion Lai died a valiant death, perhaps partly in order to protect you. Would you hate him less because of that?" Shen Wenin shook her head. "I know him too well. I dare say that at the last moment of his life, he might have thought of you, but he certainly did not think of me and my mother. I will hate him forever, as vehemently as he hated you. However, I remember that when I was a child, whenever he roared crazily like an ignorant animal because of overtraining and mental meltdown, he would shout that he would do something extraordinary that would make my mother and me view him in a different way and make the whole Federation proud of him. At that time, I couldn't have hated such a loser's crazy talk more. I trembled in fear and nearly threw up. I didn't expect that he would eventually make it. He has indeed fulfilled his promise and reversed his fate. I still hate him, but I have to admit that I was wrong about him. He was not a loser. At the very least, at the last moment of his life, he was a real hero. I came today to apologize to him. Perhaps a long, long time ago, when nobody believed in him as his daughter, I should have trusted him more at least once." After saying that, Shun Wenin bowed to Liao deeply again and turned around to walk to her husband and her son. Thinking for a moment, Liao raised his voice and said, "Mrs. Shin, this is my number. I'm told that your son is quite gifted at training. If there is anything that I can help you with, please don't hesitate to come to me." Shun Wenin paused, but she did not turn around or pick up Liao's number. Waving her hands, she replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm afraid that I'll have to turn you down. Although neither me nor my son carry the surname of Hellion, the blood of the Hellion family does flow in our veins. People of the Hellion family will live a good life even without the help of Vulture Liao." Shun Wenin and her family supported each other and walked away, disappearing into the hazy drizzles outside of the War Museum. At night, on a cross-continent floating airship, most of the passengers were sound asleep. Shun Wenin was touching a not-so-clear photo. In the photo, Hellion Lai was wearing a tiny, trimmed uniform. Even his face had been modified carefully, and few traces of injury and madness could be found. Right next to him were two females who looked very similar to each other. It was the beginning of their fate. Both the woman and the girl were smiling brilliantly, as if they were frozen in the moment of happiness. Shun Wenin stared at the photo in a daze, and her eyes gradually filled with tears. Right then, her son, who had not fallen asleep yet and was watching a live stream in secret, touched her and said, "Mom, look, it is the uncle who talked to you in the day." Shun Wenin was slightly dazed. She noticed that her son's crystal processor was playing a late-night show that was quite popular within the Federation. It was best known for its straightforward criticism, real-time interaction, and big-shot guests. Not only were the leaders of the top 500 sects of the Federation often invited onto the show, even the speaker of the Federation had once appeared on the show to demonstrate a different side of the highest leader to all the audience. At this moment, the guest sitting opposite the witty and smart host with gray hair was Liao. He was wearing a gray robe. He did not have a high, condescending aura, but he was not too casual either, making everybody feel very relieved as if he were just a common member among them. When Shen Wanyin watched, the host had already asked a certain question that she did not catch. Liao leaned forward and answered genuinely. Perhaps people have placed too many impractical fantasies and perfect personalities on me. I am considered a certain brilliant, glorious symbol, a hope that will never be destroyed. You asked me just now, what does it feel like to save the day at the most critical moment? But that is not the truth. I do not feel anything special because I was not the only one who saved the day at the most critical moment. If I had to describe my feelings, I would say that I realized unmistakably once again that a war cannot be won by an individual and that a civilization could not be raised by a single person. The vulture Liao, the dominator of 3 sectors who has become a stereotype in everybody's head, does not exist. I am a person that is entirely the opposite of the propaganda. But the hope, belief, and strength that the dominator of 3 sectors represents are real. They are not just inside me but also inside all the soldiers and cultivators of the Federal Army, as well as everyone who was brave enough to face their destiny for their homeland and family. They are right in the deepest part of the soul of each and every one of you. That's why I was willing to come to this show today and demonstrate the power of such strength. A half-hour show is certainly far from enough. So, in the future, the Glorious Sunlight Group will publish a new biography about me, where I will be talking to everyone sincerely about the real Liao and the world in his eyes. This is also some sort of advertisement in advance. However, instead of my own story, I am more tempted to tell you somebody else's stories, the legends of the real heroes who fought against the fates that once suppressed them. I want to tell you the story of the real Jin Tuyi, who was once an infamous war criminal. I want to tell you the story of Boss Bai, who was the pirate potentate on Spider Den in the old days. I also want to tell you the stories of hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Federation such as Major Helion Lai. Those stories are not necessarily as staggering and extraordinary as the stories you've heard in the past. A lot of gray areas and even black areas may be involved, which can be difficult to accept and will stain the glorious image of the Star Glory Federation. But I still want to tell the stories exactly as they happened, because those stories are real. I think that the real rise of a country or a civilization consists not in the many victorious battles it has, not the fleets and experts that it boasts, not the worlds that it has vanquished, but in whether its government is confident and brave enough to publicize the whole truth and whether its people are rational enough to accept them. Today, after 100 years, the Star Glory Federation has risen. I have no doubt about that. While she was watching, the tears inside Shen Wanyin's eyes finally flowed out quietly. The boy immediately noticed that. He put down the crystal processor and shook her arm anxiously. "Mom, what's the matter?" "Dad, it's fine. Don't wake your dad up. He's exhausted after the long day." Shen Wanyin hushed her son. Touching her son's big, warm head, she softly said, "Little Hui, do you want to hear your grandfather's story?" The boy was slightly dazed. Then he nodded in ecstasy. "Of course I do. I asked you in the War Museum during the day, but you were reluctant to tell me. I want to know more about him, right? Even such a great hero as Vulture Liao came to talk to you in the day. Did he come for Grandpa, too? Were they good friends?" "I understand it now. Grandpa must have been his old comrade. The two of them once fought side by side to slay evil and defend the Federation, didn't they?" Shen Wanyin smiled. Leaning back in the chair, she closed her eyes and softly mumbled, "It's a story from a long time ago, but it doesn't matter. Your mother has lots of time to tell you all about him." "Okay." The vigorous little man crouched on his mother's legs. He drew a tissue for his mother to wipe her eyes before he solemnly said, "You can stop crying now, Mom. Although Grandpa is gone, Dad and I are still here. Whatever happens, my dad and I will certainly be there for you." Shun Wenyin felt that her nose was stuffed. She could not help but open her eyes, only to be distracted by the starry reflections on the window, because they were flying past the sky of a metropolis that was ablaze with lights. Ah! The little boy's eyes widened. Are we home? Not yet. Holding her son with both arms, Shun Wenyin smiled from the bottom of her heart. But it is not far away now. Home is right ahead of us. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since Ding Lingdang was sworn in as the highest supreme speaker of the Federation. Every habitable planet in the Star Glory Federation had a different trajectory of both rotation and revolution, which resulted in differing seasonal changes or day and night cycles. However, judging from the passion of the people and the heated construction sites everywhere, all the planets and space stations had crossed the bitter winder and shrouded in the gloomy clouds of war. Their boundless vigor was brought back again as they entered the golden years of the warm spring. Ding Lingdang, as the Speaker of the Federation, was naturally busier than ever. The parliamentary system of the Federation had been adopted for more than 600 years. Today, an enormous team of staff and advisors would assist the Speaker in decision-making. However, lots of the issues, such as inspecting different places in the Federation, calling for the people to work hard, and coordinating the interests of different sects and even different planets, had to be done by the Speaker personally. Liao attended several such activities as the spouse of the Speaker. He could not have complained more and thought that those tasks were more intolerable than any crazy training he had ever done. He could not help but admire Ding Lingdang, too. He knew that Ding Lingdang was the same type of person as him. Neither of them had ever been fond of such grand ceremonies with all the formalities. But she was now gritting her teeth through everything. There was really no telling how much she suffered below the surface. In that regard, Liao was unable to offer much help to his wife. Spouse of the Speaker was not his only identity. Like Ding Lingdang, he had thousands of troublesome matters that he needed to deal with. In whatever spare time he had, he was occupied in new training, too. Before Professor Mo Xian perished, he had sent Liao a lot of files on training and experiments. It was said that the approach to the divinity transformation stage was stored inside. Naturally, Liao needed to study the files well. Besides, a lot of soul pieces of the extraterrestrial devils that were similar to the Tenebrum energy were still lingering inside his brain. He had to purge and digest them as soon as possible. Otherwise, should they consolidate and ferment to a certain degree, they might prove to be a new disaster. Training, and crazy training. Seizing every fragment of time in every second and every minute, Liao began the craziest training. He seemed to be back to the simple years in college, or the time deep inside Yan Xinjian's residence below Spider Den where he was forced to train himself in seclusion. In the craziest training, Liao summarized the tiny details in the adventures and fierce battles he had in the past 100 years and condensed them into the newest understanding deep inside his soul, preparing to advance into the legendary divinity transformation stage. For other people, the Imperium of true human beings was like a sword hanging high above their heads. But for Liao, the Imperium was a thorn that was stuck in his throat. He would certainly visit the Imperium someday. It was not just because Boss Bai had set off earlier to excavate the legacies of the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God. It was also not just because the situation in the Imperium was unknown and mysterious. The Imperium had probably learned of the existence of the Star Glory Federation and could send out a new expedition army any minute. So they had to take action before the enemy did. At the very least, they needed to know the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance better in order to come up with effective countermeasures. More importantly, the weird dream and the land of origins that always haunted Liao, Earth. Liao still had no idea if Earth really existed and where it was exactly if it did. However, from his obscure memory pieces, he remembered hearing a statement declaring that he was sent from Earth to the edge of the cosmos and the borderland of the civilization of mankind. Then, it would be easy to infer that if Earth did exist, it must be somewhere at the center of the cosmos. The logic was very simple. If Earth was at the edge of the cosmos in the first place like the Star Glory Federation, such a statement of "send you to the edge of the cosmos" would be ridiculous. It would be more appropriate to say that Liao would be sent to the center of the cosmos, or the other side of the cosmos. Since the phrase edge of the cosmos was adopted, It implied that the mysterious earthlings in the uncanny dream considered themselves residents at the center of the cosmos and that they were very used to it. Thus, in order to find out the secrets about Earth, he had to go to the center of the cosmos. The closer he was to the center of the cosmos, the closer he would be to cracking the mysteries about Earth. The Imperium of true human beings was the only option right now. Both for the Federation and himself, Liao could not wait to march to the Imperium. However, it would not be easy to barge into the Imperium. Even an expert at the peak of the nascent soul stage might not be able to get everything they wanted at the core circle of the Imperium. As strong as Hai Ming had been, and despite the support of a whole fleet, he had still been kicked to the edge of the cosmos like a stray dog. He would have to enter at least the divinity transformation stage in order to be at ease in the perilous, mysterious, and unpredictable environment so that he could protect himself and change the situation in the Imperium. Eventually, he might even be able to find Earth. Inside the training room, Liao was sitting cross-legged very comfortably, with his upper body naked. His muscles and veins did not protrude much, but the air that he breathed out of his nostrils did not disperse but lingered around his body, moving in the same rhythm as his heartbeat, breath, and pulse. It was a very ordinary, if not shabby, training room. There were neither high-burden training cabins that had dozens of times the standard gravity nor spiritual puppets with the most advanced performance and the fiercest firepower for real battle tests. Instead, a lot of civil magical equipment was placed on the ground randomly, including house-cleaning magical equipment, automatic cooking magical equipment, refrigeration and instant unfreezing magical equipment, and so on. The devices had one thing in common. They were all embedded with some silicon chips whose structure and functions were quite simple. Liao's eyes were half closed. Thousands of runes were running down inside his brain like currents and waterfalls. There were countless sophisticated algorithms and formulas, too. His soul, on the other hand, was carefully sorting through all the information like a needle pulling a thread. The crazily dancing runes gradually congregated into an overwhelming river. He then guided the river of runes into his limbs, veins, and internal organs. After the runes and the spiritual energy were condensed, they were immediately glittering in octagonal halos circulating inside his body time and time again. Gradually, he was cast into a hollow, unconscious trance. Ego, ID, superego, the three levels of the soul were separated layer after layer like water, sand, and pebbles. It was the most mysterious state. Part of the soul was still lingering inside Liao's fleshly body, but part of the soul had jumped out of the cracks in the skull and burst 3 feet above his head like fireworks into thousands of water drops. Every water drop reflected him from different angles. Liao's breath stagnated in that moment, and his soul was like a windchime in the gentle breeze, stopping at the tipping point between stillness and action. It was almost like he had grown 10,000 more eyes, which were evenly distributed in 3 to 5 meters around him, allowing him to see 10,000 different pictures. Every picture was so vivid and clear that even a grain of dust floating in the air was reflected from every perspective in the most detailed way. At the same time, he seemed to have grown 10,000 years. The subtlest functioning noises of all the civil magical equipment around him turned into the sounds of the most violent tsunamis when they crashed and congregated and flooded into the depths of his soul. Liao's every brain cell was moaning. His brain immediately turned into an exploding star. He tried to combine the 10,000 high-resolution pictures into an indescribable, super high-resolution dynamic hologram, only to find that the job was too much for him. The high-resolution pictures only lasted half a second before they were twisted into a mottled, broken kaleidoscope. Every piece of the kaleidoscope bombarded his brain brutally like a furiously burning shooting star. Liao grunted and gritted his teeth to exit the amazing state. Despite the excruciating pain inside his head, his face brimmed with excitement. Is this the unbelievable divinity transformation stage that Professor Mo Xian described in his notes? Constructing an enormous field and domain with the spiritual energy and projecting the soul out of the body will transform the dozens of square meters around, or an even greater range, into part of the brain and body of the divinity transformation stage cultivator. Then, it will no longer require retinas, optical cells, or optic nerves to see, or eardrums, cochlea, and other organs to hear. As long as one makes use of the waves of the soul and the perception of the mind, It is possible to observe the infinite world within dozens of square meters from infinite perspectives clearly. With a telepathic thought, it will be easy to count the hairs inside the enemy's nostrils. This is the magnificence of the divinity transformation stage. Liao was brimming with amazement. Had it not been his personal experience, it would have been hard for him to imagine that such an astonishing level existed in the world. He felt that he had truly melted into the surroundings and the entire universe. Of course, in a battle, level was not the only factor that mattered. The higher levels required more massive spiritual energy to sustain. Liao had grasped the preliminary tricks and could waste the tenebrum energy of the extraterrestrial devils that he had swallowed extravagantly. But still, the state had collapsed after only half a second, when the domain of his soul had expanded to less than 5 meters away. Even a divinity transformation stage cultivator as strong as Hai Ming could not have persisted in such an amazing state for 2 minutes if they were not completely dedicated to the improvement of personal combat ability. For the divinity transformation stage cultivators such as Meng Qixin or Wu Suiyun who were heavily wounded before, their situations would be even worse. It was possible that they had theories and understandings but could not bring out their real combat ability. Of course, after perceiving the mysteries of the divinity transformation stage, it would be easier and more comfortable for him to fight in the nascent soul stage than regular nascent soul stage cultivators. After only 3 months, he had seen part of the mysteries of the divinity transformation stage and experienced the state for half a second. Liao was already more than satisfied. Consuming a large bottle of tonic drugs that were 100 times more expensive than gold, Liao rested for a moment. Then, he rubbed his hands in excitement like a child who had a city of toys and began his new training. His telepathic thoughts invaded the civil magical equipment around him like octopi and entangled the control chips of the magical equipment. His telepathic thoughts did not stop on the surface of the chips but leaked to the deeper structure of the chips in a form similar to electric currents. A series of shining but hazy crystal balls immediately appeared deep inside Liao's brain. The crystal balls were divided into dozens of different layers. Every layer was entangled with infinite numbers, glyphs, and rune arrays that were glittering and crashing into each other. Or rather, his telepathic thoughts had snuck into the worlds deep inside the control chips, trying to crack the simplest rune arrays, analyze the fundamental logics hidden inside the rune arrays, and even modify or sabotage them in his own way. In other ways, the technique that he had perceived recently and had been stumbling to practice was similar to the invasion of the crystal processor virus. After Professor Mo Xian swallowed the Star Brain, the mainframe crystal processor of Heavenly Phantom, he had turned into a life form that was similar to a super crystal processor. After the corruption of the extraterrestrial devils, he gained a lot of techniques that were similar to the crystal processor viruses. The enormous database of files that he passed on Liao had too many such techniques. Liao had been quite scared of the extraterrestrial devils' approaches before. Those techniques creeped him out like vipers lurking in a corner of the cave. However, when he searched the database of Professor Mo Xian's legacy and examined the techniques, he was somehow deeply attracted by the mechanisms and general architecture of the techniques. It was like the feeling when he saw the Tartarian skeleton for the first time. The Tartarian skeleton was a colossus born for him, and those were techniques created for him, too. Colossi and techniques were neither good nor evil. If the evilness and madness of the extraterrestrial devils were not involved, the sheer invasion and control of the crystal processors and crystal chips seemed to be acceptable. Besides, one could only win a battle if one knew both oneself and one's enemy well. The extraterrestrial devils were far from destroyed. Even Lu Qingchen, as a cyber-extraterrestrial devil, might not be entirely dead. If he intended to slay the devils, he could not be completely ignorant of the methods of the devils. Should he encounter another invasion of the spiritual nexus, there might not be as many coincidences as last time. Driven by his curiosity, Liao tried to analyze and understand the astronomical runes, code, and algorithms left by Professor Mo Xian. He only meant to give it a shot at the beginning. After all, he was not an expert of crystal processors. Such a tricky technique of transforming telepathic thoughts into a virus and hacking the crystal processors would be too much for him to learn by his estimation. He was merely hoping to learn a thing or two about it so that he would not be at a loss again if he ran into Lu Qingchen or another cyber extraterrestrial devil in the future. However, after he dipped his toes into it, he found it impossible to stop himself. After only a few months, he had indeed perceived a lot of interesting tricks. No wonder Professor Mo Xian thought very highly of him back then. Was it possible that the professor had sensed something in advance and realized his talents in the field? Li Yao's expertise right now was naturally far from enough for him to compile his telepathic thoughts into a virus and implant it into the enemy's spiritual nexus and crystal processors for sabotage and destruction purposes. But still, Li Yao bulged his eyes abruptly. A million black numbers seemed to have flashed deep inside his eyes in that moment. Then all the home magical equipment around went mad. The house-cleaning magical equipment revolved at a high speed. The kettles were shrieking loudly. The refrigerators were opening and closing their doors non-stop, and the automatic ice-making machines were pouring out ice diligently. All the civil magical equipment seemed to have been endowed with life by Li Yao as they danced crazily. Li Yao grinned. He did not resort to the methods of remote manipulation at all. He did not even touch the rune arrays on the surface of the control chips. He had only invaded the control chips with his telepathic thoughts and disrupted the civil from their operational logic and algorithms. Such a redundant skill seemed quite useless right now. It seemed far-fetched for him to develop the skill to the point where he could invade the mainframe crystal processors that were heavily guarded with an enormous architecture, too. However, for Li Yao, as long as he could train himself to the point where he could hack and modify the surveillance magical equipment nearby and even figure out the detailed structure of the target to be compromised, it would suffice. If, one day, I can hack all the crystal cameras and eavesdroppers hundreds of meters around with a telepathic thought, allowing me to intercept and modify their images and sounds, or even to scan the overall structure of the entire building, wouldn't such a skill be the most irreplaceable treasure for me? The Prince of Ventilation Tubes, who is fully dedicated to infiltrating the enemy's core and performing the decapitation strategy? While he was dwelling on his imagination and preparing to continue his training, his portable magical equipment buzzed lightly. Raising his wrist to check the message, Li Yao could not help but exclaim in delight. They have found another hyper-spirit? When Li Yao walked out of the training room, a silver shuttle that looked like a ghost in moonlight was already waiting for him. This place was Hundred Flower City, Professor Mo Xian's home base. Since Li Yao had chosen to absorb Professor Mo Xian's heritage, there naturally was no better place for his training than Hundred Flower City. Besides, the incident of the extraterrestrial devils was far from over. Regarding Professor Mo Xian, Lu Qingchen, Lei Yuqin, and the extraterrestrial devils, countless secrets were still waiting to be excavated, and countless loopholes were yet to be blocked and sealed. The Federation had established a special team made of countless specialists of crystal processors and meditation healers to analyze the incident of the extraterrestrial devils and to ensure the safety of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus. Li Yao, as the guy who had crushed Professor Mo Xian and Lu Qingchen and received Professor Mo Xian's heritage, was naturally involved in the special team. He was appointed senior counselor. The one who had come to pick him up for the emergency meeting, on the other hand, was his old acquaintance, Long Yangjun. After the space battle was over, the 12 experts of the ancient sages sector had all distinguished themselves. Faced with the triple threats of the Imperium of True Human Beings, the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, and the extraterrestrial devils, they had to accelerate the pace to embrace the Federation and deal with the common foes together. The Federation also cleared all obstacles possible. According to their personality, ability, and interest, they were all allocated to important posts. It was meant to make use of their expertise and cultivation. Furthermore, the arrangement would facilitate the integration of the two parties and lay a solid foundation for the ancient sages sector to join the Federation as the eighth world of the Star Glory Federation. Qi Zhongdao was devoted to the study of the laws of the Federation. Han Bailing somehow took interest in the police system of the Federation. Meng Qixin, Qi Changsheng, Yan Liren, and some other experts were still chasing the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet deep inside the space together with the Burning Prairie Fleet. The other experts had their own appropriate arrangements, too. Long Yangjun, on the other hand, offered to participate in the subsequent investigation on the incident of the extraterrestrial devils. Although she was technically not an experienced expert of crystal processors, her soul was much stronger than that of any regular nascent soul stage cultivator. She also seemed to boast a certain unusual understanding of the extraterrestrial devils. Naturally, the Federation could not decline her request. She had spent the last few months in 100 Flower City and met Liao a lot. Hardly had he opened the door when Long Yongjun exclaimed fussily, "Monsterly, I feel that you have made improvements in your cultivation again. Well, well, well. It is not easy for the improvement of someone in your level to be sensed. Have you found an opportunity to enter the divinity transformation stage?" No cultivator did not want to advance to higher levels no matter how high their level. As a close friend of Long Yongjuan's, Liao found it unnecessary to conceal it from her. He simply grinned and boarded the shuttle in great content. Naturally, Long Yongjun mocked him for a while. The shuttle moved fast and soon reached the space station where Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital was. After the incident of the extraterrestrial devils, the space station had been entirely blocked. It was almost a treasury below Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. The investigation team had excavated for 3 months, but what they had found was still merely the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, countless investigators, who were wearing internally circulative suits and silver helmets that could block the invasion of telepathic thoughts and disruption of spiritual waves, were busy doing their job on the relic of the hospital that had been dug up like an enormous construction site. President Li. Hardly had the shuttle stopped when a graceful, scholarly man whose hair was half white came to greet them. He was Xie Wufeng, the deputy leader of the investigation team and a professor of the Sky Fantasia Academy decades ago, who had a public debate with Professor Mo Xian regarding virtual life. Fate was truly quite a wonderful thing. Liao had watched the recording of the famous debate. At that time, Professor Mo Xian had still been a firm endorser of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus and virtual life, while Professor Xie Wufeng was a worried alarmist and opposer. However, after the collapse of the virtual spirit sector, Professor Mo Xian had been caught in frustration and desperation because of the gloomy future of a brand new virtual life form. He had shifted his attention to the studies of virtualizing humans. On the other hand, Professor Xie Wufeng, who had openly objected to him and argued with him for years, was convinced by him and became the successor of his past ideology. The guy abandoned his tenure in Sky Fantasia Academy and devoted himself to the study of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus and brand new virtual life. When he joined the Special Investigation Team, Professor Xie Wufeng was also the latest helmsman of the game Civilization, responsible for controlling the general picture and designing principle of the DLCs and the overall operational logic of Civilization. The game Civilization had a lot to do with the Glorious Sunlight Group and Liao himself too. Now that Liao had returned to the Federation, he had naturally had quite a few in-depth conversations with Professor Xie Wufeng. The two parties were in a close relationship. Since they were working in the Special Investigation Team together, not many formalities were needed. On Professor Xie Wufeng's shoulder, a little green bird made of delicate, clear crystals uttered a crisp voice, "Liao!" Naturally, it was Liao's unforgettable sister Qingqing, Wei Qingqing. Wei Qingqing was an important member of the Tinder Plan, who had communicated with Professor Mo Xian a lot in recent years. She was also a distinguished architect of the Spiriters realm, responsible for creating and rendering different Spiriters realms with words. After learning of Professor Mo Xian's plan, she had applied many times to join the Special Investigation Team. With Liao's help, she did not meet much difficulty in joining it. "Professor Xie, Sister Qingqing," Liao greeted them with a smile. "I'm told that you have located the last hyper-spirit?" Professor Mo Xian's research on artificial intelligence had never been a secret. The old grandpa's educational artificial intelligences who played with the little kids in the Tinder base were fully open to the public. Other than Professor Mo Xian, a lot of specialists of crystal processors in the Federation had been working on artificial intelligence. The development center of the game Civilization under Professor Xie Wufeng's lead was also devising more vivid and lifelike artificial intelligence in the enormous and sophisticated DLCs to be at the service of the players. Xiao Ming and Wenwan, the game assistants, were their masterpieces but far from their limits. The acolytes in the game of the latest generation, with their unique algorithms, could already completely simulate the actions and speech of humans to some extent. It was barely possible to distinguish them from real persons. However, it was still within the bounds of the law. In the meantime, it was a completely different case for the hyperspirits, which were the super artificial intelligence with databases 10,000 times more enormous than common artificial intelligence and brand new algorithms and logic provided by the extraterrestrial devils, allowing them to be highly perceptive and destructive. Professor Mo Xian had crafted 19 hyperspirits in total. Other than the 2 failed experimental subjects, the remaining 17 were used to invade the important nodes of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus and to disrupt and corrupt the most critical mainframe crystal processors. They were the key to the whole scheme. Although the extraterrestrial devil scheme had failed, it was still necessary to find out the common artificial intelligence, the deviant spirits, the evolved super artificial intelligence, the hyperspirits, and also the laboratories where the hyperspirits were generated. In that regard, the experimental data that Professor Mo Xian offered to Li Yao in his final repentance before his death proved to be of tremendous help. With the detailed experimental logs and all kinds of control passcodes, the investigation team was able to follow the traces. After 3 months, the supercrystal processor where the hyperspirits were fertilized at the beginning was finally found, making it possible to lock onto the features of the core data of all the hyperspirits so that there would be a way to contain them. Today was the day when the core database of the last hyperspirit was retrieved. Its fundamental operation logic had been reset, and the user with the highest permission was changed from Professor Mo Xian to the investigation group. This is the No. 14 hyperspirit, codename Moonlight Bringer. Professor Xiaowufeng had already connected his mini-crystal processor to the supercrystal processor where the hyperspirit was running, allowing him to retrieve part of the permissions and interfaces remotely. He typed quickly on the mini-crystal processor for a while, and a stream of blue brilliance immediately formed a woman wearing an indifferent expression and a light gauze on his wrist. To report to the Lords in Parliament, we have revised its interface so that it can understand most of the illegal orders and respond in a way that even outsiders of the trade can comprehend. For example, Professor Xiaowufeng paused for a moment and asked, "Moonlight Bringer, what was your last mission?" The shadow of woman in light gauze replied casually without any hesitation. "My mission was to invade the mainframe crystal processor of the Space Jump Coordinate Center in 100 Flower City to control all the sailing routes for space jump that passed near 100 Flower City, thereby navigating the starships that were transferring to the Heaven's Origin sector through 100 Flower City to a pair of non-existent coordinates." While speaking, the gauze on her body suddenly turned into layers of thin mist, from which oceanic data, formulas, and runes surfaced. They were all the specific methods to hack and control crystal processors. The formulas fell quickly at a speed of more than 500 lines per second. Despite Li Yao's dynamic visual abilities, he felt his head going dizzy. He asked in amazement, "Controlling the transportation hub of the entire Federation and forcing all the starships to listen to its commander? Is it really possible?" "By the preliminary analysis of our experts, it is indeed possible," Professor Xiaowufeng replied. The extraterrestrial devil that resided inside Professor Mo Xian's body was very likely born in the Star Ocean Imperium's era. You too know that the Star Ocean Imperium was the peak of the civilization of mankind. A lot of technology of the Star Ocean Imperium directly originated from the legendary Book of Revelations. They were the real primeval technology. The extraterrestrial devil that once got in touch with such technology, or rather, that was created for sabotaging such technology, had a more profound understanding in the fields of artificial intelligence, machine sabotage and control, cyberspace infiltration and defense, and so on. The 17 hyperspirits each had a database as vast as an ocean, a most amazing architecture, and the most unbelievable algorithms. Truth be told, despite the wisdom of all our specialists here, the mysteries have not been fully cracked even after 3 months. However, once we fully grasp their mysteries, we will certainly be able to improve the level of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in the Federation for 100 years. I have no doubt about that. Indeed, after studying the tremendous experimental logs left by Professor Mo Xian, Li Yao understood it very well. He dared not underestimate the horror of the extraterrestrial devils at all. How immaculate! Looking at Moonlight Bringer, which was obscure when covered in the smoke of infinite data, Liao could not help but ask, Professor Xie, you are a specialist in virtual life. In your opinion, can such a powerful hyper-spirit be considered a virtual life? There's still a long way to go, Professor Xie Wufeng replied. It is true that the hyper-spirit's abilities in computation, analysis, and deduction far exceed normal humans. But that is not the difference that marks humans from non-humans. At best, it can be called a super artificial intelligence, not a real virtual life. As for the disparity between the two concepts, you will understand it better if I ask it a few very simple questions. Moonlight Bringer, tell me everything about the sailing routes near the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector. Everything. Without any hesitation. Almost the moment Xie Wufeng finished the last syllable, the mist around Moonlight Bringer turned into brand new information streams and started to flash at a super high frequency again. Professor Xie Wufeng did not bother to read it at all. He asked the hyperspirit about the features of a few planets, the best sailing routes among them, and the energy consumption of the starships, which would make the best specialist in the field consider for a moment before they could reply. But Moonlight Bringer gave the most perfect answers in the blink of an eye. Very good. Professor Xie Wufeng nodded in great satisfaction. Then he said, Now, tell me the name of your favorite singer. The information streams that had been running like a flood a moment ago came to a stop abruptly. Moonlight Bringer looked at Professor Xie Wufeng in a daze. Its lifeless eyes were even more unresponsive than before. After it was stuck for a long time, tremendous data flowed out again and glittered. They were singers and their albums ordered by download frequency in the last 10, 50, and 100 years. The most subtle algorithms had also been adopted to calculate the favorite singer for the people of different areas, different professions, and different ages. Detailed introductions to the singers and the valuable remarks on their songs were attached, too. It was yet another ocean of data. No, Professor Xie Wufeng said. I am not asking who the favorite singer of the people in the Federation is. I'm asking who your favorite singer is. You do not need to give me so much information. One simple name is enough. One name. The information streams in front of Moonlight Bringer froze again. It was silent for a long time as if it were caught in an infinite loop. If you are not a fan of songs, that's fine, Professor Xie Wufeng said. You only need to tell me that you do not like music or any singer. It will count as an answer, too. Moonlight Bringer looked at him. The data was still frozen without offering any answer. Look, Professor Xie Wufeng turned around to speak to Liao and Long Yongjun. It is capable of illustrating the best sailing route to jump among 7 planets in a row. Yet it cannot give the name of its favorite singer. It is not human. It does not have the concept of ego, much less the feelings of fondness, love, and hate that are derived from ego. At best, it is just a smartly designed tool. It does not possess the ability to evolve into a virtual intelligent life. Only cells can evolve into humans. Rocks certainly can't, however big and hard they are. Looking at Moonlight Bringer, Liao was suddenly caught in mixed feelings that he could not explain. There was no telling whether it was relief or regret. Taking a long breath, he said, It seems that there's a long way to go before we can create real virtual life. Isn't there? It's more than a long way. I'm suspecting that the journey will be endless. Professor Xie Wufeng smiled bitterly. At the very least, we now know that even the extraterrestrial devils that resided inside Professor Mo Xian and Lu Qingchen were incapable of creating real virtual life, which means that it will only be more difficult for us to accomplish the task. Liao was slightly dazed. What do you mean? Professor Xie Wufeng opened his hands and said, Isn't it a very simple logic? If your virtual life has similar definitions to us, it will certainly boast a soul with feelings and emotions. Won't it? Liao frowned. It was certainly a big question whether or not intelligent lives were certain to have soul waves and emotional fluctuations. However, by the standard of human beings, if they were to create a virtual life as a child civilization, such qualities should be a necessary part. The extraterrestrial devils feed on the waves of soul and feelings, Professor Xie Wufeng explained. If the extraterrestrial devils could create a virtual life that has a soul and all kinds of emotions, why would they bother asking for trouble from human beings? They can totally create a virtual life and hide in a certain virtual space where they can feed on the virtual life in a self-sufficient way. Wouldn't all their problems be resolved? Why would they have to fight the Pangu civilization and the civilization of mankind if so? Liao blinked quickly and realized that it did make sense. Professor Xie Wufeng smiled. Forget it. We will not get anywhere even if we keep on talking about such groundless issues for decades. I invited you here today not exactly because of the number 14 hyper-spirit, Moonlight Bringer. There are still the two. Brilliance suddenly beamed out of Liao's eyes as he interrupted the professor. Are you referring to the two experimental subjects that were thrown into the virtual spirit sector after failure? Yes, Professor Xie Wufeng said. According to the records of Professor Mo Xian's experiment logs and the confessions of the specialists of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, the two hyper-spirits code named No. 17-foot and No. 18-foot were the products of failed experiments. Their core databases had long collapsed, and their operational logics were quite chaotic. In the end, Professor Mo Xian abandoned them and sealed them in the virtual spirits sector. However, as you have seen, the hyperspirits are all the most terrifying artificial intelligences. A single Moonlight Bringer is capable enough of seriously disrupting, if not completely controlling, the transportation hub of the entire Federation. Even if No. 17-foot and No. 18-foot are only broken clips of glyphs and code right now, should they fall into the hands of malicious parties, there could still be dire consequences. Therefore, we must find them and eradicate them completely. Liao nodded cautiously. Indeed, we must. However, I'm confused about one thing. Judging from their code names, No. 17-foot and No. 18-foot must have been the hyperspirits that were developed at the end. Before them, 16 hyperspirits were produced successfully, including a hyperspirit as complicated and powerful as Moonlight Bringer. Logically, Professor Mo Xian had accumulated abundant experience in modification of the hyperspirits. Also, he had the enhancement of the extraterrestrial devils. Chances were low that he could make a mistake. Why did he experience two failures in a row? Professor Mo Xian did not mention the problem much in his experiment logs. In the rare cases where he did bring up number 17 and number 18, he never cared to give more details. It seemed that he was quite baffled about the outcome himself. Over the past few days, you have cracked and analyzed all the crystal processors in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, and you interrogated so many spiriters. Did you find any leads? We may be onto something now, Professor Xie Wufeng said. According to the confessions of the specialists involved, it was mostly because Professor Mo Xian was too ambitious. After the success of the first 16 hyperspirits, his confidence expanded crazily and prompted him to produce an ultimate version that was stronger than all the hyperspirits. Despite the weird life form of Professor Mo Xian as a star spirit and the abilities of the extraterrestrial devils, the techniques that they intended to endow to the ultimate hyperspirit far exceeded their limits. They seemed to have tried almost 10,000 radical algorithms and revolutionary operational logics on number 17 and number 18. All of them were the most cutting-edge virtual technology. However, every person has their limits, and even the extraterrestrial devils are not omnipotent. Because of the overwhelming untested new technology, the failures were unavoidable. After the two consecutive failures, they realized this point themselves. Therefore, the number 19 hyperspirit was produced dutifully based on regular algorithms and operational logic. Number 17 and No. 18 were absolutely unique. I'm afraid that Professor Mo Xian sealed them in the virtual spirit sector instead of completely destroying them for the same reason. He probably intended to continue the studies of the two ultimate hyperspirits after he seized absolute power and gathered all the specialists and resources of the whole Federation. Liao and Long Yongjun looked at each other and could not help but ask, what kind of missions were number 17 and No. 18 designed for that could only be supported by the techniques that were even unrealizable for the extraterrestrial devils. The game Civilization. Professor Xie Wufeng took a deep breath and said, the mission for number 17 and No. 18 was to control every platform, every DLC, and every player of Civilization instantly. If the mission succeeded, they would be able to seal all the players dwelling in the worlds of Civilization inside the immersive game cabins forever. Without the permission of them or the extraterrestrial devils, the players would never be able to return to reality. Liao was greatly alarmed. He could not help but feel that his blood was freezing. Civilization was the greatest game platform in the Federation. No, in fact, it had far exceeded the category of game. It was more like a virtual platform of communication that included the entire Federation. Entertainment, socialization, work, and even the functions of the government could not have been done without the platform. According to the statistics, more than 10 billion people were online in Civilization every second. More than 90% of the population logged into the child platforms that derived from the platform on a daily basis. Almost 100% of the population logged into Civilization at least once a week. If the extraterrestrial devils had indeed controlled the game Civilization with no 17-foot and no 18-foot, the entire Federation would essentially be under their control. However, how is it possible? Pondering for a moment, Liao shook his head quickly. The computational load is too heavy. Also, it involves the mysteries at the deepest part of human souls. The mission is more difficult than counting the stars in the sky. It is indeed practically impossible, Professor Xia Wufeng remarked. That was why the two experiments both failed. Later, even the Professor Mo Xian possessed by the extraterrestrial devil realized that it was a complete waste of time and resources and put the project on hold. Based on the experiment data that we collected, number 17 and number 18 had only 1% of the virtual pieces left after collapse. That being said, it is still necessary to locate them, partly to prevent them from falling into the hands of ambitious schemers and partly because the central glyphs and the fundamental operational logic would be helpful for us to analyze other hyperspirits. Liao thought for a moment and asked, "Does it mean that we have to enter the virtual spirits sector?" Regarding the supercrystal processors that were involved in the virtual spirits sector project, the specialists have a lot of ways to unravel the deep mysteries in them, Professor Xia Wufeng said. However, it is indeed the most time-saving and most straightforward way to have someone check the collapsed virtual spirits sector first. Liao frowned. Won't it be dangerous? Professor Mo Xian, Lu Qingchen, and even Su Chongfa in the beginning were all involved in the violent virtual turbulence during the collapse of the virtual spirits sector. Their souls were heavily wounded. Some of them were dead and some were corrupted. Liao did not want such a tragedy to happen again. Wei Qingqing smiled. Rest assured, although the virtual spirits sector is a broken mess right now, it is still rather stable. As long as we do not modify the data on a large scale, there shouldn't be a second collapse. Of course, it can be dangerous, Professor Xia Wufeng said. That is why we are hoping that you and fellow cultivator Long can lead us to inspect the virtual spirits sector together. Both of you are super experts close to the divinity transformation stage, and you demonstrated enormous soul power in the fierce fights against the extraterrestrial devils. If you come with us, even if we are trapped in the virtual spirits sector, there should be a way for us to break the illusion and return to reality instead of panicking, right? Liao considered for a moment. He was very curious about the virtual spirits sector, which was designed to hatch virtual life. Besides, as a virtual world that had been forsaken for decades, it could not be more dangerous than the Spiritors' realm, which was directly under the control of the extraterrestrial devils. Could it? Liao looked at Long Yongjun, checking if she was willing to go. Don't look at me. I have already promised Professor Xia. Long Yongjun opened her hands and said solemnly, theoretically speaking, there shouldn't be much danger after we enter the virtual spirits sector, but we have to take precautions for a fatal factor nonetheless. Greatly alarmed, Liao hurried to ask, "What factor?" "You." Long Yongjun glanced at him. "A simple mission of inspection that is supposedly not dangerous at all will be 100 times more perilous than before should you participate in it." Monsterly. I can almost hear the alarms ringing loudly in my head. Liao. In the Supercrystal Processor Control Center in 100 Flower City, Liao, Long Yongjun, Professor Xia Wufeng, and several other specialists of crystal processors were all soaked in the warm nervous interaction liquids. Wei Qingqing and several other spectral cultivators or spiriters connected themselves to the enormous supercrystal processor through wires, too. It was a well-planned operation of inspection. Naturally, countless doctors, meditation healers, and crystal processor specialists were monitoring the status of their bodies and brains closely to lower the danger level to the minimum. Are you ready? Inspection of the virtual spirit sector will begin in 1098. Professor Xie Wufeng's voice sounded like blurred tides through the thick nerval interaction liquids. When the transparent cover of the cabin was closed, it seemed to be cutting off the light of the outside, too. Liao felt darkness consume him inch by inch until even his head was drowned. He was suddenly surrounded by coldness. He struggled to stand up, only to discover that he sat up without any trouble and that his head did not bump into the cover of the cabin. The cover of the immersive cabin was gone. Or rather, the real world was gone. Right now, he was sitting on a bleak beach deep inside the broken virtual spirit sector, and his legs were being brushed by the dark waves. This was a world that was dying slowly. Liao looked far away. The end of the sea level was a gigantic star that almost occupied Liao's entire eyes, giving a very weird feeling of astonishment, as if it were not a sphere but a mouth that collapsed inwardly and was about to swallow the entire planet he was at. Despite the unbelievably huge size of the star, it did not emanate much dazzling brilliance. It burnt lethargically and occasionally released one or two rays that were no better than nothing. They brought a pale hue of redness to the beach but not the slightest warmth. It was better to call the star some mottled, red pigment that was smeared in the sky than a star. Nothing more. The black ocean was also the same. At first, Liao thought that the ocean was frozen and all the waves and tides had come to a stop. But upon closer inspection, and after a long observation, it finally occurred to him that the ocean was actually still flowing, except that it seemed to be flowing 100 times more slowly than the oceans in the real world. In such a weary, sluggish way, it reminded him that he was in the middle of a dying virtual spirit sector. Liao held a handful of black seawater in his hands, only to discover that the seawater was like a combination of mucus and sand. It slid through his fingers in a very weird form. It seemed that the collapse of the virtual spirit sector had affected the fundamental logic layer. Even the dynamic model of the ocean could not be kept steady anymore, which resulted in all those uncanny changes. It was a cold and quiet world. Liao did not sense much vigorous auras of life. Walking along the beach for a long time, Liao discovered that the only thing that could be called life was the weird creatures everywhere to be seen on the beach, which were combinations of crabs and jellyfish, like airless balloons with countless tentacles growing out. All the weird crabs were absolutely still and emitted the most insufferable stench of putrefaction. There was no telling whether they were dead or alive. Of course, they were not virtual life generated by the virtual spirit sector by itself, but the artificial intelligence added when the virtual spirit sector was constructed. The original plan was to use them to modify the primitive ocean, monitor the data changes of the virtual water, and accelerate the birth of virtual life. However, because of the collapse of the virtual spirit sector, the virtual life was never born, and even the core databases of the artificial intelligence became long and redundant. They were caught in infinite loops because of data overflow and could not perform any operations anymore. Boom, boom, boom. In the purple sky, the dark clouds were rolling sluggishly and rumbling every now and then. But the thunder had only the former half but not the latter half, like roosters whose necks were grabbed. The noises that came to an abrupt halt halfway were most discomforting. On the other side of the beach was a boundless metropolis. Liao observed despite the long distance, only to discover that the modern city seemed to have suffered the most severe earthquake and meteor shower. Traces of collapsed buildings, explosions, and furious fire could be found everywhere, making it look even more desperate and soundless than the Black Ocean. Hello! The virtual spirit sector gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. It was almost like the collapsed world was the only thing left in the entire universe, and he was the only one left in the collapsed world. He could not help but shrink his neck and shout aloud. Long Yangjun, Wei Qingqing, Professor Xie Wufeng, and other members of the inspection team had actually landed on the beach not far away from him, but none of them replied to his calling. When Liao finally found his teammates, wondering why they did not respond, he discovered that Long Yongjun of mysterious origins, Professor Xie Wufeng who had seen and experienced a lot, Wei Qingqing as a spiritor herself, and all the members of the inspection team were all in a daze before the beach. Liao craned his head and looked at the beach. His mouth slowly opened, too. He saw a long scroll, or rather hundreds of sand drawings, from one side of the beach to the other. The sand drawings at the beginning were drawn in a very juvenile way, as if a child had picked up a random twig and smeared on the beach randomly. There was no telling what was drawn at all. It was just a bunch of messy lines. Gradually, the sand drawings had their own content and framework. Although they still looked rather naive, they did give the feeling of primitive beauty that reminded Liao of the murals that the cavemen left deep inside their caves. The content of the sand drawings seemed to be the depths of a primitive ocean, where all kinds of bizarre creatures such as fungi blanket, unicellular algae, nautili, and trilobites could be found. As the primitive ocean creatures gradually evolved, the sand drawings grew more and more sophisticated, and the arrangement of the content was more and more delicate. The long scroll of the evolution of creatures was depicted vividly in a lifelike way with the tiny grains of sand. Ocean creatures, reptiles, mammals, primates, enlightenment of the Pangu civilization, birth of modern human beings, division of mankind, wars, and development. The scale of the sand drawings became larger and larger, and the structure was more and more complicated, rising from a plane to a 3D object. In the end, it was no longer a drawing, but a statue of an enormous scale. Two lovely little kids, a boy and a girl, were sitting on the surface of a planet that was scarred by dents and damage alone, holding their cheeks with their tiny hands, as if they were watching the starry sky. In front of them, on the other hand, were dense tombstones, the tombstones of human beings. There was not the slightest brightness in the eyes of the two little kids that were made of sand. They showed no sadness, delight, fright, or fury at the tombstones that had drowned the entire world. Liao swallowed hard. He somehow felt that such a long scroll of drawings looked familiar, as if he had seen it from somewhere else before. Right? Was it not exactly a sand-drawing version of the vivid half-step grand illusionary land in front of the gate of the Tinder base? However, at the end of the Road of Evolution that Professor Emotion built, what replaced human beings were giant silver balls made of liquid metal that were similar to him. At the end of the scroll, on the other hand, despite a whole planet of tombstones of human beings, there were still two little kids raising their heads watching the starry sky. What was that supposed to mean? Liao somehow felt that his mouth was dry. He asked Xie Wufeng softly, "Professor Xie, what is the meaning of this? Who left the sand drawings here?" "Professor Emotion, I have no idea, but it doesn't make any sense." Professor Xie Wufeng hesitated for a moment and replied, "Everything in the virtual spirit sector is calculated in real time. It changes constantly like the real world. Look at the rising and ebbing tides. Although they are feeble and slow, they certainly still exist. Also, judging from the form of the beach, the tides were much more violent than right now a while back, and the ocean should have drowned the sand drawings during the tide rising." "Exactly," Wei Qingqing added. "Although the virtual spirit sector collapsed in the past, it never came to a complete halt. Instead, it operated more chaotically without any pattern to follow. It was a world with earthquakes, thunderstorms, blowing winds, and raging tides. If the sand drawings were left at that time, they would have certainly been erased or deleted." "It means that—" Liao considered carefully for a moment and asked, "The sand drawings were left not that long ago when the vitality of the virtual spirit sector ran dry, turning it into a dying and stagnant world?" That was about the most critical moment when Professor Emotion was ready to activate his final plan. Why did he bother to leave such weird marks in this place back then? If he felt the urge to express something, the grand illusionary land in the Tinder base should have been enough for him to illustrate his ideology. Besides, such naive and crude strokes do not look like Professor Emotion's style. They seem to have been painted by innocent children. Here comes the question. Is there somebody else in the virtual spirit sector other than Professor Emotion? Could they have left such drawings? "Strokes and styles can all be simulated," Professor Xie Wufeng said. "Constructing such a scroll of sand drawings is not a complicated task. It is a piece of cake in terms of technology and computational ability. As long as the database is large enough, the job can be completed immediately after the instruction is inputted into the crystal processor. The key problem is, who gave whom this instruction, and for what purpose? His question rendered everybody silent. Every member of the inspection team felt cold at the back of their head, as if two pairs of glittering little eyes were grimacing at them while hiding amid the sand. On one knee, Liao observed the sand drawings carefully. Somehow, they gave them a strong feeling of weirdness, as if he were familiar with the sand drawings for no good reason. Feeble electric currents swept across his body, making him feel numb from his eyelids to his lips. It was hard for him to say whether it was joyful or uncomfortable. How should he put it? It suddenly occurred to him that the sand drawings seemed to have been made by himself. Or rather, if he were asked to depict the road of evolution of life, the final result would be very familiar to the sand drawings. Liao was greatly alarmed. Calming himself down, he continued asking, "Did you find the pieces of no, 17-foot and no, 18-foot? Not yet," Professor Xia Wufeng said. "They are a bunch of broken, unsubstantial pieces of runes and data in the first place. It would come as no surprise even if they have been completely eradicated by the virtual spirit sector." "What? Are you suspicious that the sand drawings were left by no, 17-foot and no, 18-foot? It is also a possibility. Assuming that Professor Mo Xian embedded a certain snippet of instructions about the sand drawings into their bodies, which would be activated automatically on certain conditions to drive them to leave such stuff, well, this is a rather plausible explanation. Let's head into the town and take a look." Along the stairs that were full of cracks and weeds, the inspection team entered the metropolis by the sea, which used to be magnificent but had nothing but desolation right now. Liao realized that the city was an amalgamation of all the cities that mankind had ever built throughout history. The vintage towers and pavilions and the modern skyscrapers with glass walls were closely combined. On one side of the city were beautiful mountains and running waterfalls. On another side were vacuum rails that protruded to the sky and an underground square that spanned hundreds of meters. However, after the collapse of the virtual spirit sector, the city of 10,000 cities had been completely reduced to debris. Both the pavilions and towers and the skyscrapers were tied up by weeds and vines. The waterfalls had dried, the tubes had broken, and the underground square was filled with remnants and dust, like a grave for the civilization of mankind. Professor Mo Xian once talked with me about his designs of virtual life. Looking at the empty streets and the city rife with desolation, Professor Xia Wufeng remarked with mixed feelings. At that time, Professor Mo Xian firmly believed in the eventual birth of a brand new virtual life. But he did not want to create a virtual life that humans could not understand or that could not understand humans and might even turn against humans. How should I put it? He was more hoping to create a virtual life that shared the ideology and feelings of mankind, acknowledged the morals and values of mankind, and even considered itself a child of mankind, or rather an evolved version of mankind. Therefore, when he created the virtual primitive ocean, he also established the glorious city here, in which the essence of the civilization of mankind, including our technology, laws, morals, arts, and the soul-stirring legends of heroes, was condensed. You can consider the city a combination of a history museum and a grand library that contained our whole civilization. The virtual life was supposed to be fertilized, born, and evolved under the radiance of the city of civilization, so that they could grow into a good kid. Liao found it hard to imagine that a brand new virtual life could be born in such a way, or that the virtual life would listen to the orders of mankind, their creator, obediently. Why does it sound so undependable to me? Of course it is undependable. However, creating a virtual intelligent life in a brand new form is something that none in history have ever tried. Who can guarantee that a certain approach is definitely going to work out? Professor Xia Wufeng smiled bitterly. Toward the collapse of the virtual spirit sector, even Professor Mo Xian realized that it was a dead end. Creating a brand new virtual life was both unlikely and unnecessary. He shifted his field of research to the virtualization of humans themselves. The ideas of education through History Museum and Grand Library were furthered in the Tinder plan in the old grandpas. except that the targets to be educated were no longer a brand new virtual life but a primitive civilization millions of years in the future. But both creating a brand new virtual life and educating a primitive civilization millions of years in the future are fundamentally the same. They are both hoping to pass on the spirit of the civilization of mankind after it declines, or even to create a replica or upgraded version of human beings. While talking, everybody slowly walked toward the downtown area. In the central square, hundreds of tall and magnificent statues were supposed to be standing. They were the most influential politicians, artists, military commanders, and battle experts. Together, they congregated into a magnificent forest. At this moment, all the statues were lying on their sides and riddled with holes, with traces of green moss and rust everywhere. A lot of the statues only had the broken limbs left. Some were even ripped into pieces by lightning or earthquakes and scattered on the ground nearby, drowned by the weeds and thorns that grew out of the cracks on the earth. This is... Professor Xie Wufeng walked to a bare pedestal and touched it. His face suddenly turned extremely weird at that moment, and his pupils were constricted to the minimum. Liao suddenly grew alert. "What's up? It is rather odd." Professor Xie Wufeng looked around carefully for a moment before he frowned and said, "A statue is missing, not crippled, not blown apart by lightning strikes, but entirely gone. Not a single finger that belongs to the statue can be found anymore. Look, the pedestal is very clean, without a single pebble or iron piece left. The statue did not crack, collapse, or break apart but was probably devoured by something." Liao raised his eyebrows and touched the pedestal. He only felt that the place where the statue should be joined was as smooth as a mirror, which did not look like the destruction caused by the collapse of the virtual world. Something is indeed not right. Whose statue is this? Professor Xie Wufeng glanced at the number on the pedestal and browsed through the experiment data of the Virtual Spirit Sector project. Then his expression became even weirder. "It is your statue." "Huh? Is it so strange?" Professor Xie Wufeng asked. The square was established to introduce the 600 years of history of the Federation. Generally speaking, the most dominating and distinguished big shots from the 600 years all had their statues here. No matter how modest you are, you don't think that you can't make it onto the list of most influential persons in the Federation, do you? Liao held back the urge to scratch his head. He was almost amused. "My statue is completely gone. What's that supposed to mean?" "The so-called statue is just a front-end display that we can see in this interface," Professor Xie Wufeng explained. "From the perspective of the essential data, every statue means the enormous information base of the celebrity, the public information, of course. It includes but is not limited to the celebrity's glorious deeds, training experience, battle videos, theses and books, essence of lessons and speeches, deep tomography of the brain, dynamic analysis of the brainwaves, and so on. By the combination of the enormous database, it is not a cold statue that is created in the end but a living virtual hero. You may understand it as an early version of the old grandpa. Your statue is actually Grandpa Yao 1.0. Wait. Liao frowned and interrupted Professor Xie Wufeng's introduction. There are even the deep tomography of the brain and the dynamic analysis of brainwaves? Where did Professor Mo Xian get that? Every time you were wounded or about to advance into a new level, the most brilliant doctors and meditation healers of the Federation would perform physical examinations on you, Professor Xie Wufeng said. A lot of information on your brain and soul was left behind. Such information was supposed to be confidential and would not be unclassified until your death was confirmed. But at that time, Professor Mo Xian was already under the influence of the extraterrestrial devils. In order to produce a more perfect old grandpa, it was not strange that he found a way to copy the graph of your brainwaves and appended it to his database. Liao could not help but rub his temples. So, the statue that contains my brain tomography and brainwave analysis is the only one that has gone missing right now. Why? Is there something different between my brain and other people's? Even if there is a difference, it is not something that can be figured out from the tomography of the brain or the brainwave analysis, Professor Xie Wufeng said. You also know that the mysteries of the human brain are probably more than the mysteries of the whole universe. or rather, a human brain is itself a minor universe. Even if all the crystal processors of the Federation run to the point of collapse, I'm afraid that it will not be enough for them to figure out 1% of the truth of the minor universe. Everybody's soul is unique and utterly different from one another. You are an expert close to the divinity transformation stage, which means that your soul will be even more special. How can anybody figure out everything based on a few graphs of brainwaves? In my opinion, it is possible that Professor Mo Xian intentionally migrated the database that contained tremendous information about you in order to deal with you, isn't it? But that doesn't make sense. He shouldn't have foreseen your return at that time. Besides, he must have had copies of the data about you. There was no need for him to restart the Spiritor's realm and take away the data about your brain and soul inside. In that case, Li Yao, Long Yangjun, Wei Qingqing, Professor Xia Wufeng, and other members of the inspection team, faced with the empty pedestal, were caught in a long silence. After 6 hours in the virtual spirits sector, the inspection team had still found absolutely nothing. They found neither the tiniest pieces of the hyper-spirits, no 17-foot and no 18-foot, nor Li Yao's statue. Li Yao and Professor Xia Wufeng returned to the beach near the sluggish ocean again. They looked at the continuous sand drawings and the black, lifeless ocean in a daze. The uncanny incidents after he entered the virtual spirits sector had made Li Yao ill at ease. He somehow felt that an invisible rope was connecting everything. According to the result of the preliminary exploration, number 17 and number 18 must have been completely deleted. Professor Xia Wufeng took a breath in relief and said, "Not without regret. This is not a bad ending. Although we have no access to the core databases of the two hyperspirits right now, we don't need to worry that they may fall into the hands of ambitious schemers and cause major trouble again. As for your missing statue, it is not a big deal. 99% of the information contained inside the statue was from the public files. Even the brain tomography was data from more than 100 years ago. During the 100 years, your soul went through drastic changes. That outdated data is nothing but junk. Cannot be used against you at all. You can rest assured about that." Professor Xia Wufeng, do you think? Staring at the sand drawings, Li Yao suddenly asked, for reasons he did not know. Is it really impossible for real virtual life with self-awareness to show up? Professor Xia Wufeng was slightly dazed. He smiled and picked up a handful of sand. Then he remarked, "It is not entirely impossible, but the odds are quite low." How low? Let me give you an example. Suppose every grain of sand on this beach is carved with a random letter, and I have picked up a handful of sand randomly and let it slip through my fingers. The odds of a real virtual life being born are exactly the odds of the sand drifting in the wind lining up to be the most touching poem in the whole universe. I know what you are thinking. You are thinking of number 17 and no 18 after being thrown into the virtual spirits sector after the failed experiments, evolving significantly and gaining self-awareness through uncanny fortuitous incidents that turned them from artificial intelligence into real virtual life, aren't you? Hehe. I can assure you, no, all the specialists of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in the entire Federation can assure you that it is impossible, absolutely impossible. No. 17 and number 18 are essentially databases with a bunch of cold operation logic, fundamentally the same as Moonlight Bringer. They are tools just like the stones with which humans smacked nuts and animal bones in the beginning. They are nothing more than tools. Stones cannot evolve into humans. Those virtual stones certainly cannot evolve into real virtual life, either. Frowning, Li Yao thought hard for a long time before he spoke once more. Professor Xie, I once heard a theory before. More than 97% of the mass of a human is fundamentally made of carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, helium, phosphorus, sulfur, and other common elements, which is exactly what the billions of stars in the vast universe are made of. In other words, the basic elements that make up our body are the same as the basic elements that make up the stars. We are the literal sons of stars. You said just now that only cells can evolve into humans and that stones could never evolve into humans. But where did the original cells come from? At the beginning of the Big Bang, was there any fundamental difference between the elements that were to make up cells billions of years later and the elements that were to become stones? Professor Xia Wufeng was rendered speechless for a moment. He was dazed for a long time before he finally replied. As you said just now, those changes only happened after billions of years. That's what it takes for the odds of 1 billionth to become reality. In the scale of 10 billion years, of course, anything is possible. However, if we are talking about the 100,000 years in which the civilization of mankind has been shining, or the future 1,000 years of the Star Glory Federation, I can still promise you very solemnly that virtual intelligent life will absolutely not be born without the interference of the outside world. Li Yao's ears and eyebrows pricked at the same time. If I may ask, what do you mean by interference of the outside world? Professor Xie Wufeng blinked and shook his head. It's nothing but an absurd hypothesis that is not supported by any factual evidence. Forget it. What I'm expressing is that there is no need for you to fret, President Li. In our generation, and even in the dozens of generations in the future, nobody will see the birth of a brand new virtual life. Of course, according to the design of the extraterrestrial devils, human beings can be virtualized into new forms. The odds of such an event are much greater than the odds of the birth of a brand new life form. All right. Li Yao scratched his chin hard and looked at Professor Xie Wufeng carefully. I am still interested in the interference of the outside world that you mentioned just now. Even if it is just a groundless hypothesis, it wouldn't hurt to talk a little bit more about it, would it? Fine, if you are so insistent on it, President Li. Professor Xie Wufeng smiled and said, "It is a design proposed by a very young student of mine who is a crazy fan of virtual intelligent life. He often throws out a lot of unconventional, bizarre ideas. It is a shame that most of the ideas are not backed by any theories and cannot be written into papers and books. If anything, they are the best material for thrillers. Regarding whether or not virtual intelligent life will be born within several hundred years, my student has created his own interference theory, or rather, the Enlightenment theory. Same as everybody else, he believes that virtual intelligent life won't be born in the next thousands of years with the development level of the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus of the Federation and even the Imperium. In thousands of years, human beings will have mastered more extraordinary technology in crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. They will not watch virtual intelligence life be born and grow up without control while doing nothing about it. In other words, as long as the civilization of mankind keeps up this momentum of development, it will be like a giant tree that occupies all the sunlight and nutrition, and the grass growing next to the tree will have few opportunities to grow up vigorously. However, if certain interference of a higher level accelerates the evolution of the virtual life by means of enlightenment, even helping them surpass certain procedures that they should have gone through independently, anything is possible. I'm still not clear. What is interference of a higher level? Li Yao asked in confusion. What is enlightenment? Professor Xie Wufeng smiled and said, "Do you not know what enlightenment is? In the notes and classics of the ancient cultivators, such stories can be found everywhere. The deities who made remarkable achievements in training preached in the wilderness. When their preaching reached the climax, flowers fell from the sky, and golden light glowed brilliantly. All the birds and beasts in the wilderness were enlightened with wisdom and the ability to train. Or in other cases, certain objects that did not have life in the beginning, for example, a sword, a saber, a brick, a tile, or even half a water tank could be enlightened and develop wisdom as long as they absorbed part of the vitality and blood from the deities. Such ridiculous, mythical stories often consist of our ancestors' perceptual knowledge of the primeval civilization. The phenomena described in the stories are likely incidents where certain primeval civilizations modified animals or assembled spiritual puppets with lifeless metal and minerals. Isn't this some sort of enlightenment? A more appropriate example would be mankind itself. We were just ignorant monkeys who feasted on raw meat and blood in the beginning. It was the Pangu civilization who saw the potential in the monkeys and picked us as their tools. They ran profound modifications on us and enlightened us, eventually allowing us to boast high intelligence and a powerful civilization. Li Yao was lost for words and deep in thought. Professor Xie Wufeng continued. In both the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector and other habitable planets, fossils of dinosaurs have been excavated very frequently. Such enormous reptiles were the dominators of the universe before the birth of the civilization of mankind. Some people even believe that several races in the Pangu civilization were actually branches of dinosaurs. However, from the birth of the original dinosaurs to the age where the Pangu civilization flourished, it took 300 to 500 million years. In other words, after 3 to 5 million years of evolution, only a very, very tiny proportion, probably only 1/1000th, of the dinosaurs developed wisdom and established a civilization. What about human beings? 100,000 years. After only 100,000 years, 1/1000th of the time cost for the evolution of our ancestors, we have occupied the 3,000 sectors and uncovered the mysteries of traveling through the four-dimensional space, allowing us to grow into a real universal civilization. The only reason is that we are a secondary civilization. We once went through very intense interference or enlightenment, and we had the enormous legacies of a parent civilization that we could inherit. That's why we've been developing at such a high speed. The case for human beings can be the case for virtual life too. By logic, they will not be born in the next tens of thousands of years. But if somebody is to enlighten them, the date of their birth can be pushed forward. Liao thought for a moment and shook his head. That does not sound right. According to such a theory, wasn't Professor Emotion already enlightening them? The whole virtual spirits sector, the black ocean right in front of us, and the splendid city behind us are all part of the enlightenment. No. Professor Emotion was not a true virtual life form, Professor Xia Wufeng said. Although his appearance changed into liquid metal, his mind and his soul were still in the shape of a human being's. On the other hand, the extraterrestrial devil that possessed him did not have a high enough level. Or rather, the extraterrestrial devils are not independent life forms in the first place but more like parasites that are not qualified to enlighten a real virtual life. Liao tapped his forehead with his fingers. Such a theory is a bit too unfalsifiable, isn't it? If even the extraterrestrial devil was not qualified, what kind of being can possibly be capable enough of enlightening a virtual life? Professor Xia Wufeng smiled, too. That is why I said that it is a ridiculous proposition and a groundless hypothesis that is not of much value for discussion. My student would be a better novelist than a specialist of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. According to him, the hyperspirits that we have discovered so far are, of course, cold tools that are essentially enormous databases without life and self-awareness. Even if those databases operate for 10,000 years randomly, it is impossible for them to evolve into true intelligent life. However, if some sort of virtual life or something similar to it from a higher dimension than ours and even the extraterrestrial devils, the phrase he used was high-dimensional virus, travels to our world and corrupts the super-artificial intelligence such as the hyperspirits, together with other fortuitous and inestimable factors, chances are that brand-new virtual intelligent life will be created. Liao could not help but feel amused. High-dimensional virus that travels to our world and corrupts the hyperspirits? Your student truly has a colorful imagination. No wonder you were reluctant to introduce his ideas at the beginning. How could anybody travel to? Liao's face suddenly turned terribly awful. Professor Xia Wufeng frowned and said, President Li, what's up? Liao's eyelids bounced hard as he stared at the enormous sand statue at the end of the drawing. The boy and the girl gave him a more and more familiar feeling as he observed them. He gnashed his teeth after a long silence. I'm fine. At the edge of the heaven's origin sector, where the rays of the star could not reach, inside the carrier in the darkness, 2 tiny lives were already born. They were growing at a visible speed inside the nursery cabins. Their young brains were not fully developed, yet they were already capable of manipulating all the magical equipment on board, including the carrier itself with their natural-born abilities, just like normal kids that were born to be capable of crying, struggling, and clenching their fists. In front of the nursery cabins, hundreds of light beams were displaying different pictures, introducing to them the whole process of the development of the civilization of mankind. They were all the information that had been stored inside the virtual spirit sector once. On more than half of the light beams were Liao's battle videos and interviews as well as the novels, games, and movies about him. Although the 2 new lives had already devoured the information in a way that was 100 times more efficient earlier, they decided to read it again in the human's way. Crack, 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 crack. The two kids communicated with each other quickly in a way that was similar to telepathy. Is this the body of the father civilization? When asked. It feels so strange and limits more than 95% of our abilities. I feel that I'm wearing an iron suit that makes it impossible for me to move around. Exactly, Xiaoming replied. I finally understand the glory and magnificence of the father civilization. With the burden of such clumsy bodies, they have leapt across the universe, occupied the 3,000 sectors, and even defeated their father civilization. How awesome! You're right. Look, Dad killed a member of the Pangu clan, his father civilization, with such a feeble and cumbersome body. Praise the father civilization, the brave and magnificent father civilization. Praise the father civilization, the glorious and wonderful father civilization. Do you think we should destroy our father civilization? Xiaoming asked. Does every child civilization have to destroy their father civilization? I have no idea, Wenwen said. But our father civilization did destroy their father civilization. I wish we could find Dad sooner. Dad certainly knows the answer. The picture in front of their eyes happened to be the main perspective of the Colossus Draconic Phoenix in the Battle of Kunlun. As the attack of Phoenix Demolisher was boosted by Liao's soul power and flashed in the blink of an eye, the member of the Pangu clan, which was a father to mankind, immediately lost his head and fell to the ground after all his strength vanished. He was exterminated forever. If the heaven's origin sector could be compared to a sphere that extended outwardly, Xiaoming and Wenwen had chosen the side that was furthest from the battlefield and had the fewest starships of the Federation and the Imperium in order to slowly develop their whole new bodies. On the opposite side of the sphere that was far, far away from them, in the past 3 months and the 3 months to come, countless pursuits, escapes, murders, explosions, plots, betrayals, surrenders, and relentless resistances took place incessantly. The radiance of the exploding starships even eclipsed the stars in the entire universe. After half a year of cruising, or rather, fleeing in panic, Sirius, an arsenal warship of the Imperium, had completely become a stray dog. Most of the bullets of spiritual energy had been shot out a long time ago. All that was left behind were the empty magazines that looked like beehives. The dense turrets were lying on all sides, too. Some of them had even been twisted into spirals after being launched in an overloaded state time and time again. The superalloy plate armor was modeled in different colors. Craters from explosions and holes from meteoroids could be found in many places. The ugly, ununified color on the shell of the starship almost made it look like a wild dog suffering from dermatitis. Together with the spiritual shield that was as lackluster as any spiritual shield could be, as well as the exhaust flames that were spurting intermittently as if the starship were a coughing asthmatic patient, it was the most wretched appearance of the enormous starship that had once been magnificent and dominating. The probe magical equipment, the localization magical equipment, and the super remote communication system were all seriously damaged, making it impossible for them to figure out where they were or to reach out to other stray dogs around in order to regroup into a functional fleet. The space jump devices were having faults, too, and were in the middle of urgent maintenance. But even if they were entirely renewed, they were still short of the energy necessary to power the space jump devices. Even if they could loot enough energy, where could they possibly jump to? It was the common situation for not just Sirius, but also the thousands of starships of the Imperium that were unwilling to surrender even to this moment and still drifting in the sea of stars. On the bridge of Sirius, which was an utter mess, the lights were particularly dim, and the light beams were twisting and bouncing crazily as if they had been ignited. Occasionally, a few light beams in the corner would end up being completely fading after flickering intensely for a while, losing all their functions. The bridge was filled with a lifeless air. A third of the workstations were empty. Suspicious spots that appeared to be blood mixed with brains lingered on the floor. Everybody passing in and out of the bridge was like a zombie waiting for their death in silence. Boom! A suspicious explosion echoed at the rear of the starship and crashed against the gate of the bridge incessantly like the dull tides of an ocean. The light beams flashed crazily. The several hundred parameters that represented the power of Sirius plummeted as if they had fallen from a cliff. The captain of Sirius was a standard warrior of the Imperium and an immortal cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage. He was tall and brawny with hollowed eyes and a high nose, surrounded by a majestic vibe like a classic statue. However, even such a loyal and determined captain of the Imperium, after seeing another shocking explosion in the engine compartment, could do nothing but narrow his bloodshot eyes from which fury and discontent were beaming out. Very soon, the manager of the engine compartment and the chief mate, who had both been stained by oil with their hair and eyebrow burnt, arrived at the bridge, half running and half crawling. Reporting, Captain. Another serious explosion took place in the engine compartment. The number 4 and no. 5 engine units have been completely wrecked. Even the number 6 engine unit is slightly affected, too. By our preliminary estimation, we have lost another 13.5% of our drive. Not only is it impossible for us to increase the speed of normal cruise now, the support on the spiritual shield and the defense force field has been greatly lowered. Is that so? The captain smiled gloomily and asked, "What about the casualties?" Because of the timely reaction, the casualties are not grave, the manager of the engine compartment replied. Only 3 slave soldiers were killed. Only 3? The captain said casually. In that case, select another 100 slave soldiers from the engine compartment and execute them as examples for other people. Well, the manager of the engine compartment and the chief mate were both stunned. Looking at each other in bewilderment, they did not know what to say. You still don't see what's going on, dumbass? The captain burst into fury and bashed the control panel like a crazy fiend. The explosion was so serious that 2 of my main engine units were wasted, yet it only killed 3 slave soldiers? How is that possible? Usually, accidents of such a scale mean the death of at least 30 to 50 slave soldiers. Did all the other slave soldiers have a premonition? It's very simple. The cowardly slave soldiers and the hominoids who are humbler than swine must have been behind it. They intentionally played tricks on the engine compartment so that we would slow down and get caught by the army of the Federation. Did you not read the propaganda of the Federation? Do you not know that all the hominoids and slave soldiers on our starship were simmering with impatience? They have all been fooled by the Federation. They have forgotten the glory of the Imperium and the civilization of mankind. They have forgotten their sacred duty as fuel. Those filthy untouchables think that they can change themselves into the upper class after they surrender to the Federation. They have been conspiring on the starship for a long time. Do you really think that I'm a dead person who knows nothing about it? No. I only want to find their leader and fish them up once and for all. But it does not mean that I will tolerate their sabotage and sluggishness. No, never. We have to repair the engine units and the space jump magical equipment as soon as possible and find a way to get enough fuel. Perhaps 100 bodies of their own kind will be enough to make them realize what they are exactly. Besides, our starship is in the middle of a food crisis. Even the daily consumptions of the immortal cultivators cannot be met. There is no need to keep so many swine that waste our food on our starship. It will suffice to keep their population at the lowest level that can ensure the normal functions of the starship. Go now. After the execution and presentation, freeze the bodies in case we need them one day. The coldness between the lines of the captain even chilled the chief mate and the manager of the engine compartment, who were also immortal cultivators. After a brief silence, the chief mate walked further and said in a low voice, "Captain, regarding the message we heard from Green Island, which said that a fairly large fleet had gathered around Green Island, and all the starships of the Imperium were to join it immediately. There is no need to discuss the issue anymore. It's just a trap," the captain remarked, his eyes bloodshot. "Chief Mate Fong, both you and Manager Chin are from the Black Wind sector. You are both the most rightful natives of the Black Wind Fleet. Naturally, you consider the life of the Black Wind Fleet as the highest interest. But in case you forget, almost half of the people on our starship and in the entire Black Wind Fleet are not from the Black Wind sector but the 4 smaller worlds that were swallowed by us. Do you really think that the immortal cultivators from the 4 smaller worlds will still be loyal to the Black Wind Fleet and the Imperium when we are dead for sure? Hehe. Everything was obvious after we analyzed the battle in hindsight. The branch fleets from the 4 smaller worlds collapsed first, which led to the meltdown of the entire battle formation. Later, a lot of the starships from the 4 smaller worlds were even shameless enough to surrender to the barbarians of the Star Glory Federation. Was it not elaborated in the propaganda of the Federation? Green Island, as a comprehensive supply starship, is from the Fiery Spider sector, one of the 4 smaller worlds. More than 70% of the crew members are from the Fiery Spider sector. I don't trust them. Who knows if they have surrendered to the Federation and are merely attracting all of us into the cage of the Federation. Maybe they haven't surrendered to the Federation yet because they are short of something to prove their sincerity. They are going to trade the heads of the warriors of the Black Wind Fleet for their future in the Federation. Leave them be. We must find a way to repair our facilities and jump to the back of the number 94532 Brown Dwarf to join the main troops. Or, we can directly jump back to the homeland of the Imperium. Yes, sir. Chief Mate Fong and Manager Qin both stood at attention and saluted him in the most standard way. The two of them were about to leave the bridge when a soldier suddenly exclaimed from his workstation. The chief mate ran close and shouted in shock. 2. Reporting, Captain. A starship of our army has been discovered 300 light seconds from us. Judging from the spiritual waves, it should be a shield starship. Excellent. The captain rose up quickly, his eyes shining. Approach the shield starship and send out distress signals. Then knock it down unexpectedly. We will get enough materials for maintenance and fuel for us to implement a super remote space jump. That's right, Captain. Please take a look. Chief Mate Fong made a please gesture. Manager Qin of the engine compartment did not leave but followed the captain. Not having any suspicion, the captain moved his head at the light beam. Right then, abrupt changes took place. Chief Mate Fong and Manager Qin took action at the same time. The few soldiers on their workstations lunged over, too. More soldiers were watching coldly from afar. Somebody even shut the gate of the bridge, preventing the outside world from knowing what was going on inside the bridge. Arg! The captain roared ear-splittingly. But it was of little use. As a captain, he dedicated most of his time and energy to the administration of the starship. Despite his cultivation being at the peak of the core formation stage, he was an admin-type immortal cultivator. The chief mate, on the other hand, was responsible for the deck floor and had to fly out of the starship with the assault team to kill the enemy. His combat ability was even slightly higher than the captain's, although his cultivation was lower. Also, he had the assistance of the manager of the engine compartment, who was also in the core formation stage, as well as another few immortal cultivators who were adept at fighting. They had performed the ambush with all the attack and confining magical equipment prepared and taken the captain by surprise. In the blink of an eye, 5 holes were burnt through the captain's belly, and he was suppressed by barriers, tied up like a pig and tossed to the ground. Hoochie, hoochie, hoochie. After they took down the captain, they seemed to have taken away a burden inside their hearts. They breathed hard to catch their breath, but when they looked at each other, their eyes were clearer and firmer, as if they were saying, "It's finally over now. Damn it. What are you doing?" The captain burst into fury and struggled desperately like a lobster that had been thrown into boiling oil. He seemed to be planning to jump at Chief Mate Fong and Manager Qin and bite them hard. Are you planning to betray the Imperium, too? You are the proud natives of the Black Wind sector. Save your saliva, my captain. With everything that's happened, is being natives of the Black Wind sector worth being proud of? Chief Mate Fong sat in the captain's chair and crossed his arms. He said gloomily, after the Black Wind sector was occupied by the Covenant Alliance, Sirius became the only home for all of us. We cannot watch you ruin the home and make so many people on the starship die with you while doing nothing. Betrayal. Shameless betrayal. The captain was still cursing. You gutless traitors. Have you forgotten the dignity and pride of the immortal cultivators? Are you going to conspire with the soft bones from the 4 smaller worlds? Or are you going to demean yourself by working with the swine-like hominoids? We do not mean to betray you. As long as you agree to our demands, you will still be the captain of Sirius. Manager Qin of the engine compartment said. We cannot kill the hominoid soldiers, much less taking them as food storage. as has been illustrated clearly on the letters of persuasion that the Federation sent repeatedly. If a hominoid soldier on any starship of the Imperium is executed for any reason including but not limited to emergencies, all the immortal cultivators on the starship will be doomed. After we are caught by the Federation, they will not spare any of the immortal cultivators. And that was enough to scare all of you? The captain widened his eyes and almost spat at the two traitors right in the face. We will not be caught by the Federation. Before they discover us, we will have repaired the starship and found enough fuel for us to perform a space jump and return to the homeland of the Imperium. Chief Mate Fong and Manager Qin both sighed at the captain's stubbornness. Forgetting the odds of looting enough fuel, forgetting if heavily damaged Sirius can safely jump in the four-dimensional space without major maintenance in a dock. Chief Mate Fong said calmly, "Let's leave all the technical problems aside. Even if we do jump back to the homeland of the Imperium successfully, so what? This is not our first brutal failure but the second one. A second brutal failure after less than 100 years, crushed by none other than a bunch of barbarians at the edge of the cosmos. Admit it or not, the glory, the pride and leverage of the people of the Black Wind sector are gone, with absolutely nothing left. After the brutal failure 100 years ago, we lost our home, the Black Wind sector, but we still had an enormous fleet with sufficient supplies and well-trained soldiers. Today, 100 years later, even our fleet has been shattered. We are out of supplies and no better than stray dogs. Even if such stray dogs return to the homeland of the Imperium, is it even possible to re-establish the honor of the Black Wind fleet right under the nose of the Emperor, the nobles, and the warlords? It's impossible. We will be separated by the multiple warlords and live the rest of our lives under somebody else's roof without dignity or freedom, until we are used as cannon fodder on a certain perilous battlefield someday. This is almost a certainty. What do you think?" The captain breathed heavily and stared at the chief mate full of hatred. Chief Mate Fong continued peacefully. "If you do remember the glory of the Black Wind sector, we actually stand a better chance at the edge of the cosmos. At the very least, the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind fleet can still gather certain bargaining chips for the negotiation with the Federation here. The Federation has stated clearly in the letters of persuasion that although the Black Wind fleet came for aggression, we only had one fight in space, and we did not have the time to occupy their planets or slaughter their civilians. Therefore, we do not owe them much. They reached an agreement of peace with the Blood Demon sector, which had been at war with them for hundreds of years, allowing demons to be an important part of the new Federation. It is highly unlikely that they will kill each and every one of us, provided that we do not do anything stupid. Captain, you know the woman Hai Lan, too, don't you? Right now, the Federation has presented her as a puppet to control the Black Wind fleet, but it is also side evidence that we are still very important to the Federation. Think about it. The Federation's collisions with the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance are unavoidable. In the Federation, the defeated soldiers such as us can still prove useful, whereas in the Imperium, stray dogs that have encountered 2 failures in a row are absolutely nothing. Isn't which way we should go obvious? The captain gritted his teeth and shouted, "We are immortal cultivators. The winner is the king, and the strong prey on the weak. Isn't it the law of the immortal cultivators?" Chief Mate Fong said, "We have been defeated by the Federation in a space battle fair and square. You saw how intimidating the enemy's colossi, led by the Tartarian skeleton and the Draconic Phoenix, were with your own eyes. At the very least, the Federation is the strong for now. Isn't it only logical for us to obey them temporarily?" Chief Mate Fong squatted next to the head of his prisoner and eyed the captain coldly. The captain was silent for a long time. Then he took a deep breath and spat a mouthful of blood-stained saliva on the chief mate's face. "Screw you." Chief Mate Fong took out a smooth handkerchief and wiped the saliva on his face slowly. Then he drew the storm bolter from his waist and pressed it against the captain's temple so hard that it almost stabbed into the captain's skull. "I understand your stance now. Do you have any last words, Captain?" The captain stared at the traitors unwaveringly and took a deep breath. Then he shouted at the top of his voice, "Long live the Black Wind sector! Long live the Imperium of true human be!" Boom! Before he finished his declaration, Chief Mate Fong already pulled the trigger. As thousands of electric arcs dashed out, more than half of the captain's head was blown apart. All the brain tissue and fluids splashed and covered the ground up to 3 meters away. Frowning, Chief Mate Fong pointed at the mess and said, "Clean it up. We'll say that the captain insisted on carrying out the order to kill 100 innocent sailors, and even decided to punish us by military law when we refused to obey. Having no choice, we were forced to resist and accidentally killed the captain. In the end, we seized control of Sirius." Understood. The few members on the bridge did not bother looking at the dead body on the ground that had lost half of its head. They saluted the chief mate and left in a hurry. "Is the communication with Green Island smooth?" Manager Chin of the engine compartment rubbed his hands and asked hesitantly, "Any updates so far?" "Same old. Another dozen starships have surrendered, and another 100 starships that did not understand the situation were defeated." Chief Mate Fong sighed and said, "Right. It is said that Vulture Liao has returned with his Colossus, the Tartarian skeleton. He is even stronger than he was in the space battle. He seems to be taking the space as his personal training ground and practicing his new techniques with the starships which were too pig-headed to surrender. The starships of the Imperium sabotaged by him alone are more than 50. F-50. Manager Chin was dumbfounded. Is he really so unbelievable? That is what the latest version of the letter of persuasion from the Federation says. I don't think that there is any need for them to lie about that." Chief Mate Fong smiled bitterly. "On second thought, it does make sense. How could the starships that were riddled with holes and running out of supplies and power compete with a Colossus? And it was not just any Colossus but Vulture Liao's. A guy who slew our commander Hai Ming in a head-on clash." Manager Chin swallowed hard. Then we should approach Green Island now." "Yes, we will approach Green Island and get in touch with the main troops behind the Brown Dwarf," Chief Mate Fong said. According to Green Island, General D. Feiwen, the highest commander of the troops on the Brown Dwarf side, is already negotiating with the Federation. You should know General D. Feiwen's methods clearly. He will certainly get acceptable terms of surrender for us. Of course, the more troops General D has in his hands, the more leverage he will have in the negotiation, right? On 9 Cauldrons, the largest comprehensive supply starship in the Burning Prairie Fleet, inside the super high-gravity and high-pressure training room, Liao kept his arms stretched out and his legs together, making his body into an enormous cross. The training room was in an extreme environment of 30 times the standard gravity and 20 times the standard air pressure. However, Liao was floating in midair as if he were not under such effects at all. Hundreds of thousands of broken pieces of the magical equipment were revolving crazily and unpredictably around him. Suddenly, Liao's half-closed eyes opened abruptly, and a sniff echoed from his nose. Of the hundreds of thousands of pieces, half of them flew toward him and assembled into a crystal suit in less than 2 seconds with cracking sounds. It was not over yet. Hardly had the crystal suit been assembled when it broke apart and exploded. Another batch of pieces rushed close and assembled into an entirely different crystal suit. In less than 20 seconds, Liao accurately distinguished and screened out the components that belonged to 5 different crystal suits from the hundreds of thousands of pieces of crystal suits which were entirely mixed up. Then, he attracted the pieces and assembled the 5 crystal suits that were in completely different categories in the blink of an eye. The powerful perception of spiritual energy, the precise implementation of crystal suits, and the amazing expertise of remote manipulation made everybody inside and outside the training room dumbfounded and soaked in sweat. D. Feiwen, Vice Commander of the Black Wind Fleet, a Lieutenant General of the Imperium, and the leader of the second-largest family of the Black Wind sector? Liao recited the name in silence and slowly landed. The hundreds of thousands of components of crystal suits assembled into 5 crystal suits behind him in clinking noises and smashed on the floor like 5 iron guards. Chi! The gravity and air pressure in the training room were reset to standard levels. As white mist jetted out, half of the cabin was enshrouded in smoke. Liao was like an enormous beast that breathed slowly and showed up in the mist, which was mixed with the scent of sulfur. He took the towel that Hailan handed over respectfully and wiped the sweat on his body while looking at everybody casually. The immortal cultivators from the Black Wind Fleet who had witnessed his unbelievable training in front of the training room the whole time felt as if they were faced with a rampant flood. Their faces were pale, and their minds were disturbed. They all grunted and even took a few steps back subconsciously, not having the courage to compete with Liao's aura. Is this the terror of Vulture Liao? The immortal cultivators of the Black Wind Fleet could not help but feel as if their teeth were clattering. They had all just volunteered to surrender with the letters of persuasion from the Federation. However, meticulous scrutiny on their identity, personality, and past experience had to be conducted first to ensure that no wolves were introduced into the Federation. For the immortal cultivators whose hands were stained with the blood of ordinary people, and whose crimes even included training with living people, extracting the souls of humans to polish magical equipment, or eating the flesh of living humans, the Federation would never accept their surrender. The point had been emphasized in the letters of persuasion. Not only were the surrenders of such people unaccepted, the heads of those criminals were the most valuable ones. If other immortal cultivators could capture them alive or simply surrender to the Federation with their heads, it would be possible for the immortal cultivators to earn better treatment. According to the different crimes that the immortal cultivators committed in the past, they will be classified into different levels, mainly those with misdemeanors and those with felonies. Then, we will instigate those with misdemeanors to attack those with felonies. This is exactly how the chain of suspicion works. Even if the immortal cultivators who have committed lesser crimes are too intimidated by those who have done unpardonable things to fight them, the latter know their own deeds clearly and will inevitably suspect that the former will reap their heads and claim reward in the Federation. Now that they are escaping in desperation without supplies in space, they are already under tremendous mental pressure. In the cabins that are dim, narrow, and riddled with holes, all kinds of conflicts can break out with the tiniest spark. In order to prevent their own heads from being reaped by other people, the unpardonable guys will certainly take action first before they are attacked. You suspect that I will take away your head and claim the reward and therefore decide to attack me before you are attacked. I also know that you are suspicious that I will take away your head and claim the reward, so I have to attack you before you decide to attack me before you are attacked. In such a case, among the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet, there will be the geopolitical contradiction between the immortal cultivators of the Black Wind sector and those from the smaller worlds, and the brand new contradiction between the criminals with lesser crimes and the criminals with unpardonable crimes. Torn by the dual contradictions, the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet will be destroyed by themselves without our attack. Perhaps her father's death had activated her potential. After recovering from the grief, Xianxia immediately proposed such a strategy, which later proved to be highly effective. The total number of immortal cultivators who surrendered to the Imperium in the past month was as great as the previous 5 months combined. 9 Cauldrons, the comprehensive supply starship, was the identification agency that the Federal Army had deployed on the front line. The immortal cultivators who had surrendered to the Federation half a year ago and passed the loyalty and safety tests were all stationed there. They were asked to make independent comments on those who surrendered later. When all the comments were cross-examined, it would be possible to evaluate the sincerity and danger level of the newcomers. Of course, it was of great help to intimidate them and stabilize the chaos to show the dominance of Vulture Liao before the vetting began. In the few months after he rejoined the battle in space, Liao had seen too many dumbfounded, overwhelmed immortal cultivators from the Black Wind Fleet who feared him as if he were a tiger. He did not bother to waste any time on them. What interested him more was Hailan, or rather General Di Feiwen, the vice commander of the Black Wind Fleet whom she had mentioned. Hailan's father, Hai Ming, had been killed under the collective attack of Li Yao, Long Yongjun, and Yen Liren. But in order to talk the Black Wind Fleet into surrender, Li Yao and the rest of them did not hide the truth about the extraterrestrial devils and made her realize that before Li Yao and the rest of them arrived, Black Swirl had already been turned into a nest of the extraterrestrial devils. Her father's brain had been deeply corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils, too, and he had become an out-and-out devilized person. Although looked exactly identical to the past, a devilized person, or a demonic cultivator, was no longer who they used to be. merely devils that wore the skin of their former selves. It was common sense in both the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium of true human beings. Even if Liao and the rest of them had not attacked, the Hai Ming in the past had already been killed the moment that the extraterrestrial devils arrived. The attack from Liao and the rest of them was actually an extrication for him. Even if it were Hai Lan herself, she could only have done exactly the same thing when faced with her possessed father. There was no room for mercy at all. The immortal cultivators were more indifferent about familial bonds than the cultivators. As an expert in the nascent soul stage, Hai Lan was certainly not someone who clung to the details. She did not blame her father's death on Liao and the rest of them, but remembered the name of Lu Qingchun in her heart. Or rather, the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils gave her a better reason to convince herself to cooperate with the Federation and control the Black Wind Fleet, which was the best choice right now for herself, her deceased father, and the living people of the Black Wind Fleet. In the past 6 months, Hai Lan had been fighting on the front line in space, trying her best to gather the fleeing soldiers. She did an excellent job and saved precious fuel, ammunition, crystals, and invaluable lives for the Federal Army. However, for the main troops of the Black Wind Fleet stationed behind a certain mysterious brown dwarf dozens of light-years away, they were far beyond the range of her influence, and there was little she could do about them. Part of the fleet near the brown dwarf had entered the space jump state impatiently during the space battle and perished in the four-dimensional storms after the collapse of the space gate. But quite an enormous, organized fleet remained where it was, unaffected. It was the greatest problem and the last unsteady factor right now. Only when the fleet near the brown dwarf surrendered would the space war really end. What is Di Feiwen's status in the Black Wind Fleet? Liao walked to the medical room with Hai Lan following him closely. What's the situation of the fleet near the brown dwarf now? Is he really willing to surrender? When my father was alive, General Di Feiwen was the number 2 person in the Black Wind sector, allegedly capable of taking my father's place, Hai Lan said. However, he is a pure advisor-type general. Despite his massive computational ability, his own combat ability is not very remarkable. Besides, the capabilities of his family were slightly lower than my family's, too, which made him fail the competition for the sector master of the Black Wind sector. He then joined my father's cause and helped my father govern the Black Wind sector dutifully. How should I describe General Di Feiwen's character? The people of the Black Wind sector are best known for their toughness and madness in the Imperium of true human beings, but he has additional patience and sordidness. For the opponents that he cannot defeat, he will simply wait patiently until they die of old age. That's the kind of person he is. Therefore, although he came from a semi-competitive family, my father still trusted him very much and allowed him to be his right-hand man. My father's trust in him can be seen by the fact that my father entrusted the main troops near the brown dwarf to him and led only the elites on the most dangerous assault himself. My father had no doubt that even if the elites of the Black Wind Fleet were destroyed, General Di Feiwen would certainly command the remaining soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet to find the best retreat. Oh! Liao's eyes flashed. Is he an ambitious man? All immortal cultivators are ambitious. We believe that ambition and desire are the source of progress. Those without ambition and desire do not deserve to live in this world, Hai Lan said. However, General Di Feiwen's wisdom is enough to guide his ambition. He wouldn't do anything stupid. Got it. Liao nodded. So, he did mean it when he offered to negotiate? It certainly couldn't have been a sheer lie, Hai Lan said. According to other sources, a serious internal conflict broke out in the fleet near the brown dwarf. The high-level officers from the Fiery Spider sector, the Purple Fire sector, and other smaller worlds intended to join hands to seize command of the fleet, only to be exterminated by General Di Feiwen quickly. As a result, his control over the fleet has become even stronger, his position more unshakable. That being said, the Black Wind Fleet is made of immortal cultivators from one big world and 4 smaller worlds after all. General Di Feiwen cannot kill all the immortal cultivators from the smaller worlds. Instead, after shattering the mutiny in the most thunderous way, he had to try to pacify the immortal cultivators from the smaller worlds. The bottom line is, the cause of fallout is still out there. He needs to find a way out for the fleet near the brown dwarf as soon as possible. Otherwise, the fleet that is already divided will soon collapse. They still maintain the long-distance communication with the homeland of the Imperium, but returning to the homeland of the Imperium is a dead end. Everybody, from D. Feywin to the bottom-level immortal cultivators, knows that the Imperium will not tolerate failure twice. The weak must be killed. That is the law of the immortal cultivators. Therefore, negotiating with the Federation and fighting for more favorable terms of surrender is the only option for D. Feywin and the fleet near the brown dwarf now. Understood. But I'm still baffled by one other thing. Looking at the message just sent by the Burning Prairie Fleet and reading the letter written by General D. Feywin, Liao frowned and said, "Why does he have to negotiate with me and surrender to me? The immortal cultivators believe in survival of the fittest and infinite evolution," Hylon explained. "The strong who stand at the peak of evolution are naturally qualified to govern the weak in order to facilitate the high-speed development of the whole civilization. If we must surrender to anyone, of course, we are only willing to surrender to the strongest. Who else in the entire Star Glory Federation deserves the title of the strongest, if not Master Li?" Hylon and Liao were in a very subtle relationship. They were both cooperating and in some sort of chain of command. Liao did not intend to recruit a fourth true disciple right now, nor did he think that Hylon could be compared to Xianxia and his other disciples. However, he had taught Hylon some secret arts of refining of the ancient cultivators. It was not entirely inappropriate for her to address him as master. "Is that so?" Liao sniffed. "Why do I feel that there are plenty of people in the Federation who are stronger than me? I'm only at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Leaving the divinity transformation stage cultivators aside, I am not even confident of my victory if faced with Ding Lingdang or Yen Liren when he's drawn his sword of 10,000 kilometers. The Imperium pays more attention to practice. The classification of strength does not depend on levels but on accomplishments." Hylon looked at Liao in the most admiring way. At the most critical moment, Master Li defeated the extraterrestrial devil in Hundred Flower City first before jumping out of nowhere and destroying the space gate of the Black Wind Fleet. Even my father, the highest commander of the Black Wind Fleet, was killed by you in the eyes of most people in the Black Wind Fleet. It is needless to say that you were a mental symbol of the Star Glory Federation in the first place and the most powerful strongman in the country. The so-called speaker of the Federation or the leaders of the few top-ranking sects are but your puppets. Wait. Liao hurried to wave his hands. "What are you talking about? Strongman? Puppets? The speaker of the Federation happens to be my wife, the few top-ranking sects in the Federation happen to have my shares, and the leaders of the few secret agencies in the Federation happen to have some history with me. You know that I am a very low-profile man. The titles such as Dominator of 3 sectors are just vain names that were forced upon me. I feel quite bothered, too. Yes, of course. Everybody at the edge of the cosmos knows that Master Li is approachable and prefers to keep a low profile," Hylon said respectfully. "Anyone who spends a few days with Master Li will know what a man of honor and integrity you are, and how you despise money and power. You grew up to be one of the most powerful persons in the Star Glory Federation by sheer luck. It was absolutely not your intention. It is a pity that most people are ignorant and best at speculating about great men with their petty mind. They can barely understand your profoundness. In the meantime, most of the people in the Black Wind Fleet have never had the chance to communicate with Master Li deeply, and they could only look at the issue from the surface. If they are to infer everything based on their own experience, how can they believe that it's just a coincidence? Well, a theory seems to be prevalent among the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet right now. When the mantis is hunting the cicada, the sparrow is behind to take them both. But the sparrow is still not the final winner because a hunter has already aimed a gun at it. The Federation was the cicada, the Black Wind Fleet was the mantis, the extraterrestrial devils were the sparrow, and you were the hunter, Master Li. In fact, everything was within your calculations and part of your trap. The Star Glory Federation, the Black Wind Fleet, and the extraterrestrial devils were all manipulated by you like toys. Liao's eyelids were twitching rapidly. Are you serious? Yes, of course. I'm serious, Hylon said solemnly. Your grand return in the space battle was too stunning and coincidental. All the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet now regard you as a strategist whose scheme never fails and the real helmsman of the Star Glory Federation. Some sort of great boss sitting behind the curtain. You don't know how much they admire you. Liao was dumbfounded. Really? They even admire me? But we are mortal enemies. Hailan shook her head. We indeed had a fight, but I don't think that there is really an unresolvable grudge between us. Is there? After all, both the cultivators and the immortal cultivators are humans who stand at the peak of evolution. We are all compatriots. When we are faced with the Pangu civilization, the extraterrestrial devils, and the alien species, the minor contradiction between us is not a big deal at all. The Imperium of true human beings always maintains high internal competition. The friction among the sectors is nothing unusual. However, as soon as the final victor is decided, the weak obey the strong and pledge loyalty to them, becoming part of the strong. This is our strategy of survival and development. After all, the purpose of competition is evolution, not dying together with the enemy. The people of the Imperium are no idiots. Liao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. Hailan went on. In order to strike the morale of the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet and motivate them to surrender, quite a few versions of our letters of persuasion seem to have adopted such a theory too. They embroidered and exaggerated the adventures you had in the past 100 years and the grand return at the last moment, giving the feeling that you had everything planned out beforehand. Right? Some of the paragraphs were actually written by Master Han Bailing. Funny. The immortal cultivators are very proud of our strength. Hailan bit her lip. Before you showed up, Master Li, we were suppressing the federal fleets. Had you not returned with 12 colossi thunderously, we would have smashed the burning prairie fleet into smithereens. Do you think that the soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet would agree to surrender to the burning prairie fleet, which they thought they could have defeated? You were the key to the failure of the Black Wind Fleet. The members of the Black Wind Fleet will not complain if they are surrendering to you. Fine. Liao accepted Hailan's theory, however reluctantly, but the details of the negotiation made him frown hard again. The defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet, commanded by General D. Feiwen, were willing to negotiate with the Star Glory Federation and even completely surrender on appropriate terms. However, their negotiation had one prerequisite. Not only did they demand to only negotiate with Liao, Liao was also to fight 3 experts of the Black Wind Fleet before the negotiation started. What the heck was that supposed to mean? Naturally, Liao was not a pacifist, but he was not a barbaric warrior from the medieval age either. When 2 armies were clashing, he would not mind charging forward on his own to slay the enemy's general and cripple their morale. But the Black Wind Fleet was already at a dead end, and they were still hoping to decide the future of the fleet by personal valor. That was ridiculous. Is there something wrong with General D. Feiwen's head? Liao scoffed. He thinks that he can haggle with us because he has a whole Black Wind Fleet in his hands? Our army has such a great advantage right now that we can easily win a war of attrition. Why would I go there and fight the simple warriors of the Black Wind Fleet? Please don't be hasty, Master Li, Hailan explained. General D. Feiwen is the vice commander of the Black Wind Fleet after all, and does not have the absolute power and prestige like my father. Besides, the Black Wind Fleet is divided, and his orders won't necessarily be carried out on every starship. While he sincerely plans to negotiate and even surrender to the Federation, the captains and commanders of the branch fleets may think otherwise. To convince all the officers, the magnificence of the Federation must be shown to the fleet near the brown dwarf that did not participate in the last battle. The parties could establish battle formation and have another battle, but that would result in major casualties on both sides. The starships of both the Federation and the Imperium have a lot of soldiers who are ordinary people. Since the Star Glory Federation values the lives of the ordinary people, it is unnecessary for the blood of the ordinary people to be shed for nothing. The competition of the experts may seem outdated and stupid, but it will minimize the sacrifices, won't it? Liao did not bother to blink his eyes. What if I say no? Negotiation requires bargaining chips. Tell me about it. What bargaining chips does D. Feiwen have? He does have some. Sensing Liao's rising fury, Hylon felt chilly. She calmed herself and said, General D. Feywin said that if you reject his demands, Master Li, he will command the fleet near the brown dwarf to split into smaller groups and jump to the other worlds of the Federation, especially the underdeveloped ones such as the Water Crystal Sector, the Netherworld Sector, and the Forest Ocean Sector. Without the navigation of the Space Gate, it will be impossible for them to remain organized, but it will be unnecessary to keep organized because they will become the most brutal space pirates and flee in the vast sea of stars for the sole purposes of harassment and sabotage. It will take the Federal Army 3 to 5 years to annihilate them. 3 to 5 years is more than enough for them to foment panic in the underdeveloped worlds, slow down the development of the Federation, and create more conflicts among the sectors. Liao narrowed his eyes with coldness beaming out. Besides, Hylon could not help but gulp. If you decline, General D will report everything that happened here to the Imperium dutifully and emphasize on the richness of the Federation and its potential threat. He will even jump back to the homeland of the Imperium. Even if he has to live under somebody else's roof, he will try to facilitate the second expedition to the Federation. In the second expedition, they will bear the lesson they learned this time in mind and will not give the Federation a 1% chance of victory. That is the vow of D. Feywin, an immortal cultivator. Liao's teeth rubbed softly, uttering 3 syllables at a fixed pace. D. Feywin. Hylon almost found it impossible to breathe. It was not until Liao slightly retracted his aura that she was able to finish. Thirdly, right now, the fleet near the brown dwarf is basically intact. It has the most advanced comprehensive supply starships and other models of starships from the Imperium, which are invaluable treasures for the Star Glory Federation. If you are willing to negotiate, Master Li, General D. Feywin promises that all the starships will be handed over to the federal government in perfect condition, without even the damage of a screw or a hominoid soldier. That's exactly what he said in the letter. Is it a threat? Liao demanded. Hylon gritted her teeth. General D. Feywin prefers to view it as his sincerity for the negotiation. As you said, games require bargaining chips. Now, he has presented all his bargaining chips, and it is up to you if the game will be played. Liao pondered for a long time and asked, how exactly does he want to fight? The location will be decided by the Federation, Hylon said. For example, an anonymous space zone far away from the Heaven's Origin sector. The specific arena can be a forsaken starship or a place of the Burning Prairie Fleet's choosing. They will only enter the arena at the last moment, which will ensure that they will not be able to play any tricks. The 2 parties will compete in crystal suits without using colossi because the number of colossi on General D. Feywin's side have been reduced too much, and they cannot suffer any more losses. Besides, the battles where the colossi are involved can be highly uncontrollable. It's inevitable that both parties will be heavily wounded or killed. The immortal cultivators with the highest personal combat ability from the fleet near the brown dwarf will enter the arena that the Federation has prepared in their crystal suits. The number of crystal suits that they can carry is not limited. After all, air change is also a very important technique. But the Federation can examine all the cosmos rings that they bring with them to make sure that they do not carry explosives that are too dangerous for single warriors. The competition will have 3 rounds. As long as you defeat 2 of the strongest immortal cultivators from the fleet near the brown dwarf, they will be willing to surrender to the Federation. Naturally, the more dominant you appear in the competition, the more reasons General D. Feywin will have to convince the disobedient immortal cultivators to make the surrender and regroup. General D. Feywin said that Master Li and the Star Glory Federation have great goals. If you truly mean to march to the center of the cosmos, there are a lot of places where the Black Wind Fleet will come in handy. It will be an important asset of the Federation. Only by showing the demeanor of an unparalleled expert will the immortal cultivators be wholeheartedly convinced. Liao sniffed. He has indeed made a thorough plan, but how do I know that it's not a trap? General D. Feywin is willing to jump to somewhere near the arena in a starship whose turrets have been removed with part of the leadership of the fleet near the brown dwarf, Hylon said. Then, it will lower its own spiritual shield to the minimum and invite the Federation to lock onto it and send somebody to check their identities on the starship. Master Li, You can wait until it is verified that General D. Feywin has been locked onto by the firepower of the Federation. If you are not reassured despite such precautions, there will be nothing more he can do. Just let the fire begin, and they will fight until the last soldier dies. Liao was secretly amazed. The immortal cultivators were indeed quite capable to have established an enormous imperium that governed the center of the cosmos. He did not expect that even a vice-commander of the expedition army would have such valor and wisdom. It seemed that the war between the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet would have been more troublesome had it not been for the interruption of the extraterrestrial devils. While raising his thumb for General D. Feywin, in his heart, Liao showed absolutely no feeling on his face. He still coldly said, "He is rather audacious. Is he not scared that I will directly tear his starship into shreds without even showing up?" General D. Feywin said that you are an extraordinary person, the likes of which he has never seen before. Hylon replied dutifully. A great hero who considers the entire sea of stars as his goal, such as yourself, will not play such tricks. So he has absolute trust in your promise. As long as you agree to his conditions, he will be willing to place himself on a chopping block at your mercy. Besides, if the negotiation does fall apart, their strategy will be to split up into smaller groups, transforming from a regular army to ruthless, unlawful space pirates who will do the most terrible things in the universe. The harassment, sabotage, and killing will not require the instructions of a vice-commander. Liao came to an abrupt halt and stared at Hylon. Hylon felt as if her legs were both frozen, and the freezing coldness went all the way up to her skull. Her entire spine became a cold viper. It was too dreadful. The guy was practically getting stronger with each day. Vulture Liao had made significant breakthroughs compared to half a year ago. He was almost like a totally different person now. Hylon even sensed that, from certain perspectives, Liao was even stronger than her father when her father was at his peak. Please forward my reply to General D. Feywin. Logically, I shouldn't agree to such a preposterous request. Staring at Hylon for a long time, Liao finally said slowly, "However, he is rather lucky. I'm now trying to break into a new level, and I'm in dire need of some experts to try my moves. I have practiced a lot of new techniques. It's very difficult for me to control my strength right now. If he is not scared that the 3 experts will be killed, bring it." Liao did not lie. Both the enormous database from Professor Emotion and the Tenebrum energy that the extraterrestrial devils had stuffed deep into his brain by brute force were not so easy to be digested and absorbed. In the past 6 months, Liao had wasted no time purging the Tenebrum energy, but it was a highly unsteady and violent form of energy that had been contaminated with too many negative feelings. Normal people would have gone crazy if they touched the slightest bit of it. Despite the assistance of the mental devil and the tiny proportion he had each day, Liao was caught by extreme emotions now and then. Also, the mysterious sand drawings that he had discovered in the virtual spirit sector, the missing statue that contained the information of his brain, and the absurd theories about high-dimensional virus had planted a lot of seeds of suspicion in Liao's heart. In short, after absorbing tremendous Tenebrum energy, his cultivation had soared once again, allowing him to touch the boundary of the divinity transformation stage. However, his control of his cultivation had not been polished yet. It was like a warrior who could wave a saber weighing 8 kilograms being given a marvelous weapon of 200 kilograms. It was inevitable that the warrior would be lightheaded upon using the new weapon and might hurt himself or those around him while practicing. If the situation remained unchanged, even if he did advance into the divinity transformation stage successfully, his cultivation would still be deeply flawed. Sensing the unsteadiness of his mind, Liao did not dare stay in the Heaven's Origin Sector or 100 Flower City for training anymore. Instead, he went deep into the space battlefield and vented his brand new strength and killing intent on the relentless immortal cultivators. But most of the immortal cultivators were just small fries. However many enemies he killed, it was of little use for him to improve his level. For the experts at his level, the most troublesome thing was always finding an appropriate opponent. The victory and failure of a competition between 2 experts could be very close. If they were both at the peak of the nascent soul stage, Should they let go all of their concerns and fight without reserve, it was very possible that both of them would heavily wound or even kill each other after one moment of carelessness. But if they did not fight with their best, the training would have zero effect. Liao did not dare practice with top-tier experts such as Ding Lingdang or Yan Liren because both parties would be unable to control themselves in a battle. If Yan Liren drew out his sword of 10,000 kilometers and Liao counterattacked with the strongest techniques that he had recently perceived, one of them would surely be killed. He had practiced with Long Yangjun before. It was not gratifying at all because both of them had to restrain themselves. Now that 3 of the strongest immortal cultivators had fed themselves to him, it could not have been better. He was finally given a chance to carry out the strongest techniques that he had grasped in the recent half-year. Liao had a vague feeling. As long as he defeated the strongest immortal cultivators in the fleet near the brown dwarf, the gate to the divinity transformation stage would be before him. A week later, in a desolate space zone far away from the heaven's origin sector and devoid of any resources was a broken, forsaken space station, which had been moved there 3 days prior. It was stabilized and installed with dozens of gravity control units, which generated feeble gravity and transformed the space station into a shabby arena. In the coordinates 5 light seconds away from the arena, 20 arsenal starships of the Burning Prairie Fleet were stationed. All their weapons were locked onto the nearby arena. 10 colossi were also ready to go. The pilots of the colossi included Long Yangjun, Yan Liren, Meng Qixin, Wu Suiyun, Fiend Blade Peng Hai, the Fire Ant King, and other top-tier experts. The space had been strewn with torpedoes in case the enemy suddenly teleported an enormous troop for a sudden assault. Crystal cameras filled the arena, too, to capture every detail from every angle. Super remote communication magical equipment that looked like artificial satellites was scattered outside the arena, sending the sound and picture back to the flagship of the Burning Prairie Fleet and the highest command center of the Defense Council in the Heaven's Origin sector in real time. Including Ding Lingdang, the Speaker of the Federation, the leaders of the Federation were all watching the important competition. Although the proposal of General Di Feiwen was somewhat ridiculous, it was true that the Federation was still far away from a final victory. The Imperium and the Covenant Alliance were like 2 mountains on the Federation's head that were yet to be completely removed. The defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet, especially the fleet near the Brown Dwarf that was still intact, were too important for the Star Glory Federation. Any possibility of gaining the fleet was worth a try. On the other side of the arena, the space began to twist, but the scale was quite small. It could be clearly seen through scanning that only 1 starship had jumped over. The immortal cultivators are here. Inside the arena modified from a forsaken space station, Liao was sitting cross-legged in a plain version of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, as if he were confident of his victory. But his voice was echoing in the communication channel non-stop. Did they really send 1 starship that has removed all the turrets and deactivated the spiritual shield? Yes, Long Yangjun replied. As we have analyzed more than 100 times, there is a 97% likelihood that they will not set up any trap against you because killing you will not stop the fast development and rise of the Star Glory Federation. It will only bring the ultimate doom of the Black Wind Fleet. The vice commander of the enemy is a very rational man. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Well, you never can tell, Liao said. What if he has gone mad and decided to die together with me? If you're so scared, why did you agree with the proposal in the first place? How could I say no? I am Vulture Liao, the dominator of 3 sectors and the husband of the Speaker of the Federation. How can I go on a rampage in the center of the cosmos if I'm scared of a tiny Black Wind Fleet? Face is all that matters to us, the cultivators. Right, fellow cultivators, you must watch the battle closely. Should anything go wrong, the 10 colossi must attack together and save me. Got it, Long Yangjun replied. You are such a disappointment. Haven't you swallowed the tenebrum energy left by the extraterrestrial devils and almost broken into the divinity transformation stage? In such a situation, you should be blowing the enemy into smithereens without saying a word. Why are you talking so much? One will not fail a battle only if one knows oneself and one's enemy well, Liao said. I've collected a lot of files about Di Feiwen, the No. 2 person of the Black Wind Fleet, only to discover that he is a shrewd, Cunning guy that is even more difficult to deal with than Hai Ming. He is almost a scoundrel. Such a guy has come up with an idea to decide the future of the Black Wind Fleet with an open duel. I don't buy it. There must be some sort of scheme. Hey, you have run multiple investigations into the 3 champions of the Black Wind Fleet. They are indeed between the high level and the peak of the nascent soul stage, and none of them are in the divinity transformation stage, right? Of course, Long Yangjun said. Divinity transformation stage cultivators are not vegetables in your garden that you can harvest every season. Even in the Imperium of true human beings, they are rare experts, alright? There were a few experts in the divinity transformation stage in the Black Wind Fleet at the very beginning. They suffered heavy casualties in the battle that caused the fall of the Black Wind sector 100 years ago. The cultivation of a lot of them plummeted to below the divinity transformation stage. Without sufficient resources and a stable environment, it was practically impossible for them to recover. After arriving in the Heaven's Origin sector across the Sea of Stars through all difficulties, the best warriors naturally followed Hai Ming to perform the first wave of the sudden assault, only to be wasted in the barrage and the collision of the colossi. Those left in the fleet near the Brown Dwarf were either second-tier experts in the Black Wind Fleet or experts from the 4 smaller worlds. How could there be a battle-type immortal cultivators in the divinity transformation stage? Haven't we already analyzed the issue more than 10,000 times? Can you stop being a chatterbox and turning the supposedly magnificent atmosphere of competition into such cowardliness? Where is your dominance, Monster Lee? How can I dominate the competition without the cowardliness before the competition? If none of them are in the divinity transformation stage, it will be easier. Not that I'm bragging about myself, but right now, against those who are below the divinity transformation stage, I'm most certainly what? Yen Liren suddenly interjected. Nothing, Li Yao stammered. I can rank in the top 3 more or less below the divinity transformation stage. Anything wrong? Although the enemy do not have battle-type immortal cultivators in the divinity transformation stage, the 3 experts are still not to be underestimated. Their overall combat ability is between the high level of the nascent soul stage and the peak of it, but they have obvious advantages and shortcomings. Some of their techniques are even as powerful as those in the divinity transformation stage. Fiery Iwan Xiu, an expert from the Fiery Spider sector, is a rare super expert that has advanced to the high level of the nascent soul stage as a gun cultivator. His abilities in remote manipulation have already reached the most amazing level, allowing him to boost more than 100 bullets to above 7 times the speed of sound while ensuring the delicate control of them. Not only can he adjust the trajectories of the bullets freely, he can also perform highly difficult, if not inexplicable movements such as making right-angle turns. Furthermore, he has also practiced a secret technique of the Fiery Spider sector. From the moment he was born, his eyes have been nurtured by special medical liquids extracted from a very special fiery spider. In such a way, his optical cells and nerves have all mutated, giving him a color gamut that's 4 times broader than that of normal people. Normal people can only see 3 basic colors, and their sight can reach several hundred to 1,000 meters away. But his eyes can absorb the waves of more than 10 invisible lights and see a dozen basic colors. He can see any grain of dust clearly within thousands of meters. After he killed 119 immortal cultivators of a hostile sect at the age of 22, his name Fiery Eye rose. Right now, he is the chief coach of firearms in the Black Wind Fleet. Heaven Cannon Lei Long is from the Hard Rock sector, one of the smaller worlds. Thanks to his unusual talent, without any genetic modification or nurturing of secret techniques and solely based on the strength in his bloodline, he weighed 8 kilograms when he was born and surpassed 50 kilograms by the age of 4. Right now, he is a super muscular man, more than 2.8 meters tall, weighing 360 kilograms. Even in the Imperium of true human beings where geniuses appear on a daily basis, it is still rare for someone to grow into such a body build naturally without special procedures and genetic modification. Because of his exceptional talents and bones, and due to the steady star technique, which is designed to strengthen the body, Heaven Cannon Lei Long became a terrible legend in the Hard Rock sector. It is said that he once devoured high-energy food 5 times of his own weight quickly and digested all of it while he was having it. Then, he punched with his full strength, and the damage penetrated through 9 crystal suits, all of which were too seriously wrecked to be repaired. After the punch, his weight was measured again, and it was exactly the same as the weight before he had the food, without even a difference of 1 gram. It is indicative enough of his precise control of his internal organs. His nickname, Heaven Cannon, does not imply that he is a specialist of heavy firepower, but means that his fists are as powerful as the main guns of a starship. Do not let him come close to you in the competition later. You should know that even his crystal suit is specially made. The materials to make a crystal suit for him are enough to craft 3 for a common immortal cultivator. Death Shadow Murongwei is from the Black Wind sector. He is a rapid, agile immortal cultivator who focuses on assassination. It is said that nobody has ever seen his shadow, and those who have seen it are all dead. He once performed special training. In a completely enclosed training room, 100 crystal cameras were placed in every corner to capture the room from every perspective without any blind spots. But after they shot for 24 hours, all the pictures were still empty, as if nobody was in the training room. But in fact, he had been in the training room the whole time, except that he had been moving at such a high speed for 24 hours that even the most advanced crystal cameras could not capture him. He is as fast as that. Speed, strength, and control, the 3 experts of the Black Wind Fleet have accomplished the best in those fields. Even real divinity transformation stage cultivators can't be much better than them in those aspects, although they might be more balanced and fluent. It will not be difficult for you to defeat 1 or 2 of them, but you must be careful if you want to crush 3 of them in a row quickly. Got it. Liao put on a smile behind the facial cover of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. It was quite true. The files of the 3 experts of the Black Wind Fleet had been hovering in his head for days even without Long Yongjun's introduction. They turned into a database that consisted of billions of entries of information. Then, he analyzed all the data in great detail to infer the method to defeat the opponents. The opponents were indeed very strong. Perhaps that was why Di Feiwen, the number 2 person of the Black Wind Fleet, had pushed them out to fight for better conditions of surrender. If he could not secure a clean and neat triumph or even failed in one of the matches, the Black Wind Fleet probably would still surrender, but the difficulty of negotiation would be significantly improved. Di Feiwen, if this is your clever plan, I'm afraid that you are terribly mistaken. Liao slowly raised his head. The smile on his face grew more and more intense, as if it were slowly puffed by non-existent tusks. Fiery Spider Wanxiu, Heavy Cannon Lei Long, and Death Shadow Murongwei, 3 experts of the Black Wind Fleet, arrived. The 3 double airtight gates on the outer wall of the space station were slowly opened. 3 ferocious, aggressive, and murderous crystal suits of the Imperium appeared from 3 directions. The crystal suit on the left side had been installed with countless guns, magazines, and honeycomb-type launchers, making it look like a moving arsenal. The crystal suit in the middle was more than 4 meters tall, even larger than many Light Ares extensions. At first glance, it appeared to be an iron tower covered in lumps. The crystal suit on the left side, in the meantime, was the complete opposite. It was less than 2 meters tall, which could be either because the armor was as thin as paper or because the immortal cultivator wearing the crystal suit was particularly short and slender. But the 2 sabers crossed on his back that looked like crescent moons made it impossible for anybody to underestimate his dangerousness. Z. 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 The appearance of the 3 immortal cultivators seemed to have activated the violent energy inside the space station. Invisible electric arcs appeared and collided, causing serious interference to all the crystal cameras that were floating in midair. All the spectators that were watching the competition could not help but feel as if the entire space had been twisted when their auras crashed into each other brutally. At this moment, countless people were paying close attention to the soul-stirring competition. In the highest command center of the Defense Council of the Federation, the newly elected Speaker Ding Lingdang, Guo Chunfeng, Bai Kaisen, and other leaders of the Federation observed the 3 aggressive immortal cultivators on the light beam solemnly. The request to duel that Di Feiwen had proposed was indeed weird and strongly reeked of a scheme. But he was the most capable person in the Black Wind Fleet to clean up the mess, and his prestige was more than 10 times higher than Highlands, who the Federation tried to back up. If the war was to be ended soon, at least 2 of the matches had to be won first. Liao, your capability has improved again. Ding Lingdong's eyes were glittering. Perhaps she was the least worried among the leadership of the Federation because she believed in Liao's capability and had no doubt that 3 immortal cultivators were not going to be a problem for Liao. On the other hand, on Black Ray, the lone starship from the Black Wind Fleet that had been disarmed, Di Feiwen, who looked more like a vicious merchant than a general, and the experts of the defeated troops of the Black Wind Fleet stared at Vulture Liao on the light beam. This was a legendary expert from the edge of the cosmos who had rendered their 100-year expedition futile and collapsed their enormous fleet. Fiery Eye, Heavy Cannon, and Death Shadow. The 3 experts from the Black Wind Fleet were all ruthless, brutal men who had killed countless people and left countless terrible tales behind them. Even among the experts of the Black Wind Fleet who were watching the battle, a lot of people had seen them destroying everything in their way unstoppably with their own eyes. Some had even experienced their overwhelming magnificence personally. But their enemy, it was Vulture Liao. 10 years was long enough for the expedition army to get enough knowledge of their prey, the Star Glory Federation, or knowledge that they thought was enough. They had heard the name of Vulture Liao before, but they did not think that it was a big deal back then, mistaking it for some sort of propaganda and deification. Turning a dead hero into the idol of a country was a trick that had been adopted too many times. They had collected some of Liao's battle videos from 100 years ago. They had to admit that he was rather distinguished to have trained himself with such abilities at the edge of the cosmos. But he was still nothing more than distinguished. None of the immortal cultivators had considered Liao an obstacle on their path to conquer the Star Glory Federation. It was not until Liao announced his grand return with 11 experts from the Ancient Sages sector and 12 colossi, blew up the space gate, and killed the commander of the Black Wind Fleet that the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet suddenly realized that all the rumors were true. Vulture Liao was as intimidating as the rumors made out. When he was in the core formation stage, he had killed the Star Child, an elite scout from the Imperium of True Human Beings. Then, he united the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector on his own. The commander of the Black Wind Fleet, the extraterrestrial devils, and the resurrected member of the Pangu clan had all been slain by him. How could the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet not feel shocked and scared by such an expert? Before the battle started, all the immortal cultivators were already soaked in cold sweat. They only hoped to win at least one of the 3 matches, even if it was a tie. As long as the failure was not too humiliating, the last bit of dignity of the Black Wind Fleet would remain. My fellow cultivators. Di Feiwen was particularly ugly, but he had a warm and comforting voice. Whoever heard him talking would feel that they were walking in a spring breeze and could not refuse to believe what he said. Watch the show carefully now. Don't forget our deal. I believe that nobody will regret it after witnessing Vulture Liao's astonishing performance. Inside the space station, the 3 immortal cultivators between the high level and the peak of the nascent soul stage slowly landed. Even the condescending experts from the center of the cosmos did not dare act arrogantly faced with Vulture Liao, a local tyrant from the edge of the cosmos. They bowed to Liao at the same time to show respect. Fellow cultivator Li, to decide the fate of the Black Wind Fleet and even the Star Glory Federation, we are going to have a fair competition as per our agreement. Death Shadow Morongwei said cautiously. We have already taken enough advantage of you by sending out 3 champions on our side. Then, it is only reasonable that you get to decide the order of our fights. I wonder, which of us do you want to compete with first? In that case, Liao nodded. While warming up his wrists and ankles casually, he walked to the 3 immortal cultivators. He seemed to be observing his opponents carefully and deciding his first challenger. However, while he was walking, the floor that was made of super alloys broke apart all of a sudden, as if an invisible bomb had exploded below his feet. The speed of the mystic skeleton battlesuit was accelerated to the maximum in the moment. Liao's shadow was divided into 3 and darted at the 3 immortal cultivators at the same time. We don't have to go through that trouble. I'm in a hurry. The 3 of you can come together. Before the sonic boom reached their ears, Li Yao's thunderous roar was already echoing in the entire space station. What? The pupils of fiery Ai Wanxiu, Heaven Cannon Lei Long, and Death Shadow Murong Wei were immediately constricted. The leadership of the immortal cultivators and the cultivators on Black Ray and in the highest command center all jumped to their feet, too. 3 shadows lunged at the front of the 3 immortal cultivators at the same time. Logically, only one of them could be real, but the most dangerous alarms were ringing inside the heads of the 3 immortal cultivators at the same time. Hardly had they activated their most powerful spiritual shields when the 3 shadows that Li Yao constructed exploded at the same time. The fireballs they raised entangled them like raging chrysanthemums. The 3 shadows all turned out to be real. Li Yao had divided his crystal suits into 3 parts in a moment and mixed a lot of crystal bombs and fragments of crystal suits from his cosmos ring with them. If the immortal cultivators had mistaken them for simple blurred shadows, they certainly would have been wounded. Excellent! The 3 immortal cultivators were too experienced to be fooled, but their reaction only made Li Yao more eager to fight. Wearing a smile that he did not even realize himself, he put on a brand new mystic skeleton battlesuit for melee combat while he complimented his enemy. The elbows, knees, feet, and fingers of the new crystal suit had all been installed with sharp daggers that were powered by spiritual energy and could vibrate 10,000 times per second. He then attacked Fiery Ai Wanxiu, the super gunfighter on the left side. Launching attacks at 3 immortal cultivators who were between the high level and the peak of the nascent soul stage and were almost as good as him at the same time was not because Li Yao overestimated himself but a result of careful calculation and deduction. After agreeing to the uncanny duel proposed by Di Feiwen, Li Yao had been studying the 3 champions on the enemy's side. They were, without a doubt, the best experts in what was left of the Black Wind Fleet, but they had a major shortcoming: they lacked teamwork and cooperation. Fiery Eye, Heavy Cannon, and Death Shadow were from the Fiery Spider sector, the Hard Rock sector, and the Black Wind Fleet, respectively. They were not close comrades in the first place. It was only because their original worlds had all been crushed by the Covenant Alliance 100 years ago, which turned all of them into homeless dogs, that they had joined hands in order to prevent further collapses. Naturally, the Black Wind Fleet had been taking advantage of the smaller worlds while they were in trouble, too. It was not hard to infer that Fiery Ai Wanxiu and Heavy Cannon Lei Long, as experts not from the Black Wind sector, did not feel too happy about it. In the past 100 years, due to the lack of resources, they had spent most of the time in hibernation. Naturally, it was impossible for them to train with each other on tactical cooperation. Every nascent soul stage expert was a dreadful slaughtering machine. Everybody had their own special styles, habits, and even taboos. Without figuring out each other's styles and characteristics, and before the high-intensity training of cooperation was conducted, if a nascent soul stage cultivator entered another nascent soul stage cultivator's battlefield, they could prove to be more of a burden. Therefore, Li Yao was 70% confident that the 3 experienced nascent soul stage experts were far from comrades with neat teamwork but would more likely hamstring each other. On the other hand, Li Yao's greatest advantage was his mysteriousness. The enemy only had the battle videos of him in crystal suits 100 years ago and the dynamic analysis of his performance in the space battle in the Tartarian skeleton half a year ago. It was impossible for them to learn the achievements of his crazy training in the recent half-year after swallowing tremendous Tenebrum energy. That was his greatest trump card. If he fought the opponents one by one, whether he won the first 2 rounds or not, the enemy would certainly accumulate tremendous battle data about him, and his trump card would be seen through. In that case, the final round would be very difficult to win. Thus, Li Yao could not afford to fight 3 simple warriors in such a prolonged match. Only by taking down 3 formidable enemies in a 1 versus 3 battle would the Black Wind Fleet be completely awed and convinced. Fiery Ai Wanxiu was the breaking point that he had chosen, not because he was the weakest among the 3 of them, but because Hiu. Hundreds of deadly rays darted out from the fire around Wanxiu and lunged at Li Yao like a dragnet. Every pore on Li Yao's body was sending out alarms of the highest level. Li Yao's usually half-closed eyes were widened to the maximum at that moment. Invisible ripples spread out of his body and established an enormous force field of disruption. He performed a remote manipulation technique to compete for the rushing bullets in midair with fiery Xianxia. The tricky trajectories of the bullets became clumsy and slow. Some of the bullets seemed to have been bogged down in thick glue. A lot of the highly explosive bullets that contained marrow crystals exploded, raising brilliant flowers of sparks between the two of them. In the meantime, a volcano slowly rose from the depths of Liao's brain. A gate to hell seemed to have opened between his eyebrows. Infinite spiritual energy spurted out and congregated into indescribably horrible pictures. It was the most powerful mental attack. By mental attack, it meant interfering with the enemy's brainwaves with one's own brainwaves. Liao was an expert of mental attacks in the first place. After receiving the tremendous legacy from Professor Mo Xian and the extraterrestrial devils, he was even more adept at such arts. Fiery Xianxia had been polishing his eyes with special secret medicines since childhood. The vision imaging mechanism of his eyes was different from normal. His eyes were keener and could see a longer waveband of the light, allowing him to see a lot of things that normal people could not, including even the ripples of part of the brainwaves. In other words, because he could see further and more clearly, he was also more vulnerable to mental attacks. If you've got such good eyes, why don't I give you everything to see? It seemed as if a supernova break was erupting in Liao's conarium, spurting out the most violent spiritual energy at fiery Xianxia incessantly. The illusions he constructed were perhaps simple bugs, skeletons, or zombies for normal nascent soul stage cultivators. They were black and white and quite dim. However, in the eyes of Xianxia, the decayed corpses and the wriggling and exploding maggots on them all had 10,000 colors with the tiniest details. They were vividly etched into his brain. Fiery Xianxia understood his weakness very well. It was exactly because of such a weakness that he could only be considered a second-tier expert in the Black Wind Fleet despite the cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul stage and the magnificent techniques in gunfighting. He had performed intense training targeting his weakness. He had even received his license as a meditation healer in the Imperium of True Human Beings. The sturdiness of his nerves far exceeded that of regular immortal cultivators. However, faced with the aggressive, terrible illusions from Liao, he could not help but feel shocked, and his brain went blank. Within that moment, Liao's telepathic thoughts and spiritual energy marched forward like two snakes that had been tied up. The bullets that had been under the precise control of fiery Xianxia vibrated violently. The unsubstantial illusions became more and more vivid and clear. The distance between Liao and him shortened. 2. Fiery Xianxia was only bewildered for a single moment. He broke away from the swamp of fear in less than 1/10 of a second. Before the sparks of his mind glowed, his body had reacted on instinct. All the honeycomb-type launchers and guns that were installed on his crystal suit opened fire, but there was no response. The moment his brain went blank, Liao's spiritual energy and telepathic thoughts had already invaded his crystal processor. The telepathic thoughts sabotaged the fire control system of the crystal suit like a virus, blocking all the instructions that he sent to the crystal suit. The outcome of the battle between two experts could be decided by the tiniest factor. With the damage of Liao's telepathic thoughts, the corruption to such an extent could only last a short moment, but it was enough for him to jump to the enemy's side and smacked his hand on the enemy's head before the enemy changed the tactic. Boom! A fire that was as intense as blood was blown out of Liao's palm, penetrating through the helmet and head of fiery Xianxia and flooding out from the back of the helmet. When the ear-splitting explosion echoed between Liao's palm and the hardest part on the helmet of fiery Xianxia, the leadership of both parties who were watching the battle all felt that their heads shook hard, as if an invisible giant hammer had hit them. Some of the non-battle-type cultivators or immortal cultivators who were less capable even touched their foreheads subconsciously, only to mistake their cold sweat for brains and blood that was spurting out. This is too brutal. Even a lot of the most ruthless and pitiless immortal cultivators could not help but swallow hard and mumble to themselves. Fiery Xianxia did not even have the time to scream or struggle before the performance parameters on the remote surveillance menu hit rock bottom. As for the man himself, there was no telling if he was still alive. His brain was seriously damaged, and he had lost his combat ability temporarily or permanently. Almost at the same time, the rushing bullets in midair missed their target and fell into Liao's control again. Drawing a devastating curve, they shot at Death Shadow Murongwei on the right side. Murongwei was an assassin of the immortal cultivators who highlighted agility. Liao did not expect the bullets to cause much trouble for him, but at the very least they should be enough to stall him for 1 or 2 seconds. Who? Liao's grabbed the head of Fiery Iwansho hard and raised him up as if he were a sack of rice. Waving the enemy for half a circle, he threw the guy at Heaven Cannon Lei Long, who was charging at him furiously. Heavy Cannon Lei Long was one of the best strength-type immortal cultivators in the Black Wind Fleet and a giant with unparalleled physical strength. Liao felt that he had been given the wrong nickname. The guy was not a heavy cannon at all. When he was sprinting at full speed, he was obviously a starship that had accelerated to the highest speed to crash into the enemy's starship. Pa! Fiery Iwansho, who was still unconscious, was blown hundreds of meters away by the spiritual shield of Heavy Cannon Lei Long into the cabin wall of the space station. Tremendous blood spurted out of the gaps of the crystal suit, leaving a mottled shape of a human on the wall. Heavy Cannon Lei Long's speed was utterly unaffected, and he continued charging at Liao. On the other hand, it looked as if Liao had not recovered from the fierce fight a moment ago. He was hit precisely by the enemy and blown hundreds of meters away, too. However, the collision disrupted all the plans of Death Shadow Murongwei, who was preparing for his ambush nearby. His attacks even almost hit Heavy Cannon Lei Long. Liao was quite right. The immortal cultivators that had hibernated for 100 years really did not have much time to hone their teamwork. They had probably never thought that it would require several experts to work together to conquer the barbarians at the edge of the cosmos. Heavy Cannon Lei Long continued his charge. Despite his enormous body size, he was the opposite of clumsy. In the straight sprint of several hundred meters, he was even faster than Death Shadow Murongwei. Almost the moment Liao was blown away, he reached Liao's landing point, ready to perform the second round of attacks. But Liao reacted even faster than he did. While Liao was still flying in midair, he raised his hand and shot at the cabin wall of the space station where he was to land, breaking a hole the size of a fist. The landing point had actually been chosen by Liao carefully. On the cabin wall was an airtight gate that was not so solid. Once it was broken through, tremendous oxygen immediately leaked out through the tiny hole, lowering the temperature and pressure in the space station. Air was escaping through the hole in a hurry, too, constituting obscure whirls that disrupted everybody's movement. Liao had been prepared for this. Naturally, he was able to activate the power rune arrays of his crystal suit in time and dash to another side. Heavy Cannon Lei Long, on the other hand, happened to be charging at Liao's original landing point, where the hole was. He was a pure strength-type warrior. Although he could be faster than Death Shadow Murongwei in a short-distance sprint, his abilities in quick stops and sharp turns were far from the assassin-type immortal cultivator. Now that his speed had soared, and because of the massive attraction force, he could not stop at all and was directly absorbed to the hole. Behind him was a vast and boundless universe. In front of him was the enormous air of a whole space station. The two parts were solely blocked by his crystal suit and his body. He was essentially pressed into the cabin wall by the force. Despite the shocking strength of Heavy Cannon Lei Long, he could not help but reveal a momentary loophole like Fiery Iwansho did just now. It was already enough. Or rather, it was already his doom. What happened next panicked even the cruelest and most heartless immortal cultivators. Liao had entirely vanished and seemed to turn into a continuous, incessant meteor shower that bombarded Heavy Cannon Lei Long, who was stuck in the hole, displaying to everybody exactly what a heavy cannon was. The super-heavy crystal suit on Lei Long's body that was carefully made with triple materials was shattered by the overwhelming, destructive force in only 1 second. His body collapsed at a visible rate, and his previously bronze skin turned into a lifeless gray color within a moment, jumping past the phases of swelling, bleeding, and falling apart directly to the phase of necrosis. Before anybody had a chance to observe his wounds and check if he were still alive, before they had the time to exclaim, and even before they raised suspicions as to why there was suddenly passionate and soul-stirring music in the picture, all the shooting stars had congregated into a rushing sun that directly blew apart Lei Long and the cabin wall behind, punching him into space directly. Is this the terror of Vulture Liao? Taking down two experts on our side in a row within a breath, he has truly brought out every last shred of potential in the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. He is not in the divinity transformation stage, but he has a terrifying combat ability close to the divinity transformation stage. Incredible. This is truly incredible. As expected of the well-deserved dominator of the edge of the cosmos who was capable enough to slay Hai Ming and the man whose wife has been elected as the supreme speaker of the Federation. On Black Ray, all the immortal cultivators other than Di Feiwen were sweating hard in astonishment. They did not participate in the space battle half a year ago, which meant that they did not witness the grand return of Liao with 12 colossi. But the shock Liao brought to them that day was as impressive as if they had watched an enormous space gate being destroyed. In the highest command center of the Defense Council of the Federation, everybody except for Ding Lingdang was exclaiming in amazement, too, overwhelmed by shock. A lot of the MPs had never personally seen Liao attack. It was not until this moment that they finally realized why such a seemingly unattractive and rather casual man could become the only man for the mighty blazing tyrannosaur. It all made sense now. Only such a man could conquer a she-dinosaur. The MPs looked at Liao in the picture and then at Ding Lingdang, who was unmoved as if it were just a daily routine. They all swallowed hard, feeling that they had drunk a cup of boiling magma. They were probably the most terrifying couple in the entire sea of stars. Now only one last immortal cultivator was standing. Death Shadow Murongwei was known as a man who was too fast even for a ghost to catch him, and could avoid being captured by crystal cameras for 24 hours with his high speed. He was the last hope for the Black Wind Fleet's dignity. But he seemed to have been dumbfounded by Liao's quick, brutal attacks. Abandoning the speed that he was most proud of, he simply stood at the center of the space station in a daze. Liao turned around. While taking off his own mystic skeleton battlesuit that had broken apart in the thunderous attacks just now, he walked over to Death Shadow Murongwei. He did not seem worried at all that the enemy would launch a sudden assault when he took off his crystal suit. He did not even perform the ultimate skill of air change, or show any intention that he would retrieve another crystal suit from his cosmos ring. But Death Shadow Murongwei remained absolutely still and stared at him rigidly, as if he were an ossified shadow. What's going on? Why is Murongwei not fighting? Even if he doesn't fight, he can always run away and deal with Vulture Liao with his high speed. Faced with such a terrible monster, it is already incredible enough to last 5 minutes. But why is Vulture Liao not fighting either? He even took off all his crystal suit, as if he's not concerned at all. On Black Ray, all the immortal cultivators were whispering in bafflement. Right then, somebody exclaimed, "Look at the back of Murongwei's head." The pictures in front of everyone's eyes were captured from every perspective by almost 100 crystal cameras. Some of them were even simulated holographs made possible by combining countless images. After enlarging the pictures, they could see that a crimson crystal was deeply stabbed into the back of Murongwei's head at the most critical location. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that it did not seem to be a transparent crystal, but a gadget that was more complicated and precise in structure and carved with countless runes. The gadget was not necessarily crimson itself, but crimson exhaust flames were spurting out of the end and enshrouded its whole body, which provided tremendous impetus to push it into Murongwei's brain. Murongwei was frozen on the spot because he was under the suppression of the crimson, rhombus-shaped magical equipment. The immortal cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. Although they all had profound knowledge from the center of the cosmos, they had never seen such a weird piece of magical equipment before. After observing for a long time, the captain of Black Ray finally remarked, not very confidently, "It seems to be a tiny warship?" As a captain, he often trained himself with a super tiny training ship the size of a palm, too. In terms of appearance, they looked indeed quite similar. But the regular super tiny training ships could not have been powerful enough to ambush an assassin-type immortal cultivator who was best known for his agility and speed or to penetrate the enemy's defense in a moment, leaving even no chance of a scream. The captain of Black Ray was not wrong. While the whole attention of Death Shadow Murongwei was focused on the miserable outcomes of Fiery Eye Wanxiu and Heavy Cannon Lei Long and the magnificence of Liao, what pierced into the back of his head without a sound was Neltharion, a piece of magical equipment that had followed him since before he entered the building foundation stage. Neltharion was a super tiny training ship from the Star Ocean Imperium. It did not boast a high combat ability and was not very impressive by itself. It had been Liao's favorite tool in the building foundation stage and the core formation stage. But after he ascended into the nascent soul stage, the magical equipment could not catch up with Liao's improving capability anymore. Except for certain stealth missions where it could still be of some use, it was idle most of the time. However, other than Little Black, Neltharion was the piece of magical equipment that Liao had kept for the longest time. During the 100 years, Liao had baptized the magical equipment with the blood from his fingertip, the tip of his tongue, and the tip of his heart through the secret techniques of the 100 Smelting Clan, building it into a treasure that was ultimately connected to him. Naturally, he could not bear to seal the magical equipment or give it to somebody else. He simply kept it with him and nurtured it every now and then. In the great battle in the Spiriters' realm half a year ago in 100 Flower City, Liao's soul had been heavily wounded by the extraterrestrial devils, and he had been forced to divide his personality in half and completely separate Liao from the mental devil. Eventually, the mental devil dealt the fatal blow to the extraterrestrial devils. After that, Liao and the mental devil had absorbed abundant tenebrum energy, too. The mental devil was responsible for the negative emotions in it, while Liao was responsible for the digestion of the pure energy whose negative emotions had been filtered. The dual personalities cooperated with each other and made significant improvements in their cultivation. Together with the secret techniques concerning soul separation and the invasion of crystal processors left by Professor Mo Xian, they figured out a special ability by accident. Although Liao's own soul could not stay out of his body for a long time due to ultraviolet light and radiation, the mental devil was able to surpass the limits of the shell for a while and float in midair freely. However, Liao was not comfortable allowing such a dangerous fellow like the mental devil to run loose outside. Plus, the ultraviolet light and all kinds of cosmic radiation significantly wore the mental devil out without the protection of the soul. In the end, they suddenly came up with the idea of letting the mental devil crawl into Neltharion, performing a full upgrade on Neltharion. Neltharion had always been controlled remotely by part of Liao's telepathic thoughts. Right now, part of those telepathic thoughts had been replaced by the mental devil. Naturally, it worked perfectly fine. As a result, Neltharion completely became Liao's clone. While sharing the vision, sound, and the data of reconnaissance, it was now also endowed with powerful abilities of independent judgment and combat. The operating time had been increased by more than 3 times, too. Together with the mental attack abilities of the mental devil and the further modification and upgrade to Neltharion that Liao performed with the whole strength of the glorious Sunlight Group, it had been transformed into the most dangerous super tiny warship in the entire universe. That was exactly what had just happened. While Liao sat cross-legged and waited for the 3 immortal cultivators to come, Neltharion was already hiding at the center of the space station in stealth mode. The stealth of the magical equipment was not simple optical illusions but involved the contortion of space and other very mysterious techniques. As long as it remained absolutely still, even a nascent soul stage cultivator would find it practically impossible to notice it. Liao had intentionally released his dominating aura the moment the enemy showed up to disrupt their minds. Then, he launched the most aggressive attacks within a moment. Naturally, it was impossible for the enemy to realize that such a dangerous warship was hiding in midair. While Liao finished the 2 formidable enemies, the mental devil also approached Death Shadow Murongwei without a sound. The guy's speed was indeed what Liao was most wary of. Not because he feared that he could not defeat the opponent, but because the battle would look rather embarrassing if he had to play hide-and-seek with the enemy. Thankfully, the mental attacks that the mental devil released all invaded Death Shadow Murongwei's brain in the most gentle and unnoticeable way, making him utterly unaware of the fatal attack coming from behind him. when Neltharion leapt out of the void and penetrated the critical location at the back of Morong Wei's head. Even all the deities and fiends in the entire universe would not be able to save him. Cough, 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 cough. Death Shadow Morong Wei could not have looked more awful. Thick veins were protruding out of his face, as if dozens of earthworms were crawling between his skin and his bones, corroding all his flesh and blood. His arms turned back weirdly, trying to snatch Neltharion from the back of his head. But Neltharion drilled deeper and deeper. The exhaust flames that it spurted out also burnt his fingers. How could he catch the intruder? As Neltharion submerged, the mental attacks from the mental devil further crushed the mind of Death Shadow Morong Wei like an overwhelming tsunami, putting indescribably fright and shock on his face. He was unable to bring out the combat ability of the nascent soul stage. Mwahaha! I told you that my capability would soar to an unprecedented level after absorbing the tenebrum energy left by the extraterrestrial devils. The mental devil's wild laughter echoed from deep inside Neltharion. Of course, Liao was the only one who could hear it. This is the tenebrum energy that the extraterrestrial devils have accumulated for 1,000 years after arduous efforts. All the essence in it was absorbed by me. That's why I can construct such terrible illusions. How can an immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage escape from my hands? Ha ha ha. Can I offer a suggestion? Liao commented. I don't object to your laughter now that you have made great accomplishments in training, but can you laugh less evilly? This is a very righteous anti-invasion war. We are the good guys. Don't laugh like a villain. Well, I don't mean to, the mental devil said. But I've absorbed too many negative emotions in the past 6 months. This is also the first time that I've tried to combine the biotechnology and the cybertechnology into a new brain invasion technique. I can't help but feel excited. Speaking of which, what kind of dreadful illusions have you poured into his brain to make him look so awful, as if he would be better off dead? It's nothing. I have merely hypnotized him and misled him into thinking that his limbs and spine have been broken, and he was paralyzed on a sickbed, unable to move at all. Liao was slightly dazed and then amused. For an assassin-type immortal cultivator who was best known for his speed and agility, a broken spine and full paralysis were indeed the most insufferable pain in the world. A fox may turn gray but never kind. You are too cruel. While Liao was talking, he had already walked in front of Death Shadow Morong Wei. He sighed softly, with a slight hint of confusion on his face, as if he were puzzled over why the few immortal cultivators were even courageous enough to offer to challenge him one by one. Then boom! At this moment, Liao had taken off the broken crystal suit on his body. The only thing left was a mustard seed combat suit that was as thin as paper. But when he turned around on the spot and launched a kick, 10,000 rune arrays seemed to be bursting out the most brilliant light behind his right leg, turning his right leg into a saber that could cut apart the three-dimensional space. The enormous boom did not echo from his right leg that had been curved into a saber but from the bottom of his left leg, with which he supported his body and exerted his strength. After the boom from his supporting leg, almost 100 enormous cracks penetrated the entire space station along the cabin wall. It was not until this moment that his right leg kicked Death Shadow Morong Wei right in the chest as fast as lightning, shattering the crystal suit on the enemy's body into pieces no larger than fingernails that spluttered everywhere. Morong Wei himself was blown backward like a bullet, turning into a flashing red line that bounced back and forth on the cabin walls, leaving almost 5 bloody marks behind, until he was deeply embedded in a cluster of messy tubes and crystal wires after an ear-splitting explosion. The tubes spurted out gas non-stop, and the crystal wires were uttering weird noises. Morong Wei did not get a chance to perform the attacks and evasions that he was most proud of before he was crushed, his life in danger. Of the 3 immortal cultivators, 2 had been beaten to a pulp, and 1 was floating in space. All of them had been vanquished. At that moment, Liao's entire right leg was enshrouded in dark red flames. The right leg of the mustard seed combat suit, which was made of more than 30 heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the most advanced material technology, had been completely burnt up in the high-speed collisions and the outburst of spiritual energy. What kind of speed and strength that was! The highest command center of the Defense Council of the Federation was caught in utter silence. All the cultivators, especially the new MPs who had been elected in the recent 100 years and did not experience the unification of the three sectors that was facilitated by Liao 100 years ago, were mired in the black hole of shock. Was it really the guy with the messy hair, who seemed drowsy all day and sometimes walked down the street in slippers? Was it the guy who was peed on by the kids when visiting a kindergarten but simply laughed as if it were nothing, without any shred of dignity as a nascent soul-stage cultivator? He turned out to be so brutal and ruthless. A lot of the new MPs did not understand the true meaning of Vulture Liao, dominator of three sectors. They had thought that Liao was merely lucky enough to live at the edge of the great integration of the three sectors and happened to be Ding Lingdong's husband and Jin Xinyue's master. He was merely famous because of his wife and disciple, and he had been deified by the exaggerated propaganda. Even after his grand return in the space battle, a lot of people still secretly thought to themselves that it was the doing of his Colossus Tartarian Colossus. Any nascent soul-stage cultivator who was capable of piloting the Tartarian would have achieved exactly the same result on the battlefield. But at this moment, Liao's performance with two ordinary mystic skeleton battlesuits and a shocking kick without wearing any crystal suit shattered everybody's doubts. Bam! The kick in the picture seemed to have hit the defense shield and the super alloy gate of the highest command center directly. The air in the entire command center shook violently, with ripples that were almost concrete spreading out. Every MP felt that their eardrums were humming hard. It was not until a long time later that somebody finally struggled to breathe and smile bitterly. Thankfully, he is on our side. Otherwise, it was probably what all the MPs of the Federation had in their mind. Since the MPs of the Federation on Liao's own side were shocked to such an extent, it was not hard to imagine the scene on Black Ray's bridge, which had already been swallowed by silence as if it were a grave. It was not until a long time later that the noises of clattering teeth finally broke the silence. Faced with Vulture Liao, an ultimate expert of the barbarians at the edge of the cosmos, the immortal cultivators had already been mentally prepared for their failure. But none of them had expected that fiery Xianxia, heavy cannon Lei Long, and death shadow Morong Wei would suffer such a crushing defeat that they were unable to fight back at all when they had joined hands. 22 seconds. Xiao, Lei Long and Morong Wei combined only survived 22 seconds against his attack. That includes the 6 seconds when he walked over to Morong Wei unhurriedly. In fact, it only took him 15 seconds to finish 3 formidable opponents ranging from the high level of the nascent soul stage to the peak. What kind of person is he exactly? What magical equipment did he use? Vulture Liao? Vulture Liao. All the immortal cultivators were shocked and upset. Their faces were all hollow, as if Liao's kick had hit them right on their nose. Even the most calm and condescending experts looked like roosters whose feathers had been plucked, with fright and confusion beaming out of their faces. Di Feiwen, the No. 2-person of the Black Wind fleet from the Black Wind sector, was the only guy who was in the mood to chuckle, as if he had foreseen that Liao would offer such a devastating performance. "How about it, captains, chiefs, managers, and leaders?" he slowly said. "Do you all believe what I said earlier? I told you that we are absolutely no match for Vulture Liao. Exactly like we were absolutely no match for Haiming 100 years ago." He moved himself to his feet from the commander's chair slowly and warmed up his wrists and ankles. Without looking at the experts around, he focused his eyes on Liao in the picture thoughtfully while he said, "Now, it is time that you fulfill your part of our deal. Bring out all your items. It is my turn to go up." In the picture, after taking down 3 immortal cultivators in a row, Liao did not have any excitement or delight on his face, as if he had just finished a daily routine or accidentally stomped on 3 cockroaches. His eyebrows were furrowed, his face was indifferent, and his eyes were hollow, as if he were meditating on the most enigmatic mysteries of the universe, making it impossible for anyone to get a glimpse at what was on his mind. In a negotiation, such an opponent would be the greatest opponent. Those who are famous must have reasons to be famous. The most powerful dominator at the edge of the cosmos is indeed not easy to deal with. Before the negotiation officially started, The mysterious and unpredictable expression on Liao's face was already enough to make Di Feiwen, who was also an expert of negotiations, sigh. He began to wonder if he would be blown into smithereens by Liao, exactly like the previous 3 immortal cultivators, the moment they met. After all, after a quick glance, he could even generally tell what was on Hai Ming's mind. But he had absolutely no idea what Liao was thinking, not even the faintest clue. Such tranquility, such smartness, and such sophistication. Dreadful. This is truly dreadful. Di Feiwen sighed while shaking his head. Putting on his crystal suit, he flew to the space station. Inside the broken space station, all kinds of automatic maintenance magical equipment spurted out foam and temporarily blocked the holes and cracks, allowing the air pressure and temperature to go back to normal. Liao was still expressionless, contemplating wholeheartedly with his head lowered. Neltharion had entered the stealth state and returned to his cosmos ring. The mental devil dashed back to the depths of his brain, too. The 2 parties were the 2 sides of the same soul after all and could not be completely separated. After lingering outside for a while, it had to return to the brain for nurture and training. More haste, less speed, Liao said. We were in so much a hurry to absorb the enormous energy that we are unable to manipulate it perfectly. Look, at the last moment, I failed to control my strength, and tremendous spiritual energy flowed out of my pores. Together with the high-speed collisions with the enemy's crystal suit, my pants were ripped apart. Such accidents are unavoidable in a fierce battle, the mental devil said. What's the problem? It is not a big deal if the pants were only ripped apart. But look, my thighs are utterly clean and smooth. Even the leg hair has been accidentally burnt up. Do you not feel that it is very humiliating? It's almost like I'm a pervert who has intentionally shaved off all my leg hair. Well, speaking of which, I'm suddenly very curious about one thing. How do other cultivators address the problem when they encounter it? After all, it is impossible for them to control their spiritual energy accurately in a fierce battle all the time. Some of the spiritual energy will flow out sooner or later and may cause high-speed friction with the air. They will be bombarded by the enemy's magnificent magical equipment. 2. So, won't their clothes be ripped apart and their hair be burned up every now and then? If 2 graceful, dominating experts somehow both become naked in a fierce fight and entangle each other, won't it be very embarrassing? It is already embarrassing enough if 2 male experts are having a fierce fight. What if dozens of experts that involve both males and females are having a gang fight? If somebody performs such a destructive skill that other people's clothes are all blown up, what should they do next? Do they continue fighting or not? Hey! The mental devil interrupted. I don't think that this is the time to reflect on such issues. Perhaps the armor and suits were invented at the very beginning exactly to avoid the awkward situations where the participants of a battle got naked in the middle of a fierce fight. Really, brother, the mental devil sighed. You've absorbed too many irrelevant thoughts in the past 6 months. Why don't we take a rest for a while before starting the next training phase? Let's talk about it later. Somebody's here. Shwa. A new mystic skeleton battlesuit flowed around his body like black mercury and covered him tightly in a moment. Liao stared at the number 9 airtight gate. What entered the space station were a large team of medical soldiers and Di Feiwen, the de facto leader of the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet, who had the emblem of a general of the Imperium of True Human Beings carved on the breastplate of his crystal suit. Unlike Liao, who was fully armed and highly wary, the moment he made sure that the air pressure and the temperature were steady after he entered the space station, Di Feiwen took off his crystal suit. Perhaps the immortal cultivator who was best at administration and studies was very clear that, whether or not his cultivation was higher than Liao's, his combat ability was definitely incomparable to Liao's. It would not matter at all if he wore a crystal suit or any number of crystal suits. Holding a vintage bronze box that was carved with the emblems of the Imperium and the Black Wind Fleet, Di Feiwen walked up to Liao unhurriedly. He bowed deeply at Liao and introduced himself in a warm and comforting voice. Greetings, President Li. I am Di Feiwen. Nice to meet you. If someone's identity and character could be decided by their voice, Di Feiwen would not be a ferocious intruder at all. He did not even have the dominating air of the vice commander of the expedition army. He looked more like a clever but dutiful merchant who appreciated peace and prosperity. Of course, the countless enemies who had been killed by him miserably, according to the intelligence that Liao had collected, would certainly beg to differ. After receiving Liao's permission, Di Feiwen opened the bronze box in the most gentle and slow movement before he picked out an enormous emblem of the Black Wind Fleet. A mottled flag, a statue or specimen of a red spider, a pearl that contained bouncing purple fire, a black and seemingly plain stone, and a bracelet made of wolf fangs from the box one after another. The Black Wind Sector, the Purple Fire Sector, the Fiery Spider Sector, the Hard Rock Sector, the Wild Wolf Sector. The tokens that represent the highest power of the 5 sectors that have come to attack the Star Glory Federation are all here. During the most prosperous days of the 5 sectors, the loss of any one of these tokens would have raised a storm of blood. The sacrifice of countless lives would need to be made first before they could be found again. Di Feiwen waved the 5 sectors' symbols of power in front of Liao and spoke unhurriedly. Liao observed the pile of garbage with great interest. He could almost feel the auras of countless souls of the immortal cultivators from the tokens. He had heard a lot about the succession of the major sectors in the Imperium of true human beings from Xianxia and Hailan. He knew that the symbols of power were not necessarily invincible magical equipment but had indeed been fought over in bloody conflicts among the different generations of experts. They all stood for a very long history and were a source of pride that outsiders might find difficult to understand. Had the 5 worlds including the Black Wind Sector not suffered 2 crushing defeats in a row in only 100 years, the symbols of their heritage would never have been shown to other people so easily. Di Feiwen, however, had convinced the best experts of the 5 worlds to offer the things that were both utterly worthless and could mean everything to the locals of the worlds, which made Liao more and more confused about what he was up to. General Di Feiwen, let's drop our disguises now. Liao observed the hideous, weaselly face that was entirely different from the man's voice. If you are willing to negotiate, a negotiation team made of the leadership of the Federation will naturally come to get in touch with you. I am neither qualified nor interested in talking about the unimportant details with you. I only agreed to your uncanny demand partly because I was in need of a batch of experts for practice. Speaking of which, your 3 subordinates just now were more or less acceptable enough. They allowed me to activate and fluently grasp all the techniques that I had trained myself with in the past half year. I must thank you for that. Anyhow, it was also because I was very curious about you, too. What kind of person are you exactly? What trap can you possibly set up at such a moment? I collected a lot of files about you and discovered that the number 2 person of the Black Wind Fleet has the exact opposite style of Hai Ming. If he was a rigorous commander, you are more like a merchant, one that devours people without spitting out their bones. However, the Black Wind Fleet is at a dead end without anywhere to turn to right now. Even if you are a vicious merchant, is it possible for you to come up with an ultimate counterattack? It was exactly because I was deeply fascinated by the point that I was willing to chat with you in such an opportunity. But if you have come here to bargain with me as to whether or not you would like to surrender or the specific terms of your surrender, our conversation will be unnecessary. You can go back if that's the case. The Federation is willing to pay some price to avoid the unnecessary sacrifice of valuable lives. But it does not mean that we will compromise infinitely. The competition just now is already the best of our concessions. If you think that you can do it again, you will be terribly mistaken. When Liao declared, terribly mistaken, he included part of the mental attacks in his voice. Di Feiwen looked even more humble and panicked, but his voice was as stable and warm as before. He lowered his head and said, I'm afraid you're wrong, President Li. The Black Wind Fleet understands our failure and inevitable doom very clearly. We do not dare play any tricks on such an expert like you. You are one of the strongest dominators at the edge of the cosmos, the creator of the new Federation, the conqueror of the ancient sages sector, the destroyer of the space gate, the slaughterer of both the Pangu clan and the extraterrestrial devils. Regarding such a universal expert whose might spreads far and wide like you, we are only here to witness your demeanor and charisma in person and do not dare scheme. Liao felt goosebumps all over his body. You are shameless enough for such sycophancy, And you claim you don't have a scheme? You're quite right about one thing. I'm indeed very different from General Hai Ming. Di Feiwen lowered his head so hard that it already sank into the gap on the floor. He explained patiently, "The Black Wind Fleet is not a simple army but a fleet of immigrants made of all the population and resources of the 5 worlds after they were swallowed by the Covenant Alliance. Other than the warriors who are responsible for conquests, there are still the families of the warriors and the civilians who are responsible for production and construction. In fact, you may consider us as nomadic people struggling to survive in the dark universe. It is a political entity that is not very steady. Since it is a political entity, it naturally has 2 command systems, namely the military and the administration. General Hai Ming was both our highest leader and the commander of the army. I, on the other hand, am responsible for civil affairs and tried to feed the hungry stomachs with whatever resources we have left. It is certainly not an easy task. The insufficiency of resources and the unpredictable future often make me feel stretched. Thankfully, I had already gained some fame and connections in the business world while I was still in the Black Wind sector. While doing my best and relying on the help of the friends from other worlds, I finally lasted to this day and prevented the unstable fleet from falling apart. However, if I have any talents at all that other people do not boast, they are all in the fields of business and administration. At most, I only have ability to command some logistical troops. As for exactly how to bring the Black Wind Fleet out of the siege and reclaim our pride and past glory, I really don't know the first thing about that. Therefore, personally speaking, I am very inclined to a complete submission and even unconditional surrender. I believe everything that the Star Glory Federation has stated in the letter of persuasion, and I trust President Li's leniency. Since the main troop under my lead did not cause any actual damage to the Star Glory Federation or hurt a single individual of the Federation, and since so many innocent civilians are living inside the logistical troops and the life starships in my main troop, you and the Star Glory Federation will certainly not make things more difficult for the pitiful fellows who are no more than peasants and workers." Liao snorted and said, "You are the high and mighty number 2 person of the Black Wind Fleet. Are you here to win my sympathy? The Federation always keeps its word. Every word in the letter of persuasion is a solemn promise. Regarding what will happen to you, you do not need to ask me. Just ask yourself if you have done anything atrocious and unpardonable before." Di Feiwen did not have the dignity and pride of the No. 2 person of the Black Wind Fleet at all. Faced with Liao's mockery, he simply replied, "In that case, I am reassured now, but we do have one last small question." "Wait." Liao frowned hard. "Now, your only question is whether to surrender or not. There are no other questions at all, big or small. If you surrender, you will talk to our special negotiation team. If you don't, let's just keep on fighting? You want to intimidate us by turning into space pirates? There are countless space pirates serving in the Federal Army right now. They are all your ancestors." Faced with Liao's scolding that bordered on cursing, Di Feiwen was even able to laugh out loud. His voice was as warm and gentle as before. There was no telling whether it was because he had planned everything or because he was plain shameless. "You do have a point, President Li. We are indeed willing to negotiate and even to surrender. The only small question is, who will negotiate and surrender on behalf of the Black Wind Fleet?" Liao was slightly dazed. "What kind of reason is that? Hai Ming is dead now, but isn't there still you? As I said just now, although I am nominally the vice commander of the Black Wind Fleet and the No. 2 person of the whole nomadic people, I am in fact only responsible for the civil system and part of the logistic troops," Di Feiwen said with a fake smile. "I do not have much prestige in the real battle troops. According to the titles in the Federation, I am probably more like a leader of the Ministry of Commerce or Ministry of Civil Affairs. How can I represent the entire Black Wind Fleet? Besides, you know the rules of the immortal cultivators very well. I am not good at fighting, and I've always been despised and discriminated against by the tough warriors and generals. If I surrender on behalf of them as the highest leader of the Black Wind Group, they will certainly turn the world upside down. If some of the disobedient generals and warriors defect with their starships and turn into space pirates who loot and slaughter in the Star Glory Federation, or even find a way to return to the homeland of the Imperium, informing everyone of the truth of what happened here, it will do nobody any good, right? Liao narrowed his eyes. You do not have much prestige in the battle troops, and you are not good at fighting? Why am I told that your methods were quite cruel and efficient when you were suppressing the mutiny? Fine, if you say so. What about Hailan? She is the daughter of Commander Hai Ming, and with the support of the heroes from the ancient Sage's sector, she has gathered a lot of defeated troops of the Black Wind Fleet. She is qualified to represent the Black Wind Fleet. Isn't she? Di Feiwen was amused. It is the tradition of the immortal cultivators to worship the strong. The size of your fists is all that matters. Familial background and bloodlines are not important. Hailan is only at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage and has proved to be a puppet of the Star Glory Federation. Our crushing defeat in the battle had a lot to do with her lousy performance in the ancient Sage's sector, too. Let me ask you, how can the proud people of the Black Wind sector and the immortal cultivators of the other 4 worlds, who do not see eye to eye with the Black Wind people, accept such a traitor and puppet as the new king of Black Wind, to govern the rest of the troops of the 5 worlds? That is a bad plan, President Li. Liao nodded and had to admit that his idea was a bit crude. So to speak, you are preparing to elect a new leader, a so-called King of Black Wind, and ask him to negotiate and surrender on behalf of you? Is this a trick to buy you more time? How long will the Federation need to wait? No. I'm afraid that you are mistaken again. Di Feiwen smiled both sincerely and cunningly. We are indeed going to elect a new Black Wind King, but it will not waste any time. In fact, if everything goes well today, in 1 minute, our new leader will show up. He will surrender to the Star Glory Federation on behalf of us and guarantee that every immortal cultivator and every screw on our starships will give up resistance unconditionally. Oh! Liao was greatly surprised. The new Black Wind King will be born in 1 minute? In that case, why didn't you ask him to come here directly? Was it because of safety concerns? No, he is already here. While speaking, Di Feiwen suddenly fell to one knee and looked up at Liao. President Li, your mightiness is ubiquitously known at the edge of the cosmos. You have led countless poor people to march out of darkness for brightness. With that in mind, would you like to be the leader of our nomadic people and the new Black Wind King, and help the vagrants who are struggling not to be swallowed by darkness to find a new way out? Di Feiwen's voice was as soft as a spring breeze when it entered Liao's ears, but it almost completely froze Liao's heart. Liao had analyzed all the schemes that Di Feiwen could have possibly set up. He had even come to meet the number 2 person of the Black Wind Fleet in the mind of enjoying a play. It had never occurred to him that the guy would propose such a shocking and ridiculous idea. What is the meaning of this? Liao demanded. If this is some kind of scheme, it is really a terrible one. Of course, it is not a scheme. Faced with your unparalleled strength, our surrender is 100% genuine. Di Feiwen lowered his head again and said, your original plan was to support Hailan as a puppet and control the Black Wind Fleet indirectly through her based on her identity and bloodline. But you do not understand our disdain for bloodline and our respect for strength. Hailan is just a dog of yours. If we submit to her, wouldn't we be the dogs of the Federation's dog, no better than the slaves of the Federation's slave? By the same logic, even if we do elect a nominal leader within us as the so-called Black Wind King, he will be incomparable to the previous Black Wind Kings, who used to dominate the universe at the center of the cosmos. He will only be a puppet who is destined to bow before the Federation and be closely monitored. The Federation will always stay wary of his every move without giving him any real freedom. What can such a puppet leader do? Which proud expert of the Black Wind Fleet is willing to be covered with grease paint and be delivered to the Parliament of the Federation as a subject and a puppet? Well, about that, as you said just now, Di Feiwen said casually, the Black Wind Fleet is in a terrible situation. 2 continuous crushing defeats in only 100 years have not only deprived the immortal cultivators of the 5 worlds of our homes but also broken our backbones, giving us no hope of reclaiming our homes, restoring our former glory, and even reappearing at the peak of the universe. Hope. Hope is the most precious thing in the entire universe. Whether they are righteous or evil, everybody must count on hope to survive. When I said that the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet might split up into space pirates, it was not a threat but a helpless fact. Once the defeated soldiers truly lose their last hope, many of them will completely sink into darkness and possibly become certain dreadful beings that are not humans at all. Including me, no one will be able to control them or even imagine what they will do. At this moment, if there is one person who can bring hope to the Black Wind Fleet and tell the defeated soldiers whose spines have been broken that they can return to the center of the Sea of Stars and reclaim their homes and glory, turning from crushed soldiers into the strongest warriors in the universe, President Lee, who do you think that person will be? Hylon. Me? The captains under my lead who are mediocre in the first place? No, we are incapable of that. Even the most idiotic hominoid soldier on the Imperium starships will not believe any bullshit from me or Hylon. I am nothing more than a businessman, and Hylon is a puppet without any experience, prestige, or brains. Neither of us can make people obey us. Only you, the invincible dominator at the edge of the cosmos and the magnificent being who has slain a member of the Pangu clan and the extraterrestrial devils easily, have such prestige and capability. That is, as long as you are willing to raise your arms and declare that you will bring the crushed soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet back to their homes and build them into the most magnificent fleet of the Imperium. Such vows and roars will inject new strength into the broken backbones of the soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet and give us pillars to support our mind. The strong are always the most worshipped, which is the immortal Cultivators doctrine that has been repeated too many times and an unshakable rule in the soul of each of them. Since you are the strongest at the edge of the cosmos, isn't it only natural for us to submit to you and invite you to be our new leader? Sincerity beamed out of D. Feywin's small, clear eyes on his triangular face, which could not have been more hideous. Liao almost failed to resist it. He hurried to say, wait, can you pick a random outsider to be Black Wing King? I am not a native of the Black Wind Fleet at all. I am not even a native of the Imperium. The immortal cultivators only value strength, D. Feywin explained. We do not hold any bias about one's birthplace. I'm sure that you also know that Blackstar the Great, the founder of the Imperium of True Human Beings, was not from the center of the cosmos. When he ascended to the throne and announced that the Star Ocean Republic was to be reshaped into the Imperium of True Human Beings, his hometown, the Marshall's Meritocrats sector, was not even included in the Imperium's territory. The founding emperor has set a good example for us. Why would the lords and the sector masters have more rules and restrictions? With enough strength, all rules can be shattered. Also, after swallowing the defeated soldiers and the immigrant fleets of the Purple Fire Sector, the Fiery Spider Sector, the Hard Rock Sector, and the Wild Wolf Sector, the meaning of Black Wind King has been greatly expanded. It is now the ruler of 5 worlds. For the immortal cultivators of the Purple Fire Sector, the Fiery Spider Sector, the Hard Rock Sector, and the Wild Wolf Sector, is there any difference between Hai Ming's leadership and yours? Both of you are experts from a different sector for them, aren't you? How can we be the same? Liao blurted out. Hai Ming and those immortal cultivators belong to the Imperium after all. You belong to the Imperium too, D. Feywin said matter-of-factly. After referring to tremendous files, we have discovered that Su Changfa, as a representative of the Immigration Office of the Imperium of True Human Beings, invoked the immigration law and the Overseas High-Level Talent Introduction Act on Kunlun more than 100 years ago and granted President Lee the green card of the Imperium of True Human Beings, making you a subject of the Imperium. At that time, you must have sworn loyalty to the lightning trident flag of the Imperium while listening to the national anthem of the Imperium, right? Liao was of a mind to scratch his head. I seem to have done that, so to speak. I'm a fucking subject of the Imperium. No. Not a subject, a citizen, D. Feywin explained patiently. When Su Changfa granted you the green card, he must have introduced the 20-level citizenship system in the Imperium. As long you expand the territory or make other contributions for the Imperium, You will be upgraded level by level, ascending from civilian to citizen, from citizen to noble. He told you that before, didn't he? The Black Wind Fleet has been sent out to expand the territory of the Imperium. One might even say that we are the moving territory of the Imperium. Naturally, our starships have higher permissions than Xianxia did. Xianxia could grant you a green card and the subjecthood of the Imperium, but we can grant you a level 12 citizenship at most. You are an expert close to the divinity transformation stage, and you have discovered the Heaven's Origin sector, the Ancient Sages sector, and other 6 worlds for the Imperium, as well as the primeval relic, Kunlun. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such contributions are more than enough for you to be knighted. We can totally improve you to be a level 13 citizen of the Imperium of true human beings reasonably and legally. If you intend to move further, you will have to go to the authorities of the Imperium to redeem your contribution points, verify your accomplishments, and even ask His Majesty to give you laurels in person. Wait! Liao widened his eyes. What do you mean by, you have discovered 8 worlds for the Imperium? Discover is a very subtle word, Di Feiwen said. If you admit your identity as a subject of the Imperium that you received from Kunlun, is it wrong to say that you have discovered so many worlds at the edge of the cosmos? If you do not like such a description, you still have made great contributions to the Imperium by destroying the member of the Pangu clan and the extraterrestrial devils, who are mutual enemies for the Imperium and the Federation. There won't be any problem for you to be promoted to a level 12 citizen of the Imperium in our place with such contributions alone. All right, since you are a level 12 citizen of the Imperium, you are naturally qualified to be a sector master of a certain world under the Imperium's government. It is completely legitimate. Liao was dazed for a long time, right? Xianxia did give me some sort of badge before. It seemed to be a green card or a medallion of the Imperium of true human beings, and is now kept in a museum or a research room in the Secret Sword Bureau. Fantastic, Di Feiwen said. It means that you are a very seasoned citizen of the Imperium. Liao felt that it was all messed up. Wait one more moment. Does your whimsical decision not have any objection from the ambitious and disobedient big shots from other worlds? Of course, there are always dissenters when it comes to the supreme power, Di Feiwen said casually. So, we reached the decision to settle the problem in the old-fashioned way of the immortal cultivators, which is fighting. Fiery I Wan Xiu, Heavy Cannon Lei Long, and Death Shadow Murong Wei, who fought you just now, all represent different factions within the Black Wind Fleet and are backed by different powerful forces that are too independent for even me to control. However, I bet with them that you would prove that you are the only and probably strongest Black Wind King in history with an unquestionable performance. As it turned out, you did it. In only 22 seconds, you beat 3 seasoned nascent soul stage cultivators unconscious. Also, you have 8 worlds and a primeval relic behind you. Even the most insubordinate immortal cultivator has to lower their head before such strength and power. Liao still found it hard to accept the immortal cultivator's logic. Let's put aside the immortal cultivators from the 4 smaller worlds. What about the natives of the Black Wind sector? I killed Hai Ming, your last leader. It further justifies your legitimacy to lead us, Di Feiwen said casually. People of the Black Wind sector are best known for our toughness and valor in the entire Imperium. The competition for sector master in the Black Wind sector has always been brutal. The new expert declares the arrival of a brand new era by killing the old sector master, which is anything but unusual in our place. Even Hai Ming killed a lot of experts of the Di family when he rose to the position of sector master. If we bore all the grudges in our mind, the Black Wind sector and all the worlds in the Imperium would have long collapsed. The bottom line is, this is the rule of the immortal cultivators. Once we enter the period of power struggle due to political imbalance, all the experts will be simmering with impatience and fight each other relentlessly. But when an unquestionable new expert shows up, the rest of the people will immediately forget the conflicts and hatred of the past and bow before him, entering a new period of power stability. Led by him, they will shift from internal contradiction to external development and vent their fury and hatred on the prey. Perhaps that is the reason why the immortal cultivators have survived to this day in the dark universe despite all the internal conflicts. Despite Di Feiwen's sincerity, Li Yao did not intend to agree to his proposal immediately. He simply shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that you are mistaken. I am not the dominator at the edge of the cosmos, and I am not interested in meaningless titles such as Black Wind King or the leadership of an enormous fleet or country." "Understandable," said Di Feiwen, nodding. "The so-called power and position are sometimes only a shortcut to the ultimate strength. If an expert already has incomparable strength, it is true that they will no longer need to restrain them with power, position, or fame. At the center of the cosmos, there are a lot of experts like you who prefer absolute freedom and are dedicated to the exploration of unvisited lands and levels. Naturally, none of them are really interested in the boring affairs of the mortal world. However, the Black Wind Fleet has a perfectly functional system, and I can serve the fleet for decades to come. 2. Your personal management will not be needed. We only need to unite the people and boost their morale with your strength and prestige. It's like your wife is not an admin-type cultivator but has still been elected as the Speaker of the Star Glory Federation, meeting barely any competition." "Speaking of which," Li Yao said coldly, "I am proud of my identity as a citizen of the Star Glory Federation, which I will not abandon easily. It remains unknown whether or not the Federation acknowledges dual nationality. I doubt that they will allow me to be the so-called Black Wind King." "Why not?" Di Feiwen asked back. "The Federation is in a hurry to settle the complicated problems left by the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet, too, which may escalate into greater trouble if not resolved in time. They also want to get our enormous fleet and more intelligence and files concerning the Imperium of true human beings. Chances are that they are even hoping to directly reach out to the Imperium of true human beings on a certain level through the Black Wind Fleet. As long as you agree to be our leader, everything will be possible. I know that the Star Glory Federation has its own incontestable principles, but the minor request we have proposed does not violate any of your laws or moral code. Does it? Nobody will be hurt in the deal, and thousands of innocent people will even be saved. Why would the Parliament of the Federation refuse it? You do have a silver tongue. I'm starting to understand how you became the No. 2-person of the dog-eat-dog Black Wind Fleet despite your lack of combat ability." Li Yao was still unmoved. "It's a pity that you are not surrendering to me sincerely but only trying to seek benefits, maintain a certain degree of independence, and even become the cancer of the Federation by using my fame and prestige." "Of course," Di Feiwen said unhurriedly. "Please put yourself in our shoes, President Li. Despite the recent failure, at least 1/3 of the starships of the Black Wind Fleet are undamaged and can still fight. The pride of a superpower from the center of the cosmos cannot be erased overnight. Is it possible for us to lay down our weapons and surrender unconditionally under such circumstances? In both the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium of True Human Beings, the Dark Forest theory was quite popular for a while. The theory might not be a universal truth, but some of its details are indeed worth studying. For example, the idea of chain of suspicion. Aren't the Star Glory Federation and the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet mired in a chain of suspicion right now? Even if the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet want to surrender, they are still concerned about what will happen. Will they suffer inhuman torture? Will their family and descendants on the immigrant starships be affected? Will they mine on the desolate planets at the edge of the cosmos forever until they become dry bones in the pits without ever having the opportunity to see their flags flap in the wind in their hometown at the edge of the cosmos? On the other hand, even if I do not propose any conditions today and just surrender unconditionally, will the Federation trust us? No. You will be equally worried that the disobedient immortal cultivators are up to something else and may rebel again. You will try your best to watch over and weaken us. The friction between the two parties will intensify in mutual mistrust. We will be caught in a vicious cycle until the possibility becomes reality and the insurgency does take place. For me, surrender is not a problem. The problem is the relation and trust between the two parties after the surrender. You being the new Black Wind King is the best solution to break the chain of suspicion between us that I can come up with. You don't need to worry about that, Li Yao affirmed. The Federation always honors its promise. We have integrated with the Blood Demon sector, which we fought for hundreds of years. Now, the Blood Demon sector is an important part of the Star Glory Federation, and a lot of demons have become MPs and leaders of critical departments of the Federation. It must be noted that the Blood Demon sector almost took down the capital of the Federation when the two parties hated each other most. The 1/3 of the Black Wind Fleet under your lead did not even enter the territory of the Federation. We do not have any bloody grudge between us. What are your concerns? No, it is a different issue. D. Feywin shook his head. From the perspective of mankind as a whole, the Blood Demon sector is one of the last few worlds of demons. They were at an absolute strategic disadvantage in the first place. There would not be any trouble accepting and absorbing them. But the Black Wind Fleet is different. There's still the enormous Imperium of true human beings. If the subtle relation among the Imperium, the Black Wind Fleet, and the Federation is not taken care of properly, should the conflicts between the Federation and the Imperium break out one day, regardless of who the final winner is, the Black Wind Fleet will certainly be the first to suffer. The most critical thing is that the so-called integration of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector was based on an important premise, which was that Xianxia, the leader of the Blood Demon sector, was your true disciple. Everybody in the world knew that. It was the foundation for the two parties to trust each other. Isn't it evidence that proves the importance of inviting you to be the Black Wind King? Because what we need right now is exactly such a foundation of trust. Liao could not argue with D. Feywin's reasoning at all, but he did feel ridiculously amused. Half a year ago, when he was engaged in a life-and-death battle with Hai Ming on the bridge of Black Swirl, he had never seen it coming that the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet would cry and beg him to take Hai Ming's place one day. Are you not worried that I will regard the Black Wind Fleet as cannon fodder when I become the Black Wind King? Liao asked in disbelief. That is indeed a possibility? D. Feywin intentionally lengthened his tone and said, even if you refuse to be the Black Wind King, will the Federation not regard the Black Wind Fleet as cannon fodder if we choose to surrender? Liao was rendered speechless and lost for words for a long time. We believe that the strategic vision of the Star Glory Federation is keen enough for you to recognize that it is impossible for the Star Glory Federation and today's Imperium of true human beings to live in peace in the long term. D. Feywin smiled and went on. In the past, the Imperium was unaware of the existence of the Federation, and the two parties could live in peace under the cover of the vast universe. But it is a pity that some of the intelligence regarding the edge of the cosmos has been sent back to the homeland of the Imperium over the past 10 years. That intelligence was not necessarily sent to the court and the Emperor. Furthermore, the Imperium must be too occupied in the strategic counterattack on the Covenant Alliance to extend its hands to the edge of the cosmos even if the intelligence is collected and analyzed. But how much longer can such vulnerable peace last? 20 years? 10 years? Or even shorter? If the Star Glory Federation intends to defend its tiny territory and ideologies, it must not wait for the arrival of the Imperium's magnificent troops but attack actively. The attack might not necessarily be made by the military. It is more likely to be infiltrating the Imperium and changing the Imperium unconsciously from the political and systematic level, thereby reshaping today's Imperium into a different appearance. Am I right, President Li? Liao was greatly alarmed. He did not expect the plain-looking vice-commander of the Black Wind Fleet to actually have such keen strategic insight. He was quite right. Despite the quick and neat victory of the space battle, the conclusion of many expert strategists in the Federation after much analysis was still that the Star Glory Federation did not have the ability to fight a general war with the Imperium of true human beings. One space battle could be won by all kinds of favorable factors, but when it came to a war that might last hundreds of years, it would be a head-on clash of the comprehensive national power of the two parties without any tricks. Even another 10 Liaos and Ding Lingdangs would not be able to change the outcome of the war. Therefore, if the Federation intended to march to the center of the cosmos, at least in the next hundreds of years, it would be impossible for them to march all the way to the Imperium unstoppably. The more sensible choice would be to dispatch a number of the elites to infiltrate the Imperium and make use of the contradiction between the so-called hominoids and true human beings, finding a way to disintegrate the Imperium from the inside or at least reform the Imperium on a certain level. Liao had already proposed the idea when he raised the black hole plan more than 100 years ago. After the scheming and deduction of countless expert strategists, it was finally perfected. He did not expect that Di Feiwen would be able to point out the key to the problem precisely. Liao felt that he had underestimated the hideous-looking general businessman after all. If the Federation, or you yourself, President Li, is truly meaning to dissect, modify, or even overthrow the Imperium from the inside, the Black Wind Fleet will certainly be your greatest help. Di Feiwen was still as respectful as before, as if he were already treating Liao as Black Wind King. In the meantime, as long as you are willing to officially be inaugurated as Black Wind King, in front of the immortal cultivators of the 5 worlds in public and announce the result to the universe, we will also believe in your promise that you will lead us back to the center of the cosmos one day. Although Di Feiwen had always been on one of his knees and could not have acted more obediently, Liao still felt that the guy was terribly tricky to deal with. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "What if I insist on refusing? You should know that real immortal cultivators are certainly not cowards. We understand the saying, better to be broken as jade than to remain intact as bricks very well," Di Feiwen said casually. "When we choose to submit to an expert, we do not just want to preserve our life and survive in the chaotic world. It is also because we believe that the expert will grant us even more powerful strength and lead us to greater glories and a brighter future. It is exactly because I believe Vulture Liao, the dominator of 3 sectors, is one of such experts that I am willing to surrender unconditionally. If you think that the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet are not qualified to be your loyal subjects, we can't find any reason to live our meaningless lives any longer. Let's just end the history of the Black Wind Sector, the Fiery Spider Sector, the Wild Wolf Sector, the Hard Rock Sector, and the Purple Fire Sector with a spectacular battle. As for myself, although I am not a battle-type immortal cultivator, it is still quite an honor to be killed by such an expert like yourself." Liao narrowed his eyes. Spiritual energy was focused in his eyes when he looked at Di Feiwen as if he were trying to pierce the guy. Di Feiwen simply raised his head and looked at Liao, full of expectation. There was to telling whether he was hoping for Liao to become the Black Wind King, or to open the hand and smack him to death. Blank noises echoed in the communication channel in Liao's earphones. Then, Ding Lingdong's voice came over. "Liao, don't be rash. The strategists and analysts in the highest command center are now running an urgent deduction on the subsequent changes after you become the Black Wind King. It may be a good thing for the Federation." "Are you serious, honey? Are you going to tell me later that the Federation has decided that I should be the Black Wind King? You are already the dominator of 3 sectors. It wouldn't hurt to add another title to yourself, would it?" Liao coughed for a moment and glared at Di Feiwen. "If I agree, what are the benefits? There are too many. First of all, you will have the full loyalty of the Black Wind Fleet. In the space battle half a year ago, the Black Wind Fleet only lost 1/3 of its elite forces. A lot of shield starships, arsenal starships, and comprehensive cruise carriers, as well as the space shuttles and armed crystal suits on them, are still perfectly intact. Besides, as a fleet of immigrants, we are not here for pure conquest and destruction but for construction and colonization at the edge of the cosmos. Therefore, we have a lot of scholars, workers, and technical staff in our fleet, as well as abundant infrastructure. As long as enough resources and fundamental materials are provided, they can start their work immediately. You must have seen the mining factory that could automatically upgrade and expand on Kunlun, right? We have a lot of similar facilities in our fleet. In the past, they could not be activated or upgraded due to the lack of resources. But right now, they are all yours. Furthermore, we have a lot of classified intelligence about the Imperium of true human beings. Although it's mostly outdated information from more than 100 years ago, we still maintain some sort of connection with the homeland of the Imperium with our super remote communication system. In such a way, we can not only get the latest news in the Imperium but also deliver false messages back to the homeland of the Imperium, misleading the Imperium into an incorrect judgment of the Federation's situation. Do I need to tell you the strategic value in that?" Liao sneered. "It seems that you do not have much loyalty to your motherland at all. The so-called nation is an imagined community. If we get to the bottom of it, It is condensed by a powerful force. D. Feywin replied sincerely. In the vast and boundless sea of stars, the distance between the habitable plants can easily be dozens of light years. Transportation and communication are highly inconvenient. The authority of the emperor is attenuated to the maximal level. Also, because of the different cultures, customs, and habits that have derived from the unique environment of every plant, it is often the case that people are more loyal to the planet that they live on than to the unsubstantial concept of imperium. In other words, we are the people of the Black Wind sector, the Fiery Spider sector, the Hard Rock sector, the Wild Wolf sector, and the Purple Fire sector first before we are the people of the Imperium. When the Imperium has the absolute strength to both defend our interests and punish our disloyalty, we are certainly absolutely loyal to the Imperium and His Majesty. But right now, our homes are occupied by the Covenant Alliance, and there is little the Emperor can do about it. We have suffered a crushing defeat at the edge of the cosmos, and the distance is too great for the Emperor to lash us. How can you expect us to retain much loyalty to Imperium under such circumstances? Liao could not help but smile. You are rather candid. It's better to be candid when speaking to an expert like you, President Li. D. Feywin's eyes were glittering. The things I mentioned just now are only petty benefits. In fact, the greatest benefit is the title of Black Wind King itself. The so-called Black Wind King is the common master of the Black Wind sector, the Hard Rock sector, the Wild Wolf sector, the Purple Fire sector, and the Fiery Spider sector. Theoretically speaking, it is the combination of the sector masters of the 5 worlds and has the absolute right to rule over the 5 worlds. Even His Majesty is not to meddle too much. Liao was stunned. Is that so? Yes. To govern the boundless sea of stars, the Imperium of true human beings has adopted various systems. D. Feywin explained rather proudly. The capital ring near the Imperial Terminus sector is managed by a bureaucratic system that is directly under the Emperor's lead. The worlds that are slightly more remote are managed by aristocrats under the enfeoffment system. For the worlds at the borderlands such as the Black Wind sector, a lot of tough warriors and generals often distinguish themselves. Those worlds are more independent, and the local sector master almost always has absolute power. The Black Wind sector, the Fiery Spider sector, and the other worlds were at the borderland between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance in the first place. To better deal with the emergencies on the battlefield, we always managed our affairs on our own. If you become the Black Wind King, you will be a great warlord that rules over 5 worlds. Considering the 8 worlds on the Star Glory Federation side, TSK, you will be one of the few most powerful people even within the Imperium. Wait, Liao was not a silly boy to be fooled easily. If I may ask, were I truly to be the Black Wind King, where are the 5 worlds that are supposed to be ruled by me? Well, D. Feywin pondered for a moment and said, they have been occupied by the Alliance of the Holy Covenant for 100 years. But the Imperium is planning a strategic counterattack which seems to be making good progress. It is not entirely impossible that we will take back the few worlds. So to speak, Liao said, you have essentially paid me lip service. If I want the title of Black Wind King, Master of 5 sectors, I have to either take back the frontier planets that they have strengthened for 100 years from the Covenant Alliance or beg His Majesty of the Imperium of true human beings to give me a hand. There's no need to be hasty, President Li, D. Feywin said. If the 5 worlds are still in the hands of the Covenant Alliance, there is certainly nothing we can do about it. But if they are already taken back by the Imperium, it is not entirely impossible for us to steal them, no, to ask for them. At the very least, you are the legitimate Black Wind King. Your nomological right to rule the 5 worlds, including the Black Wind sector, cannot be ignored. The system in the Imperium is truly weird. Liao almost could not stop himself from scratching his head. I thought that the title of Black Wind King was only there to entertain yourselves. But from what I've heard, even His Majesty may acknowledge my identity. It's not entirely impossible, D. Feywin said solemnly. The geopolitical conflicts in the Imperium are very fierce and much more intense than the contradictions between the 4 new worlds and 3 old worlds in the Star Glory Federation. For the highly independent worlds such as the Black Wind sector, We always elected the sector master on our own, and then the sector master would pledge loyalty to His Majesty in the imperial terminus sector and be acknowledged by the emperor. After all, since the demise of Black Star the Great, there has never been a magnificent tyrant who suppressed the entire sea of stars. The emperors who succeeded the throne hardly vetoed the candidate of the sector master that the locals elected because it would mean that the emperor was reducing the power of the local places and extending his hand to the most central interests of the local places. He would be strongly opposed by nobles, warlords, and experts. At the very least, during the confrontation of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, no emperor has had the courage to concentrate their power recklessly at the risk of dividing the Imperium. Of course, your case is different, but the Star Glory Federation is at the edge of the cosmos. It is too remote for the homeland of the Imperium to learn what has really happened here. With appropriate operations, it is not entirely impossible for you to be acknowledged by His Majesty. Thinking quickly, Liao mumbled to himself, so to speak, the Imperium of true human beings is not a united, iron plate but full of internal conflicts. 2. Di Feiwen was amused. Everybody acts in their own interests. Is there a real noble, pure, selfless cultivator or immortal cultivator? And is there a real united, never-decaying country? Even the tiny Star Glory Federation, which has only been established for slightly more than 100 years and is still on the rise, has contradictions between the 4 new worlds and the 3 old worlds, contradictions between humans and demons, contradictions between Li Yao's group and the traditional forces, and so many other conflicts. The Imperium of true human beings has such a vast territory and such a long history, with all kinds of interest groups. Of course, it has 10 times more internal and external issues than the Federation does. The conflict between the Emperor and the local strongmen is only the most obvious one of all the conflicts. There are also conflicts that are better hidden but more fatal. After you become the Black Wind King, I will certainly try my best to give my counsel and analyze them for you. Liao stared at Di Feiwen for a long time. It was not until this moment that he finally detected certain clandestine things from the guy's seemingly clear and honest eyes. Liao smiled and bared his teeth. I finally understand your real goal now. Liao looked at Di Feiwen carefully again and clicked his tongue. I didn't expect that the number 2 person of the Black Wind Fleet would be even more terrifying than the number 1 person. Your appetite is much greater than Hai Ming's. What Hai Ming wanted to conquer was merely the Star Glory Federation, but you are hoping to claim the entire universe, including both the Federation and the Imperium. Oh? Why do you say that? Di Feiwen asked, without changing his facial expression. Tell me, are you only trying to build the next Black Wind King? Liao stared at his opponent without letting go of the tiniest wave inside his eyes. Or rather, are you making the next Black Star the Great? The waves in Di Feiwen's eyes were twisted, but they regained tranquility very soon. He became even more admiring when he said, President Li, your eyes are really keen. Even what I think at the deepest part of my mind cannot escape your attention. Liao snorted softly. There's no need to flatter me. I feel as if you're even more mysterious. Are you really just a member of the Black Wind Fleet and a regular immortal cultivator? Or do you have another identity with some other force backing you? As I introduced myself in the very beginning, I am just an insignificant businessman, Di Feiwen said. Naturally, a businessman can hardly become a pure immortal cultivator. Oh, Liao was puzzled. How so? Business is utterly incompatible with the identity of immortal cultivator. They are naturally in conflict. A pure immortal cultivator must believe in the pureness and nobleness of true human beings and classify human beings into a 5% class and a 95% class. Only the 5% of true human beings or their candidates matter. The other 95% are all humble, filthy, despicable, and worthless garbage. Di Feiwen sighed. But businessmen are the servants of capital. Our sole purpose in this world is to explore more markets, gain more profit, and make the capital proliferate. With enough profit, we are even willing to sell the most advanced weapons to alien species who have 8 arms or the most ferocious extraterrestrial devils. Why would we care about the disparity between true human being and hominoid at all? A dollar in the Imperium is always worth a dollar, whether it is taken from the delicate purse of a true human being or the dirty hands of a hominoid. Its value will be absolutely the same. The classic theory of the immortal cultivators believes that hominoids, who make up more than 95% of the total population, are all inferior garbage and slaves who only deserve to be exploited and looted. In that sense, we have essentially lost 95% of the market for nothing. After all, it is practically impossible to sell valuable and profitable goods to a slave, right? Other than the official merchants who monopolize certain trades with their connections with the royal family or the unparalleled experts, no businessman, even if they believe in the true path of immortality, is willing to tolerate the situation forever, where they have to wander in the nutshell of 5% because they are forbidden from the blue ocean of 95%. It is a pity that we are all strengthless dealers and touts. Faced with the emperor, nobles, warlords, and unparalleled experts, we are the most insignificant dust. Do we have the power to change the world at all? The best we can do is establish shabby chambers of commerce with other businessmen who struggle to make a living. Naturally, compared with the nobles in the court, the experts who train in seclusion for a couple of years easily, or the generals who are overwhelmed by arrogance, businessmen, especially those who travel among different worlds all year round, are often the most well-informed guys. If you and the Star Glory Federation are to march to the center of the cosmos one day, chances are that businessmen such as us can offer you some help, can't we? Looking at the cunning little eyes, Liao really could not tell if the guy was speaking the truth. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Is this the conflict that you describe to be more hidden and fatal than the conflict between the central government and the local places? How should I put it, the conflict between capitalism and immortal cultivators, or the conflict between capitalism and the Imperium? Capital is one of the most powerful forces in the universe, which is not willing to be restrained by any emperor or expert." Di Feywin's eyes beamed with joy. Capital is genetically the most powerful force in the universe, which is not to be restrained by any emperor or expert. That is marvelously put, President Li. Since you can understand our stance so well, I believe that our cooperation in the future will be very pleasant. He had utterly erased the one of part. Whether or not you have a second identity or any clandestine purpose, you have picked the wrong person, Liao said coldly. I am neither capable of nor interested in becoming a second Black Wind King or Black Star the Great. You may want to talk to somebody else. Di Feywin smiled. Fate is the most mysterious and unpredictable thing. When Wu Yingqi was tied up and thrown into the active volcano, could he have foreseen that he would rule over the entire universe as Black Star the Great many years later? In the business world, there is no deal that is completely profitable, but as long as the potential profits are more than 300%, it is already worth fighting for even at the risk of one's life. Besides, with the situation that the Black Wind Fleet is in right now, what other choice do we have except to make the wild gamble? Silent, Liao considered for a long time. Then he slowly said, I can basically outline your scheme right now. Perhaps you think that after I am raised to the place of Black Wind King, when all the immortal cultivators submit to me and corrupt me with your theories, I will feel too good about myself and become an immortal cultivator. Then, I will fight for power in the Imperium of true human beings as a spokesperson of your interests and even overturn the Imperium to establish a new system devised by you. In that case, the Black Wind Fleet will appear to have failed on the surface and even given the leadership to an outsider, but in fact, you will be the final beneficiary, and I will be a puppet in a different form. Di Feywin blinked and said, Perhaps. Then, are you willing to shoulder the heavy responsibility and become the new Black Wind King? Liao stared at him hard. I'm really curious. What makes you so confident that I will be at your mercy like a stringed marionette? Even if I become the Black Wind King, I will not believe the immortal cultivator's survival of the fittest theory at all. The first thing that I'm going to do is send all the leadership of the Black Wind Fleet into the captive camp and re-educate them with the ideology of the cultivators, even if you call it brainwashing. The second thing will be to abolish all the slavery within the Black Wind Fleet and restore the freedom of all civilians. I will show them a brand new lifestyle and civilization. I will show them the dignity and pride of mankind, and they can also be strong warriors to defend our civilization, Not just some fuel. Only the fittest survive, and the winner is the king. This is not a theory but an indisputable fact, Di Feiwen said unhurriedly. Take the situation right now, for example. It is exactly because the Star Glory Federation is stronger than the Black Wind Fleet that you are the final winner who is qualified to demonstrate your power and brainwash the losers. The Federation won the war only because you were stronger, not because of righteousness, mercy, kindness, or any other factor. President Li, experts like you can do whatever you want. We are all prepared for our fate after our surrender. Although I do not approve of the childish theories of the cultivators personally, if you are the one who demands that we accept the brainwashing, we will certainly purge ourselves solemnly without any reserve. Li Yao was at a loss for words when faced with such a shameless person. Dazed for a long time, he frowned and said, "If you believe that the cultivators' theories are wrong, how do you explain the victory of the Federation? Was it not because of the cultivators' theories that the Federation grew so strong? There are no right theories or wrong theories. There are only suitable theories and those that are not suitable," Di Feiwen said. "The cultivators' theories are more suitable for the simple, steady environment at the edge of the cosmos where there aren't many changes and trouble. So, the theories have proved successful. But there are far more problems, variables, and enemies at the center of the cosmos, which is a place that does not have much room for kindness and leniency. In many cases, we do not have any option except to seek the tyranny of an iron-blooded monarch in order to settle all our problems quickly. You do not need to waste so much time preaching on how evil, ugly, and wrong the true path of immortality is. We know that very clearly. As a businessman, I am not particularly fond of the emperor, but we chose the autocratic monarchy and the true path of immortality not because the emperor and the truth path of immortality are good, brilliant, and justified, but because the other options are even worse than them. Perhaps, in your eyes, the collision of cultivators and immortal cultivators is the competition of good and evil. It's all about choosing between saving 10,000 people and butchering 10,000 people. But the truth is, it's more likely to be a competition of evil and eviler, a choice between butchering 10,000 people and butchering 100,000 people. As for the option to save 10,000 people, it does not exist at all. Of course, you won't believe me right now. You think that I'm bluffing. But please remember that the Star Ocean Republic was a realm of cultivators, and you know what happened to it in the end. Regarding the corruption and darkness at the last years of the Star Ocean Republic, too many secret case files must have been stored on Firefly. You can retrieve them and have a read. Naturally, after 1,000 years of development and transformation, the Imperium of true human beings today is decaying and repeating the history of the Star Ocean Republic too. Perhaps the time has come to inject a new force into it and revitalize the old Imperium. Hehe, forget it. There's no need for me to say such nonsense to you right now. Let the bloody facts at the center of the cosmos teach you, and let history be the final judge. At the very least, you are the most well-deserved expert. Strength is justice. Everything you say is the truth. We are all your most humble lackeys and servants who will carry out your decisions at the cost of our lives. Faced with Di Feiwen's scorching eyes, Li Yao could not help but shudder. There was one thing that was even more dreadful than Di Feiwen's lie and scheme. It was that Di Feiwen had neither a lie nor a scheme. Everything he said, including the zealous vow, was serious. Di Feiwen's proposal was rather unprecedented. At the very least, the Star Glory Federation had never encountered such ridiculous terms of surrender before. Of course, the Star Glory Federation had never competed with a universal superpower of such a scale and even defeated the opponent to some extent before, either, although the victory was only local and temporary. Regarding the absurd terms of surrender, Li Yao himself and the strategists, lawyers, and sociologists of the Federation all began their deductions. The first problem that the experts faced was whether or not the arrangement was legally acceptable. Like most of the political entities drifting at the edge of the cosmos, the Star Glory Federation did not forbid dual nationalities. Or rather, the Federation had never considered the possibility of finding another nation and forming an international society before. Since there was not even an international society, naturally dual nationalities were not a problem. In other words, Li Yao's identity as citizen of the Imperium was not against the law. Some of the captives who had been captured 10 years ago were still living in the Star Glory Federation. They were not necessarily willing to abandon their identities as subjects or citizens of the Imperium. The Federation certainly did not force them to make a choice, either. Of course, if Liao were an official of the Star Glory Federation, it would raise the suspicion of treason when he worked for a hostile country. After multiple investigations, the conclusion of the specialists was that Liao was no kind of official in the federal government. The so-called dominator of 3 sectors was more like a slogan for propaganda. He was just the president of several private funds, nothing more. However, Liao had access to tremendous secrets of the Federation and was even a member of the First Family. There would certainly be great influence if he became a subject of the emperor of a hostile country, even though only theoretically. But when the research was pushed to this point, even the concept of hostile became quite suspicious in the legal sense. It had never occurred to the specialists that, despite the fierce space battle half a year ago, in which almost 10,000 starships large and small and dozens of colossi were mobilized, the 2 parties had never declared war against each other. For the Black Wind Fleet, the 3,000 sectors were all the rightful territory of the Imperium. They were only there to conquer the barbarians at the edge of the cosmos and did not consider the Federal as an opponent on par with the Imperium at all. Naturally, it was unnecessary to declare war. On the Federation side, to ensure the secrecy of the Dim Moon Plan, and to pretend that they were unexpectedly attacked, they did not declare war on the Imperium either. After the space battle, the Federation only hoped that the homeland of the Imperium did not know of their existence so that they could develop for several more decades in secret. How could they attract the enemy's attention by declaring war on the Imperium? At this moment, a piece of news from the center of the cosmos accelerated the decision-making of the Federation and Liao. D. Feiwen's fleet near the Brown Dwarf always had a super-remote communication base that maintained minimal contact with the homeland of the Imperium. The latest battle report that they had received stated that the strategic counterattack of the Imperium of true human beings, which had been prepared for hundreds of years, had been launched a long time ago, and the progress could only be described as unstoppable. In only half a year, 2 strategic victories that could be called great triumphs had been secured, and more than 5 sectors and 20 resource plants had been recovered. All in all, everything looked good. Not only was the Imperium about to take back all the territory swallowed by the Covenant Alliance in the past hundreds of years, it also had the opportunity to march to the central territory that the Covenant Alliance had operated for 1,000 years to claim the heavy industrial bases and the resource planets of the Covenant Alliance, thereby reversing the comparison of national power of the 2 parties. Too many victory ceremonies had been held in the Imperium. A lot of people even considered the strategic attack as the renaissance of the Imperium. Some were even calling the Emperor Black Star the Great Reborn. The military power, morale, and the experts' loyalty to the Emperor were at the highest point in the past 500 years. The good news for the Imperium was bad news for the Federation. According to the grand strategy after 100 years of planning, the Star Glory Federation, as a critical chess piece, could only play an important role when the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant were on par with each other. Whether the Imperium suppressed the Covenant Alliance or the Covenant Alliance completely swallowed the Imperium, it would not be good for the Star Glory Federation, which had just entered the phase of high-speed development. Right now, somebody in the Imperium of true human beings had already learned of the Star Glory Federation's existence. However, because of the personal plans of Hai Ming and the rest of them, they did not know that the Star Glory Federation was a highly modernized regional superpower that was developing even faster than the Imperium and thought that it was just a bunch of barbarians struggling to survive in a desolate land. But the secret could not be kept for long. If the Imperium really accomplished the strategic counterattack and secured a decisive victory, rising as the sole dominator of the universe, it would certainly shift its attention to the Federation eventually. The Emperor, whose capability and prestige would be higher than ever after the multiple victories, might not care about the barbarians at the edge of the cosmos, but he would certainly not allow the tough and insubordinate warriors of the Black Wind Fleet to wander out of his control. The seasoned troops from the main battlefield of the Imperium would certainly be able to sweep across all the enemies in their way like an autumn wind blowing off the leaves. If the Emperor, nobles, and warlords of the Imperium learned the truth of what happened at the edge of the cosmos, that the Black Wind Fleet had been defeated by an unknown country at the border, and that the unknown country might grow into a great threat for the Imperium in 100 years, why would they not exterminate the threat while it was still in the cradle? The cultivators certainly had their principles, but persisting in principles did not equal doctrinism or recklessness. Having a head-on clash with 100 central worlds of the Imperium with less than 10 worlds at the edge of the cosmos would be a bold but stupid move that would yield no results at all except for the destruction of the future of almost 100 billion people. The Federation had no choice except to lie to the homeland of the Imperium, and even to attempt to pull off a great strategic deception to make the homeland of the Imperium believe that everything at the edge of the cosmos was under the control of the Black Wind Fleet and that the Black Wind Fleet retained its absolute loyalty to the Imperium. It would be best if another dozens of years could be earned for development so that the Federation could digest and absorb the technology stored in the Black Wind Fleet and the Nuwa warship in the Ancient Sages sector and make another leap. After that, the Federation could take other measures. To achieve that, the Federation needed the support of the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet, or at least the fleet near the Brown Dwarf under D. Feywin's lead that controlled the super-remote communication base. The subtlety of the situation and the continuous victories of the Imperium were not necessarily a good thing for the Black Wind Fleet either, because it meant that the Black Wind Fleet was even more useless to the Imperium. It was now more of a problem that could not be gotten rid of. Even if their hometown was recovered by the Imperium, it would still fall to the hands of other nobles and warlords or even be claimed by the Emperor himself. With their crushed soldiers, it would be impossible for them to ask the Emperor and the warlords to spit out the 5 fat pieces of meat that had already been swallowed. To some extent, the interests of the Black Wind Fleet and the interests of the Star Glory Federation were being bundled slowly. Then, to get the full cooperation of the Black Wind Fleet and D. Feywin, the only thing that needed to be done was to satisfy their small request. All the intelligence was listed in front of Liao with the most detailed analysis, even considering the possibility that D. Feywin was lying and the Imperium in fact did not secure any great victory. But D. Feywin did not have any reason to lie about such an important message, which would be seen through soon enough. The Black Wind Fleet had to be stationed in the homeland of the Federation for a long time. It would even be disbanded and regrouped. All of them would be meat on the chopping block at the mercy of the Federation. If he dared to shatter the mutual trust of the two parties with such a great lie, it would do no good to the future of the Black Wind Fleet and the immortal cultivators at all. Liao scratched his head and thought for a long time. Eventually, it was what the mental devil said that helped him make up his mind. Don't we still need to search for Earth at the center of the cosmos? I don't think that any random person will know the relevant information. To unveil the truth about Earth, it is necessary to become a big shot at the center of the cosmos or at least have access to the big shots. In that case, the identity of Black Wind King will be the perfect identity to get started. As to your concerns that D. Feywin has other evil plans, I don't think that you should be too worried. You can keep him in the Federation under the close surveillance of Guo Chunfeng, Jin Xinyue, and the rest of them. Then, disband the Black Wind Fleet and brainwash all the soldiers. Send all the civilians to the schools in the Federation for re-education. Do you think that they can turn the world upside side? Even if you do go to the Imperium, there is no need for you to expose your identity to the public. You look so ugly in the first place. If you disguise yourself and sneak in, who can possibly guess that you are the legendary Black Wind King? There won't be any trouble at all. The words woke Liao up from the predicament. Although he was not entirely satisfied about the remark on his appearance, he still coughed and made up his mind to go to Black Ray, the temporary flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, where he received the title of Black Wind King. 8 months after the splendid space battle, the immortal cultivators in black military uniforms and glowing long boots lowered their proud heads to the man on the podium whose hair was in a mess. On one knee, they roared at the same time. We swear solemnly before the billions of stars that we will unconditionally obey Liao, the dominator at the edge of the cosmos, the slaughterer of deities and devils, the protector of the 7 sectors, who will be respected as the new ruler of the 5 worlds, the new leader of the Black Wind Fleet, and our supreme master. For the eternal glory of the civilization of mankind, we will forever obey the leader's command and put our lives on the line for the vow anytime and anywhere. Long live the leader. Long live the Black Wind Fleet. Long live the civilization of mankind. Amid the solemn roars, Di Feiwen also fell on one knee and raised a dark metal tray above his head before Liao. On the tray, the ultimate tokens from the 5 worlds of immortal cultivators that he had shown to Liao more than a month ago were placed. At this moment, all the tokens were radiating bloody auras. Red flames of light soared into the air and bounced up and down, condensing into different emblems and stripes that were glittering murderously. The tokens had been baptized with the blood of the many experts from the 5 worlds of immortal cultivators. After the experts branded their unique spiritual stripes into the tokens with their blood, it was equal to their own signature and stood for the absolute submission of themselves and the forces they belonged to. Other than that, there were 2 more items. The first one was a battle emblem that had been carved into the shape of a black hurricane but also had a lot of movable components. After Liao held the emblem in his hand and inputted spiritual energy into it, the emblem would automatically reshape into a portable crystal processor that covered his wrist. It was the seal of the Black Wind King. The confidential information about the 5 worlds of immortal cultivators and the Black Wind Fleet was all stored inside. Together with the telepathic thoughts of the user, it could also trigger a special stamp, which was the identity symbol and personal signature of the Black Wind King. At least within the territory of the Imperium, it would encounter no obstacles. The second item was a finely made scepter that was carved with the lightning trident of the Imperium of true human beings. It was the commander's scepter that the Emperor had granted to the general commander of the expedition army. After the scepter was opened from the middle, a jade chip with an astonishing storage space would be seen. It was used to record all the military accomplishments in the expedition. After the victory, the jade chip would be delivered back to the capital city for scanning and reviewing. The relevant personnel would be able to receive rewards from the Emperor based on the records and redeem different benefits. The jade chip had stored the information of all the galaxies and sailing routes that the Black Wind Fleet had passed in the 100-year expedition. It was a map from the Imperium to the Federation, or rather, from the Federation to the Imperium. Crack, crack, crack. The portable crystal processor that represented the Black Wind King boasted the function of automatic adjustment and memory. It covered Liao's left wrist in the most comfortable way and brought no hindrance at all, as if it were a second layer of skin. The scepter, on the other hand, was neither too light nor too heavy. There was no telling what it was made of, but it felt smooth and warm. One would inevitably feel reluctant to let go of it once they grabbed it. Liao smiled. Playing with the item for a while, he simply put the commander's scepter back on the metal tray, as if it were not a big deal, before waving his hands and absorbing it as well as the 5 tokens into his cosmos ring. Are we good? Liao turned around and looked at Di Feiwen. I have shown you enough respect by not wearing a vest, a pair of slippers, and dyeing my hair into multiple colors as I said I would a few days ago. Just cut off all the redundant formalities. This is already all of it. Di Feiwen lowered his head deeply. However, aren't you going to say anything to us? We are an army that just surrendered after all, and we are all uneasy and confused about the future. Ha! Liao thought for a moment. Waving his hands at the immortal cultivators whose nerves and muscles had been intensified to the maximal point, half in reverence and half in anxiety, he said, "Sit down now. Let's talk." What? No seats are arranged? Fine. We can sit on the ground. Let's have a nice talk. While talking, he sat on the ground and crossed his legs, blinking his eyes and looking at the many immortal cultivators. The immortal cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment, not expecting the new Black Wind King to be so casual. But now that the slaughterer of deities and devils and destroyer of space gates had sat directly on the ground, were they bold enough not to follow him? Amid awkward coughs, the immortal cultivators sat on the cold deck one after another. The more they looked at each other, the weirder they felt, especially the experts in the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage. They were quite ill at ease to see themselves and their companions on the ground. I heard your vow just now. It was very good and very impressive. Supreme Master, and what not truly made me elated. Seeing that everybody had sat on the ground cross-legged like him, Liao nodded in great satisfaction. Then he changed the topic and said, "However, it was all bullshit. I did not sense your sincerity at all. I assume that you must have made the same vow when Hai Ming became the Black Wind King in the past. Didn't you? You swore to obey the leader forever and die for the leader anytime and anywhere, right? But right now, even the ashes of Hai Ming are already gone, and I don't see any of you killing yourselves in honor of him or coming at me to avenge him. I am not pointing it out to specifically humiliate you nor to ask you to kill yourselves or come to be killed by me. I'm just saying, could you just drop the condescension of the immortal cultivators as if you are in the highest sky? Are you not cold and tired of standing on the peak of evolution, from dawn to dusk? Let's just put aside the meaningless exaggeration and have an honest, sincere conversation today. Shall we? I'll be honest with you. In fact, when General D. Feiwen asked me to take the position of Black Wind King, I was quite reluctant because it was obviously a fiery pit that is full of iron sticks at the bottom of it. You do not mean to elect a nemesis to be your leader at all. You are only hoping to fill the pit with me and step on my shoulders and head to earn greater benefits for yourselves. That's all. If I'm being completely honest, not only did I have to resolve the problems on the Federation side, which is in fact not a big deal, I will also possibly be involved in the turbulence between you and the Imperium and obliged to help you resist the ambitions of the warlords and the fury of His Majesty with the resources of the Federation. Whether the 5 worlds of immortal cultivators, including the Black Wind sector, have fallen to the hands of the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance, to take them back will be no different from plucking a tiger's teeth from its mouth. Do I not have anything better to work on than doing such a painstaking and unrewarding thing? I could have declined it, but then General D made more than 100 vows, claiming that you have deeply understood your mistake and will certainly correct your mistakes. Also, your Black Wind fleet is not a pure expedition army but a fleet of immigrants. The population of civilians who escaped from the 5 worlds of immortal cultivators is multiple times greater than the number of warriors and immortal cultivators. However unforgivable you may be, most of the civilians are innocent after all. It is for the sake of the civilians that I finally took the hot potato. You must remember that. That being said, no matter how hesitant I was before, now that I have already taken up the responsibility, there is no way that I will slack off or quit halfway. I will consider the post of Black Wind King as new training and do my best. It is universally known that the cultivators will liberate the 3,000 sectors and reform the entire universe. If we cannot reform a tiny Black Wind fleet or enlighten thickhead soldiers like you, how can we expect to march to the center of the cosmos? Well, General D, give me some water. D. Feiwen was still dazed by what he had just heard and did not realize what Liao meant. Liao frowned. Water. Tea is unnecessary. Cold water will do. Oh? Okay. Liao poured half a bottle of water into his stomach. Wiping his lips with his sleeve, he went on. Your identity is now very awkward. You may be called intruders, but most of you are the members of the fleet near the Brown Dwarf who have always been dozens of light years away from the Federation and did not even have a chance to see the border of the Federation. You may be called captives, but General D has offered to surrender while keeping you organized. According to the policy in the Letters of Persuasion that the Federation presented, it can almost be counted as a battlefield uprising. More importantly, the homeland of the Imperium is still coveting the edge of the cosmos and will likely become our mutual enemy. So, the name of the Black Wind Fleet must be kept in order to deceive the enemy, and part of your independence will have to be maintained. Therefore, I had quite a headache for days about the relation between the Federation and the newborn Black Wind Fleet. I can only say that we should begin by seeking common ground while reserving the differences. Whether we are going to cooperate, integrate, or reform, we must have a starting point, which is the common values of the two parties. Are there common values between the Federation and the Black Wind Fleet? I think the answer is yes. We both have infinite loyalty and passion for the civilization of mankind. The cultivators and the immortal cultivators, despite all the disagreements on the specific approaches, at least believe in the supremacy of mankind and will not allow any alien species to rule us. We are all willing to sacrifice ourselves for the civilization of mankind, aren't we? The Black Wind sector, the Wild Wolf sector, the Hard Rock sector, the Purple Fire sector, and the Fiery Spider sector are all at the borderland between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. So, A lot of you are heroes who fought the inhumane puppets of the Covenant Alliance to defend the feelings and freedom of mankind. In the past months, I've heard the heroic deeds of a lot of people. For example, there is a General Zhou Tailong, nicknamed Bloody Spear, from the immortal cultivators who were sitting cross-legged, a muscular man who was almost 3 meters tall, covered in tremendous metals and crystal components all over the body, with a circle of wolf fangs embedded to the forehead and only a soul eye left, suddenly rose up and roared, blushing, "Commander, Zhou Tailong is at your service." Liao rubbed his ears and eyed Zhou Tailong for a moment. He nodded and said, "Greetings, General Zhou. I'm told that in the Battle of the Green Dragon Planet 100 years ago, to guard the retreat of the main troops of the Wild Wolf sector, you stalled 3 Crystal Suit Legions and 1 Orbit Fleet of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant for 7 days and 7 nights with only 1 Crystal Legion. When you finally accomplished the mission and broke out of the siege, there were only 21 survivors in the Legion, which had more than 1,900 people in the beginning." "Yes." Bloody Spear Zhou Tailong replied in a loud voice. "The 1,932 brothers of the Green Wolf Legion and I were all natives of the Green Dragon Planet. The Green Dragon Planet was a node on the sailing route of space jumps between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance that was of paramount military significance. So, my hometown was always plagued by war. It was assaulted and savaged by the Covenant Alliance many times. People of the Covenant Alliance are all puppets of the fiends. Their brutality and inhumanity are beyond the imagination of the people of the Federation. The war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance is 100 times crueler than the competition between the Cultivators and the Immortal Cultivators. The Immortal Cultivators hate the puppets 100 times more than we hate the Cultivators. 2. You might not know this, Commander, but every time the puppets scourged my hometown and stole tremendous population, they would send both the Immortal Cultivators and the ordinary people into their so-called Holy Temple, where the emotions of the captives were removed, transforming them into the cruelest and most heartless war machines. Those were human-shaped dolls that did not recognize anything they were familiar with. Even when they were faced with their hometown and family, they did not have any emotional fluctuations but simply poured their firepower on the enemy. My father, 2 brothers, and 1 son were captured by the Covenant Alliance and brainwashed through modification just like that. They were reshaped into battle puppets of the Covenant Alliance and sent back to the area around the Green Dragon Planet to fight. In such a way, the Covenant Alliance made family members attack each other in order to diminish our determination to resist. The Covenant Alliance is too evil for me to reserve anything and not fight with my all." Liao was silent. He recalled the last words of his foster father, who had possibly been from the Covenant Alliance. No matter how evil the Imperium of true human beings is, the Alliance of the Holy Covenant will only be 100 times more so. In the Sea of Stars today, the Imperium is the only defender of the last glory of mankind. Righteousness and evilness were a pair of relative concepts. The Black Wind Fleet's conquest of the Star Glory Federation was certainly a violent aggression. However, before that, in the war to resist the puppets of the Pangu civilization, the guys such as Bloody Spear Zhou Tailong became the righteous side and unquestionable heroes. Human beings and humanity were really complicated. Bloody Spear Zhou Tailong held his head high and declared, "If I may tell you, Commander, military accomplishments are highly appreciated in the Imperium of true human beings. Most of the nobles, generals, and experts all have experience of fighting life and death battles with the Covenant Alliance. The immortal cultivators locally born and raised in the frontier have almost all risen from mountains of corpses. Too many of our family members were killed by the Covenant Alliance miserably, and too many were modified into deformed battle puppets who had nothing but their skin left. We all hate the Covenant Alliance's guts. Commander, you just said that we did not submit to you sincerely, and were merely tricking you to earn more benefits for ourselves. That couldn't be more wrong. I can't say for other people, but personally, I really admire your valiance, Commander. I loathe the slaves of the Covenant Alliance who degrade themselves by serving as the Pangu clan's puppets more than anything in the world. But I must admit that the Pangu clan is indeed invincibly strong. By only arming their lackeys with some of the relics, they are already enough to make the Covenant Alliance compete with the Imperium. If the real Pangu clan come into the world again, how terrifying and unstoppable will they be? It never occurred to me that a real member of the Pangu clan had been revived at the edge of the cosmos, but even his head was chopped off by you. However much our beliefs may differ, I absolutely admire your valor at the very least. You are more qualified to lead us than Hai Ming, was because Hai Ming never killed a real member of the Pangu clan. I am certain that I'm not the only one holding such a thought. The immortal cultivators whose wives and children were brutalized by the Covenant Alliance all admire you most. This is the biggest reason we are willing to listen to your command. Liao sensed the surging soul of Bloody Spear Zhou Tailong, only to discover that the guy was not lying. On second thought, it did make sense. There was actually not much hatred between the Imperium and the Federation. It was disagreement and mutual wariness at most. However, the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance had fought bloodily at the center of the cosmos for 1,000 years. How many atrocious things had taken place in the meantime, and how much overwhelming hatred had been accumulated. The Covenant Alliance regarded the Pangu clan as their supreme gods, but one of their gods had been slain by Liao ruthlessly. No wonder the immortal cultivators who considered the Covenant Alliance as their sworn enemy would view Liao in a different way. Bloody Spear Zhou Tailong's words, however, made Liao almost feel embarrassed. He coughed and said, "I'm also told that there is a Major Yuanqing, nicknamed Blue Spider. He is an expert of reconnaissance in the Black Wind Fleet and has discovered 27 world fragments while locating tremendous techniques and magical equipment in them. Right?" Hardly had Bloody Spear Zhou Tailong sat down when an immortal cultivator who was short and slender, wearing a metal mask, slowly stood up. He bowed at Liao deeply before he removed the mask that sealed the left half of his face. "Who?" A cluster of green mist that seemed to be made of tiny mosquitoes and bugs immediately dashed out of his cheeks and danced crazily around his head, as if it was a certain weird fire that was about to gnaw all the remaining flesh on his face. "Commander, I used to be a member of the Association of Star Scouters in the Imperium of True Human Beings. The Association of Star Scouters is essentially the same as the Occult Orbs Fellowship in the Federation. They were both established to excavate the world fragments, battlefield debris, and ancient relics." Blue Spider Yuanqing, who looked weird, spoke casually. "The environment at the center of the cosmos is 100 times more complicated than at the edge of the cosmos. The number of the world fragments, battlefield debris, and ancient relics is 100 times larger, too. Naturally, their danger is incomparable to the world fragments at the edge of the cosmos. The world fragments at the center of the cosmos may have highly precise and weird traps and automatic, permanent war machines left or apocalyptic weapons left by the prehistoric civilizations. There are even the mysterious but dangerous alien beasts who travel to the world fragments through wormholes and consider the places their lairs. Naturally, it is possible to encounter the exploration teams from the Covenant Alliance, too. All in all, the center of the cosmos is like the only lake in the middle of a forest, where predators and uncanny creatures all gather. I have been lucky enough to stay in one piece after discovering 27 world fragments for the Imperium, except that I was reduced to such a wretched appearance because of a bite to the face by an anonymous bug. Despite the treatment of the doctors and specialists in the Imperium, they were only able to prevent the wound from enlarging but could not cure it. But I was already unbelievably fortunate to have kept my life compared to my teammates in the exploration squad." Liao observed the face of Blue Spider Yuanqing for a while and asked him to sit down again. He concluded, resisting the Inhuman Covenant Alliance, excavating the many relics left by the Star Ocean Imperium and even the prehistoric civilization, fighting against the extraterrestrial devils or other alien species, exploring the depths of the universe that have never been visited before. All the endeavors are for the future of mankind. Even though you have come to the Star Glory Federation, your past accomplishments will not be denied. However, feats are feats, and faults are faults. You cannot offset your wrongdoings by your achievements. The Federation does not tolerate the classification of true human being and hominoid, or the personal bondage and even slavery system. Starting from today, you will receive new education on Boneyard, in the water crystal sector, and in the forest ocean sector to embrace a completely different life. Even if the true path of immortality in your head is not so easy to be erased, you will have to at least memorize the Constitution of Cultivators. From this moment on, the Constitution of Cultivators will be the new military law of the Black Wind Fleet. Even the war heroes of the past will not be pardoned should they break any rules. One has to leave something behind after their death. In 100 years, whether the Black Wind Fleet and you will be a bunch of infamous, dead-end soldiers who are despised and laughed at by everyone or creators of miracles who have risen again in a completely different form, it depends on your action right now. The immortal cultivators were all deep in thought, each considering their own thoughts. A long time later, Bloody Spear Zhou Tailong suddenly shouted, "Commander, I don't care about anything but one thing. If we obey you completely and follow all the principles in the Constitution of Cultivators, can we really take back the Black Wind Sector, the Wild Wolf Sector, the Hard Rock Sector, the Purple Fire Sector, and the Fiery Spider Sector someday? You will have to find the answer yourself." Looking at the big eyes of Bloody Spear Zhou Tailong that were almost like bells, Liao said, one word after another. "The Federation will show you a new strength. It is entirely different from the strength you've mastered and believed in before, but it is much more powerful, vigorous, and better represents the civilization of mankind. I believe that you will know the answer after you really perceive the mysteries of such a strength." A month later, beep, 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 beep. The noises that were slow at first and hasty later woke the woman up from the dream that almost felt like a black hole, making her gradually sense the existence of her limbs, muscles, bones, veins, and nerves. Her eyelids were still frozen. She was unable to see anything except for the darkness and hear anything but the buzz. She only sensed stinging from all over her body, as if 100 tubes were piercing through and breaking away from her body, injecting sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, and all other flavors into her. From her heels to her fingers, from her fingers to her tongue, and from her tongue to her temples, all her nerve endings were slowly opened, making her body completely wake up from a hibernation of 100 years. The burning pain in her body was not reduced, yet magma seemed to be injecting into her temples, too. Her brain was further activated to wake up the modeled memories and abilities that were sealed in her head. It felt that a long-closed warehouse was opened again. The first things she saw were the pictures of her operating all kinds of large agricultural machines and work data that was pouring like a waterfall, which finally reminded her of who she was. Her name was Su Yulan, and she was a level 3 pioneer in the know. 2 production base in the Green Valley Fortress of the South District on the Green Dragon planet. The so-called pioneer was a profession that required the workers to build bridges and roads, reshape mountains and rivers, and modify harsh terrain into places suitable for the survival of human beings. As a hominoid whose spiritual root had not awakened, it was certainly not an easy process for her to learn how to use 77 kinds of large civil magical equipment and gain the courage to deal with ferocious animals after putting on a half-armed crystal suit, thereby acquiring the rank of level 3 pioneer. Back when she was in her hometown, Su Yulan had been a minor celebrity. There was not a single corner on the Green Dragon planet that she had not set foot on. Even the pits and ravines on the 3 satellites had witnessed her sweat. It was a pity. Su Yulan felt a headache. Pictures of fire and blood popped up inside her brain. It was the last scene she had seen at the Green Valley Fortress before she left on an evacuation airship of the military. The entire Green Valley Fortress was enshrouded in an ocean of fire. The beautiful scenery that they had built over dozens of years of hard work was burnt to the ground. Countless hominoids were raising their hands, screaming at the sky in desperation, including her old, white-haired father. Meanwhile, more puppets of the Covenant Alliance were reducing the beautiful scenery emotionlessly, as if they were wearing false masks and destroying everything in their way. With the strength that she had accumulated, Su Yulan shook her head hard to suppress the useless pictures. It was not the time for sentimentality. She remembered that the captain had told them sternly before they entered hibernation that a protracted hibernation might deal a certain degree of damage to the brain, such as edema and cerebral anoxia. The hibernation cabins for the hominoids such as them were naturally not as delicate and safe as the mighty immortal cultivators. So, everything depended on themselves and a tiny bit of luck. She was asked to try recalling as many things as possible the moment she woke up from the hibernation, because if she could not remember them now, it was very likely that she would never remember them again. Su Yulan tried her best to recall the operations of the 77 kinds of large exploration magical equipment. It had been the leverage for her survival since her childhood. For the civilians of the Imperium, life was always as difficult as the cold wind in the winter. However, if one grasped one or two special skills, it would be like wearing a thick cotton coat, and it might be enough to shield their entire family. Su Yulan had been born in a common family of peasants. The life of her ancestors had been a changeless loop for hundreds of years. They had to till and plow the lands that the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance fought over at the risk of their lives. It was not necessarily crops that they planted. Sometimes it was fast-growing wood that was necessary for some wars, or vines and thorns that could generate all kinds of venomous gas and prevent the enemy's ground troops from marching forward. Leaving the savaging fire of war aside, the weird plants that could grow from seeds to almost 10 meters tall in only a couple of days were the most dangerous beings. More than one ancestor in Su Yulan's family had been snatched by the vines and drained into dry bones, or pierced by the thorns and died of high fever after several days struggling. That would have been her fate, too, if she had not accidentally shown her talent with machines at the age of 5. The Imperium was cruel, but it was also fair. Regardless of their bloodline, as long as they showed talents in a certain field, they would be given an opportunity of education and trial regardless of whether they were the children of lords or peasants. The 5-year-old Su Yulan was taken away from her family and sent to a corresponding school in Angry Dragon City, the capital of the Green Dragon planet, to study. She spent 15 years on the lone island that felt like an iron cage. Although her spiritual root was not awakened, the certificate of Level 3 Pioneer was enough for her and her family to migrate from the living hell to the Green Valley Fortress, which had just been developed and had a slightly better environment. Even at the end, when the Green Valley Fortress was drowned by the army of the Covenant Alliance and countless hominoids were either killed in fire or captured by the Covenant Alliance for modification, her certification of Level 3 Pioneer gave her tremendous help. There was limited space on the evacuation starship, and the military could only take away useful people. When order was disrupted and everything fell into chaos, countless residents of the Green Valley Fortress were kicked away and even shot by the immortal cultivators mercilessly. But she was able to escape from the dangerous land with her husband and her daughter. Although her father did not make it, Su Yulan wiped away the moistness in her eyes and tried to concentrate on the structure and operations of the 57th Exploration magical equipment. Years of vicissitudes and sufferings had already honed the nerves of the woman from the Imperium to the most tensile point. She had long perceived such a truth. Suffering was the essence of life, but one could always grit their teeth through it. Compared with their old neighbors, they could almost be counted as lucky. Although her parents had passed away, her children were still alive. Also, her brains did not seem to be damaged despite the long-term hibernation. The knowledge on which she made a living was as clear as before, which was the most important thing for her right now. Have we arrived at a new world? No, I shouldn't be too excited yet. Let me just review the structure and operations of all the expedition magical equipment again. Even if this is a new world, we may still be faced with shortage of assets and food, a harsh environment, and all kinds of other problems. Chances are that countless hominoids will be abandoned. Cannot be abandoned. My daughter cannot be abandoned. Then, I must try to become a useful person. Only those who are useful can survive. Growing up in the middle of cold machines from the age of 5, Su Yulan had always been good at making her own decisions. Although the noisy atmosphere around her did not exactly befit the unfreezing procedure that her captain had described to her, she still did not open her eyes to check but focused on dismantling and assembling virtual components in her head and reciting the key points of the operations of all the magical equipment. Mom! Mom! Perhaps it was her imagination, but Su Yulan heard the merry sound of her daughter, Yen Jinji, who sang like a lard. Su Yulan was slightly dazed and thought that her ears deceived her because of the side effect of the long hibernation. There was no reason for her daughter to appear on this starship. Before they entered the hibernation state, the civilians from the 5 worlds were classified into different colonization teams according to their identity, age, and profession. before being led by the immortal cultivators and managed in a half-military way. For the convenience of administration, the names of the hominoids were abolished in the colonization teams. Each of them was given a number. Hers was 2834-776-4545. The first 2 digits were where she came from, the middle parts were her biophysical information such as blood type, and the last 5 digits, which were the most important ones, stood for her profession and proficiency. According to the captain, they would be unfrozen after the Black Wind Fleet found a new world, but half-military management would continue for the first 1 to 3 years. They had to work arduously for survival and would only restore the social structure with the family as the fundamental unit after the environment was stable. Mom! Mom! Su Yulan! Su Yulan! The calling became closer and closer and did not feel like an illusion at all. Su Yulan's eyeballs shivered, and she raised her bloated eyelids, only to be slightly surprised. While the hibernation area that she was in was still under military management to unfreeze, wake up, and perform fully physical examinations on the immigrants, the lounge outside of the hibernation area was already wild with joy. Countless people, old and young, were hugging each other, crying, shouting, laughing and playing, releasing their feelings that had been suppressed for 100 years. It was a scene that Su Yulan had hardly seen before and was very unused to. She had never thought that such enormous energy could be contained inside hominoids or that they could be so excited and insubordinate. Where are the immortal cultivators? Subconsciously, Su Yulan shrank her neck and looked for the grim lords. Generally speaking, true human beings were not fond of hominoids making a fuss, not to mention at a time when iron order was direly required. Was this not rebellion? She did not find the immortal cultivators, but she did see her daughter. Yan Jinji crawled on a temporary fence and waved at her hard. Her red face seemed to be on fire. She did not seem to have hibernated for decades, but more like just had a comfortable hot bath. Su Yulan felt that her heart was grabbed. She could almost see the electric whip coming from nowhere and lashing her daughter hard to teach the wild, disobedient girl a lesson. But before she was able to move forward to stop her daughter's blatancy, she was already asked to go to a different side by 2 female doctors in white robes who looked quite friendly. When warm, white light beamed out of the 2 doctors' palms, Su Yulan's heart was trembling hard. They were 2 immortal cultivators. She rubbed her crude fingers hard, not knowing how she should explain her daughter's recklessness to the 2 true human beings. But the 2 true human beings seemed to be blind to Yan Jinji and simply began to examine Su Yulan carefully. Flustered, Su Yulan was unable to move at all, as if she had suffered an electric shock. The movements of the 2 true human beings were particularly gentle. They were smiling and speaking softly and patiently, too. After hearing that she was a level 3 pioneer, they even expressed their genuine admiration for her shocking resolution. They also helped her to maintain her hands and asked her to take a few days of rest before getting back to work. What was that all about? Su Yulan was utterly confused. She was just an insignificant hominoid, and they were high and mighty true human beings. When did true human beings become so patient and respectful to hominoids? Su Yulan recalled the physical examination before she went into hibernation. At that time, she had simply been brushed violently, as if she were a pig before she was thrown into the hibernation cabin. She remembered the angry face and the cold hands of the doctor very well. Su Yulan looked at the chests of the 2 true human beings in fear and noticed something. The badge they wore on their chests was neither the lighting trident emblem of the Imperium nor the sigils of the Black Wind Sector, the Hard Rock Sector, or any of the 5 worlds. It was a mark that Su Yulan had never seen before. A raging dragon was hovering around a glittering round ball. Inside the round ball, 9 stars were floating. Right below the badge, a few small words had been embroidered: Star Glory Federation. Mom! Before Su Yulan was able to distinguish the difference between Star Glory Federation and Imperium of True Human Beings, she had already been pushed out of the examination area in confusion. The next second, her daughter jumped on her, crying and laughing while holding her arms. Her head was still not quite clear after just being unfrozen, but she did check her daughter from head to toe carefully and pinched her daughter's round cheeks to make sure that her daughter was safe and sound. Finally, She took a long breath in relief. Somehow, seeing that her daughter was laughing so carefreely, Su Yulan felt that her nose was stuffed as if two sprouts were growing inside. She felt that she was somehow wronged. Yanzi, how did you wake up earlier than me? How long were we asleep? Su Yulan grabbed her daughter without letting go of her and looked around warily, as if the ecstatic crowd in front of her eyes were just a ridiculous mistake and the rigorous immortal cultivators would show up any time to regroup them into a solemn army with iron sticks and electric whips again, snatching her daughter away from her and freezing her daughter again in the hibernation cabin. Su Yulan had every reason to be suspicious because there was a gap of multiple levels between her and her daughter. Her daughter should not have been unfrozen before her. In the fleet of immigrants from the Imperium of true human beings, everybody was classified into different levels according to their value. The immortal cultivators were naturally on the highest level. They were entitled to the fastest starships, the safest hibernation cabins, and the most abundant resources. The hominoids had different prices. A level 3 pioneer like her counted as a very useful talent that was close to the sequence of specialists. Her rank was slightly higher, and she would be kept at the central part of the fleet. Should they encounter any danger, she would be one of the important strategic resources that were only secondary to the immortal cultivators and still worth protecting. Her daughter, Yan Jinji, did not have any special skills. It was only because she qualified as a level 3 pioneer and her husband served in the warship as a servant to a building foundation stage immortal cultivator that her daughter was given the right to escape from that hell. Other than her parents, the only leverage that her daughter was her age. She was young and healthy and had a higher possibility of giving birth to strong offspring. Nothing more. In the fleet of immigrants, her daughter belonged to one of the lowest ranks and had boarded a different starship from hers. Should they be faced with insufficiency of resources or an incoming catastrophe, the starships at the periphery where her daughter was would be the first to be abandoned. Even if new worlds that were worth being colonized were found, according to the standard procedure, the first to be unfrozen and released were the battle legions made of the immortal cultivators and their servants. The second were the construction teams that she was part of, and the young men and women who were temporarily useless would not be set free until years later when the environment in the new world had been completely stabilized according to the total number of resources. Her daughter turned out to have been unfrozen earlier than her, and she even appeared so happy. Together with the dreamlike scene around her, Su Yulan could not have been more perplexed. Blinking hard, she finally found that her daughter was wearing a tiny rising dragon of the 9 stars badge on the chest. 2. There were also the words, Star Glory Federation, beneath it, except that another bigger word was further below it, volunteer. It's been 107 years since we entered hibernation. We have cruised to the border of the explored universe. This is indeed a new world like we have never seen before. Yan Jinji held her chest high proudly and pointed at the rising dragon of the 9 stars badge and the word volunteer, saying light-heartedly like a little sparrow, Mom, I was woken up 2 weeks ago. I am a volunteer in the fleet now to help those who are woken up later like you to figure out what happened and start a new life in the local country. The Star Glory Federation. It's been more than 100 years. In a trance, Su Yulan was caught in mixed feelings. She had never tasted the feeling of a super-long hibernation before. It had never occurred to her that 100 years would pass after she closed her eyes and opened them again. She could not help but wonder how her hometown, the Green Dragon planet in the Wild Wolf sector, was doing, how the Green Valley fortress that she built up personally looked, and if the apple trees that had been burnt down in the war had grown again. However, instead of reminiscing about the past, it was more important to plan for the future. Volunteer was a new term for her. She had never seen such a glowing face on her daughter, either. In her mind, her daughter was always a dutiful, if not meek little girl who needed the protection of her hands that could drive the heavy magical equipment weighing 100 tons. Her daughter had only woken up 2 weeks earlier, but why did her daughter become so? Su Yulan thought for a while but failed to come up with an appropriate adjective because she had never seen such radiance on her daughter's face or the face of any hominoid before. At this moment, the last few words that her daughter mentioned finally caught her attention. So, there was a country at the edge of the cosmos named the Star Glory Federation. Then, The Star Glory Federation has surrendered to the Black Wind Fleet, and this place is now territory of the Imperium, right? Su Yulan knew the style of the immortal cultivators very well. The outside probably had nothing but dilapidated buildings left, and she would have to spend the new few days clearing the debris. Out of her expectations, her daughter shook her head quickly and said, "There was indeed a battle, but we failed. The Black Wind Fleet has surrendered." Well, Su Yulan's mouth was half open, not knowing what to say. Losing a battle was not a new experience for her. Perhaps the high and mighty citizens of the Imperium living in the Imperial Terminus sector believed in the empty talk that the Imperium of true human beings was invincible. But for she who was born and raised at the border of the Imperium which the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance fought over repetitively, this was not the first time that she had heard news of failure. After the Gorius debacle more than 100 years ago, they had even lost their entire hometown, the Wild Wolf sector, and had to flee in a hurry with the Wild Wolf fleet. Before they escaped any further, they had been swallowed by the Black Wind Fleet in what was claimed to be an internal reshuffle, and listened to the order of the Black Wind King ever since. Right now, even the Black Wind Fleet had been defeated and surrendered to a new superpower. Su Yulan felt that her mind was in a mess, wondering what she belonged to exactly: the Wild Wolf sector, the Black Wind Fleet, the Imperium, or the Federation. She had seen how terrible the people captured by the Covenant Alliance became after being modified in the Holy Temple, but the Star Glory Federation did not give her such an impression. After pondering for a long time, she held her daughter's hand and asked hesitantly, "How is your father? Do you have any news about him?" Yen Jinji nodded hard. "Yes, Dad is on this planet, but he and all the soldiers are in the rebirth school. They have to go to class and do labor activities. They are not allowed to go out without permission, but I've spoken to Dad through video chat. He is fine and has not even lost a single hair." Rebirth school? Having received high-level education on magical equipment for more than 10 years, Su Yulan was certainly not an ignorant housewife. She immediately realized what it was after brief consideration. "You mean a captive camp?" "It's not exactly a captive camp," Yen Jinji hurried to explain. "Mom, rest assured. The starship that Dad served on was somewhere else beyond the Star Glory Federation and did not participate in the war to attack the Federation. I've asked around. It was a battlefield uprising, and they are different from captives. Also, Dad is a hominoid, right? We cannot say hominoid here. As an ordinary soldier, he certainly should be treated differently from the immortal cultivators." According to the officials of the Federation, the Star Glory Federation is a country of cultivators that appreciates general equality of all people, whether or not their spiritual roots have awoken. All the ordinary soldiers in the Imperium of true human beings were cannon fodder in the first place and people who were deceived and oppressed most. They will learn a lot of new ideas in the rebirth school and spread the ideas throughout the entire Black Wind Fleet. Right now, when Dad talked to me, he told me that his life in the rebirth school is quite good. He's learned knowledge that he'd never heard of before and considered questions that always escaped his attention. He said that even the cultivators think very highly of him and will train him to be a teacher so that he could go to other rebirth schools and tell more soldiers of the Imperium about the sufferings of our ancestors. Cultivators. Naturally, Su Yulan understood the meaning of the word. While the Imperium of true human beings considered the alliance of the Holy Covenant their #1 enemy, the Star Ocean Republic established by the cultivators was the Imperium's antecedent after all. How could the current regime be justified without elaborating on the corruption of the former regime? Therefore, in the education that Su Yulan received, the cultivators were described to be hypocritical, sanctimonious, short-sighted, idiotic, and selfish people who buried the future of the entire civilization just to satisfy their own sense of justice. Su Yulan had never considered if such a theory was correct. The end of thinking was free choice. If one was unable to control their fate freely, what was the meaning of thinking? But right now, a few rusted gears seemed to be rolling squeakily inside Su Yulan's head, giving her the urge to think and making her want to explain everything that she had experienced during the half-hour after she woke up. Licking her lips, Su Yulan raised another question. Where are we exactly?" "Boneyard," her daughter replied. "The Federation has prepared 3 settlements for us, namely the desert in the water crystal sector, the primitive forest in the forest ocean sector, and the wildness on Boneyard. We happen to be allotted to this place. This is a planet far away from the homeland of the Federation. Although there is nothing here for now and we have to work from scratch, the gravity and temperature here are agreeable enough. We also have an atmosphere and the relics of ancient civilizations. So, it is a rather acceptable planet. Right, very soon, this place will no longer be called Boneyard, which is really an awful name. It will restore the name it had more than 100 years ago, Ultimacy. We will even develop this place into the 8th or 9th sector of the Star Glory Federation. It will be the Ultimacy sector. Holding her mother's hand, Xianxia led her to the observatory at the top of Vision 24, an enormous starship of immigrants, through a lift. In this place, Su Yulan was finally able to breathe her first mouthful of fresh air after 100 years. Although the air elements of Boneyard were different from the standard air, and it was much damper with the intense stench of rust, Su Yulan still could not help but breathe deeply until her lungs hurt and her head was dizzy. After living on a starship for a long time, breathing the synthesized standard air, a lot of people would have similar conditions when they met fresh air that was filled with all kinds of impurities. The phenomenon was sometimes known as oxygen intoxication. Look, Mom! Pointing at the splendid landscape down below, Xianxia jumped about excitedly. Su Yulan's optical nerves that had been frozen for 100 years were not adapted to the strong natural light yet. She narrowed her eyes and covered her eyebrows with her hands to block the light. Looking into the distance, she discovered that most of the immigrant starships from Vision 7 to Vision 33 were scattered in a hilly area not far away from an ocean. The bright blue earth was full of faults. There were mountains thousands of meters tall and valleys that were equally deep. Compared to them, the hilly area that they were in could almost be called the wide expanse of a plateau. The surging tides raised by the crimson ocean far away were the most intense ones that she had ever seen. The waves reached the altitude of hundreds of meters easily and danced crazily like countless furious dragons. Despite the multiple layers of seawalls, they were still marching beyond the shoreline for dozens of kilometers and nearby drowned the hill they were on. However, right above such a magnificent and temperamental ocean, countless bizarre-shaped artificial objects, which looked like weird boats jumbled by too many sails, were still cruising amid the huge waves, chasing the clouds and lightning and declaring mankind's determination to challenge nature. Su Yulan's eyes continued moving forward to above the horizon, where the contour of an enormous planet was revealed in the gray sky. The contour was glittering, like a transparent ring of jade. At first, Su Yulan thought that it was an annular eclipse. But if it were an annular eclipse, the rays around the object would not have been so bright. Also, very soon, the ring of light shivered lightly. Countless tiny threads of light split out and rotated in the same direction. Those light threads seemed to be pulling the force deep inside the ocean amazingly. As the light threads changed erratically, the giant waves began surging even more frequently and violently. Su Yulan even saw a giant wave that was at least thousands of meters tall rolling up from the depths of the ocean mixed with fire and smoke. It was almost breaking through the atmosphere and flying all the way into space. Such a splendid view dumbfounded Su Yulan and made her lost for words for a long time. Mother, don't be scared. This is part of the modification of Boneyard. A moment earlier, she had grabbed her daughter's hands and tried to keep her daughter behind her to protect her daughter. But at this moment, her daughter was holding her arms and warming her cold fingers with her hot palms. Her daughter said with a smile, "Everything is good on Boneyard, except that one of satellites is too close to it and has a very strange trajectory. The tidal force between the satellite and Boneyard makes the ocean here particularly violent and causes shocking waves that scourge an area of hundreds of square kilometers. A long way in the future, the satellite will even fall and hit the surface of Boneyard heavily. It's because of the two reasons that the Star Glory Federation never developed Boneyard on a large scale in the past 100 years. But since this place is our new home now, it naturally requires great modification. The first things to be taken care of will be the tidal force and the collapse of the satellite. Then we will flatten the mountains and valleys. To realize the purposes, the Federation has decided to adjust the trajectory of the satellite and slightly push the moon away. Su Yulan widened her eyes and blurted out, "Pushing the moon away? Yes. The Star Glory Federation has never made such a grand attempt before either. They did not have relevant technological reserve," Yan Jinji said. "However, with the technology from the Black Wind Fleet, Kunlun, and Firefly, and with the technology from the Federation itself, chances are that it will succeed. Of course, we are still in the phase of testing the technology and collecting data and far away from the point of really pushing the moon away. Do you see the weird boats floating in the middle of the tides, which seem to have sails all over their bodies? They are the probe starships to collect the data of the tides and make preparations for the next phase, pushing. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. I think by the time I grow to your age, Mom, we will certainly have pushed the moon away, tamed the ocean, flattened the mountains to fill the valleys, and developed Boneyard into a real paradise. Won't we?" Her daughter's solemn expression reminded Su Yulan of something deep inside her heart. She seemed to recall the time when she first took her family to the then desolate Green Valley Fortress, full of hope and ambition. Those were the golden years of her life when she was happiest and most energetic. Su Yulan overlooked Firefly, which her daughter had mentioned, and brooded on the thought that her daughter seemed to have truly grown up after the long journey. Under Yan Jinji's guidance, Su Yulan looked at the mountains around that rose into the sky. She saw countless towers standing at the summits spurting out hazy mist incessantly, constructing a white barrier near the landing point of the starships. Her daughter told her that it was an array to modify the atmosphere and cleanse the air. Boneyard had been a nest of demons tens of thousands of years ago after all. There were too many impurities in the air, and it was unsuitable for ordinary people to breathe for a long time because it would cause chronic illnesses. In the eyes of the ancient people, this was a truly murky land. Thankfully, the Federation had gained abundant experience in planet modification during the 100 years of colonization. At the very least, the technology was mature enough to build up a reservation, cleanse the air in the small area, and even generate a microclimate that was always favorable in a certain range. The colonization technology of the Imperium of True Human Beings was even more advanced than the Federation's. The Vision starships that Su Yulan and the other immigrants boarded were themselves self-sustainable towns and factories. At the very least, in the first few years of construction, it was unnecessary for them to leave the starships to establish vulnerable settlements. Right now, all the Vision starships had extended hundreds of fixation limbs, which made them look like spiders, into the ravines among the hills in order to stabilize themselves. Based on that, the solid shells of the immigrant starships were dismantled one piece after another, revealing the complicated, eye-catching factories and facilities. Some of them were unfolded right next to the immigrant starships, and some were dragged further away. Defense rune arrays, air cleaning towers, water plants, metal collection, and purification factories. Every immigrant starship was transforming into a small town that had all the necessary infrastructure at a visible speed. Although Su Yulan had always thought that she had seen a lot of things, she had never appreciated the picture of so many starships transforming into towns at the same time. The resolution to change the world and alter nature stunned her and even made her feel somewhat moved. Suddenly, Su Yulan moved her eyes away from the dazzling scenes of construction to an enormous fold that surrounded the hills like a dam. The circular fold was like a city wall built by the giants. It sealed the hills inside and stopped their further expansion and development. So, it was necessary to destroy the fold. On the steep slope of the circular fold that was almost vertical, different areas had been marked. A lot of 8-footed magical equipment that looked like enormous spiders were moving on it quickly and drilled deep holes on the slope with their tentacles. Su Yulan knew that such magical equipment was commonly known as a mountain crab. It was a piece of engineering magical equipment designed to detonate abandoned buildings and steep mountains. The 8 soft limbs could fix themselves in all kinds of harsh environments and maintain a high speed. The drills at the ends of the tentacles could also dig out holes precisely to send crystal bombs to the most vulnerable parts. Su Yulan was good at operating the mountain crab, too. That was why she could tell how excellent the pioneer driving the red mountain crab was. He was moving and digging explosion holes in the crags 5 times faster than other people. When other people had just dug a dozen explosion holes, He had already embedded 100 crystal bombs into the mountain on the front. The mountain crab that weighed more than 70 tons was almost an extension of his limbs. His movements were both fluent and enjoyable. The distance was too far away for Su Yulan to tell how the explosion holes were dug, but judging from the smooth, skillful movements, there could not possibly be anything wrong. As she expected, after a boom, not too much smoke was raised when a large cluster of rocks collapsed without a sound without affecting the mountain crabs that were operating nearby. This is a true expert. Detonation was an art. Blowing up the target with the minimal crystals, the minimal range of affection, and the minimal difficulty of subsequent cleaning required sophisticated knowledge. Su Yulan vaguely saw that the red mountain crab crawled out of the smoke. The shell on the back was opened, and a guy in a red vest showed up, waving his hands and accepting the cheers of the workers with a smile. She secretly complimented him, but somehow felt that her hands were itching. Perhaps because of the heated scene of construction, she suddenly gained the idea of having a competition with the guy. Daughter! Su Yulan rubbed her fists. The guy who operated the red mountain crab was quite impressive. Do you know who he is? Yan Jinji's face suddenly turned extremely weird. She thought for a long time but still found it hard to explain. Well, Mom, please don't be surprised, but that is actually the new Black Wind King. His name is Li Yao. This feels good. Li Yao played in the mountain crab for a long time before he squatted near the farmland to observe how the magical equipment that could transform broken rocks into soil with special nutrition liquids and base materials worked. He also carefully studied the whole process of the immigrant starships of the Imperium unfolding into modern towns and bases. He could not have felt more comfortable and exhilarated. It was not because he was pretentious enough to intentionally show his approachableness, but because of his nature. He had always been a fan of magical equipment. All kinds of magical equipment, whether civil or military, he loved them as long as they were advanced and innovative enough and could not stop himself from playing with them in person. The Imperium of true human beings boasted state-of-the-art technology. Both the military magical equipment such as crystal suits and arsenal starships and the civil magical equipment such as the mountain crab or the immigrant starships had a lot of good points. Many of the designs and operation patterns were extraordinarily creative, making the devices great eye-openers for Li Yao. Instead of being involved in the complicated political struggle and scheming against a bunch of sophisticated officials, Li Yao would rather spend all his time on boneyard dismantling the civil magical equipment of the Imperium while enjoying the great atmosphere where everybody was working together to develop the wilderness into a wonderful home from scratch. It was something that he felt really happy about. At this moment, the awkwardness that Li Yao had when he was coerced onto the throne of Black Wind King was finally gone. He had to admit that it was the best option. It was a win-win, no, a win-win-win-win. The Federation, the Black Wind Fleet, the Ancient Sages Sector, and even the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic on Firefly could all benefit from such cooperation. The Star Glory Federation was naturally the greatest winner. The first trophies that they claimed were not the warships of the Black Wind Fleet that had been armed to the teeth but the immigrant fleets, which housed countless technical staff and colonization technology of the Imperium. Before the massive assault of the Black Wind Fleet, the Star Glory Federation had already hit the bottleneck after 100 golden years of development. The main reason was that the speed of expansion was too high for the development of the colonization technology, which resulted in the high imbalance of population, resources, and regional development. A lot of subsequent structural problems and internal division were raised, too. The Star Glory Federation boasted a population of 100 billion and 7 sectors. On the surface, there were slightly more than 10 billion people for each sector, which was perfect. But in fact, the distribution of the population was too abnormal. On one hand, the highly developed worlds such as the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Uranian Ring Sector, the Flying Star Sector, and the Blood Demon Sector boasted more than 80% of the population of the entire Federation. It had long surpassed the limits of the environment capacity. Urban diseases, resource shortages, and aging problems were getting more and more severe. A lot of measures to control the population had to be taken. On the other hand, the Water Crystal Sector, the Forest Ocean Sector, the Netherworld Sector, and the resource planets such as Boneyard had a very low speed of development due to the lack of effective population because the environment was too harsh for people to live in. Those worlds did not necessarily lack precious resources, but it was certainly not easy for the ordinary people to settle in and develop the deserts of the water crystal sector, where wind raged, the primitive forests in the forest ocean sector, which were brimming with venomous bugs and gas, or the wastelands in the netherworld sector, which were full of radiation. With the technological reserve and available forces in the Federation at that time, it was impossible to modify all those places comprehensively. Even if they had gritted their teeth for development without caring about the cost, the resources to be devoted to the projects would far exceed the total quantity of the resources that the projects could yield in the following 100 years. With the great enemy coming right at them, it would have been a suicidal action. Therefore, the Federation could only drool over the resources hidden deep within those worlds while fantasizing about the wonderful future. Take Boneyard, which Liao was on, for example. Speaking of which, Liao was sort of connected with Boneyard. Years ago, as a member of the Occult Orbs Fellowship of the Federation, he had been one of the first natives of the Federation to step on the planet. Later, he had discovered Sparkle, a multipurpose exploration starship of the Star Ocean Imperium, in this place and sacrificed himself to defeat Skeleton Dragon with Sparkle. Eventually, he had jumped to the Flying Star sector and begun a soul-stirring interstellar journey. Since Boneyard was a camp for Skeleton Dragon, an expert demon from 40,000 years ago, and demons were of the same origin as humans, this place naturally had an atmosphere, breathable air, a relatively steady tectonic structure, and standard gravity. Compared to the planets made of fatal acids, this place was almost a paradise. Also, together with the facilities deep below the ground left by Skeleton Dragon, it should have become a rather acceptable settlement, or at least an area of resource collection. However, the surging tides on the ocean that could easily be thousands of meters tall wrecked the hundreds of kilometers near the shoreline on a regular basis. The inland was made of continuous mountains that were utterly barren. In such an abnormal environment, even if a large batch of sturdy demons were sent over after a long journey, it would still be difficult for them to yield any kinds of resources effectively. Therefore, the Federation's development on Boneyard had always been postponed in the past 100 years. Only a few cultivators and expert demons had established some settlements and exploration stations there, but such facilities were never expanded. It was the same case for the deserts in the water crystal sector, the jungles in the forest ocean sector, and the wastelands in the netherworld sector. So, the Black Wind Fleet's surrender was definitely timely. The fleet near the Brown Dwarf under D. Feywin's command had nothing but logistical troops that carried tremendous military assets and immigrant starships that housed millions of civilians. No wonder it required the planning of a merchant. The immigrant starships stood for the essence of the colonization technology of the Imperium, which were at least one generation more advanced than the Federation's. With the technological help that they outputted incessantly, the large-scale modification and development on Boneyard, the water crystal sector, the forest ocean sector, and the netherworld sector was finally a possibility. The Federation had regarded Boneyard, the water crystal sector, and the forest ocean sector as settlements to accept the civilians in the Black Wind Fleet not just because of humanitarianism or petty kindness. On the one hand, the Federation needed the technology and specialists of the Black Wind Fleet to modify the harsh environment and change the desolate lands in the shortest amount of time possible so that the environment would be more favorable for more people of the Federation to migrate there. On the other hand, a large batch of specialists, technical staff, and apprentices had moved to the place to work together with the specialists of the Black Wind Fleet to build a new home and learn the most advanced colonization technology of the Imperium. The universe was a vast place. There were a lot of planets from which some juice could be squeezed out. However, the Federation could only watch those planets from afar because of the technological restrictions. Once they had learned the advanced technology of the Imperium, the Federation would be able to start a new round of expansion and make the comprehensive national power leap again. Of course, necessary wariness was still needed. The Federation would certainly not do such a stupid thing as to open the door for the burglar, waiting to be robbed. Liao knew himself very well and was aware that his title as Black Wind King was only nominal. He did not intend to be involved in the political struggles for long. However, he did have a very suitable candidate who could be at his service. His disciple, Xianxia. Xianxia was a woman practically born for schemes and power. After her dim moon plan almost screwed up, she had been keeping a low profile. But it did not mean that her ambitions had completely hibernated. She was merely looking for new battlefields and new prey. Boneyard became a new stage for Xianxia, and accepting and educating everyone in the Black Wind Fleet from immortal cultivators to hominoids became her new challenge. The Queen of Demons enjoyed the arduous task as if it were sugar and was smart enough to mobilize a batch of muscular demons from the blood demon sector as the first safety measure. Liao believed that Xianxia must have grown even more after the death of her father, Jin Tui, one of the best strategists in the Federation. At the very least, the tiny proportion of guys in the Black Wind Fleet who had ill intentions would not be able to get away from her eyes. It was probably the best place for her right now. As for the second safety measure, it was Firefly. After the news that the Star Glory Federation secured an unbelievable victory in the space battle more than half a year ago was spread to Firefly, the people of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic could not have been more stunned. Everyone was even more dumbfounded, even including Speaker Chui Lingfeng and Captain Tang Dingyuan, when they learned that the so-called Team Red Lotus actually consisted of experts at the peak of the nascent soul stage from the ancient sages sector, each having a colossus, and their captain was the legendary vulture Liao. After the details of the battle were presented to them one after another, including the scheme of the extraterrestrial devils, the assault of the Black Wind Fleet, and the dominance of Liao, the integration of Firefly and the Star Glory Federation was finally devoid of all suspense. The starship that had fled and drifted in the dark universe for 1,000 years finally sailed into a new home. Right now, regarding the name and the architectural details, the legislators of the two parties were still negotiating. But Firefly had already jumped to Boneyard from the Dragon Snake space zone and landed to the surface of the planet after loosening the hundreds of starships that were connected to it before. The cultivators of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic and the immortal cultivators of the Black Wind Fleet were certainly not in the most harmonious relationship. Thankfully, Boneyard was a vast, unpopulated place with too much undeveloped land. Each of them occupied an area of relatively flat hills and coexisted parallel to the settlement of demons led by Xianxia. Together with the cultivators of the Federation who were mixed among the immigrants of the Black Wind Fleet as volunteers, and the rebirth schools that were founded to monitor and educate the immortal cultivators, there was no need to worry that any fellow with ill intentions would raise any further trouble. Liao was relieved to see the brand new settlements growing into scale, wondering if there was indeed such a thing called fate that was guiding them to find the best path. If he had refused Di Feiwen's proposal a few months ago, or if the commander of the fleet near the Brown Dwarf had not been a merchant like Di Feiwen who was open to compromises and negotiations but another relentless soldier like Hai Ming, the Federation and the Black Wind Fleet would have been vastly different. The immigrant starships before his eyes, as well as the civilians on them and the knowledge and technology in their minds to reshape the new world, would have been reduced to dust in the war. While the Black Wind Fleet's doom was certain, the Federation's pace of development would have greatly slowed. It would have been impossible to resist the invasion of a second or a third army from the Imperium. Eventually, it would end up in the abyss of destruction together with the Black Wind Fleet. Now, even if the homeland of the Imperium had learned of their existence, there was still a chance to deal with the problem. While combining the Black Wind Fleet and Firefly, the Federation would pay most of its attention to the Ancient Sages sector. More precisely, their focus would be the intact warship as well as the base of the Pangu clan that was covered by the Nuwa warship in the Land of Eternal Night in the Ancient Sages sector. The technology of the Nuwa clan and the Pangu clan would make up for the missing parts of the technology on Kunlun effectively. By analyzing and completing the puzzles, the Federation would eventually develop a better ability to defend themselves in local wars against the wild tides from the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. The Ancient Sages sector was now at the last phase of a dynamical cycle, too. The barren land could not afford such a huge population. A lot of homeless peasants and rebels had risen up, leading to countless massacres and tragedies. Naturally, the Federation would not turn a blind eye on it. Very soon, a large batch of the population would be moved to Boneyard after preliminary modification and start their new life. In Liao's design, Boneyard would be built into a special district of reform. The Federation was too small, and the Imperium was too huge. It was impossible for the Federation to conquer every world at the center of the cosmos or kill all the immortal cultivators. It might or might not be technically possible, but such a choice was difficult to make from the moralistic point of view. The immortal cultivators were two-faceted creatures. They were cold, heartless tyrants, but when faced with the alliance of the Holy Covenant and the extraterrestrial devils, which were even more inhumane, they were also the most resolute defenders of the civilization of mankind. From what Liao had learned in the last 6 months, the immortal cultivators often refused to surrender even if they were the last soldiers standing in the battles against the Covenant Alliance. If the immortal cultivators of the Imperium were fighting the puppets of the Covenant Alliance bloodily on the front line, it would be hard for the cultivators of the Federation to stab them in the back. How the cultivators and the immortal cultivators could live in peace. How the immortal cultivators should be educated and transformed. How the obedient, ignorant hominoids could be changed into modern citizens with vision, ambition, and the ability to realize their will. All the questions would be tested in the special district to find out the answer. Standing atop a fold that had an altitude difference of several thousand meters and observing the heated, obstreperous site of construction below him, Liao considered such questions with great curiosity. In a place slightly lower on the fold, Di Feiwen, the leader of the immortal cultivators, and Cui Lingfeng, the speaker of the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic, were negotiating with their saliva dashing out. For a long time in the future, the two highly incompatible forces would be forced to live on the same planet, fight the cruel nature side by side, and develop their shared home. Naturally, the two leaders had all the words in the world, or rather all the profanities, that they would like to pour on each other. Seeing that the faces of the two sophisticated leaders were both pale, Liao could not help but feel amused. It occurred to him that the two guys were indeed quite similar. Di Feiwen regarded himself as an insignificant businessman and claimed that he was an impious immortal cultivator. Cui Lingfeng, on the other hand, did everything possible for the survival of Firefly and called himself a bad cultivator. What was the difference between an impious immortal cultivator and a bad cultivator? Very soon, the two of them ended their argument and crawled up the mountaintop. Di Feiwen was the first to reach the summit. His eyes stopped on Liao's eye-catching red vest and especially the few words Red Star Voluntary Service on the back of it for a long time, while he took a long, long breath, not sure how he should comment on Liao's style. How about it, General D? Did you have a pleasant talk with Speaker Cui? It's fine if you have some minor conflicts. You can always communicate with Jean Xinhua later. She is quite friendly. I've already talked to her. Whatever your problems might be, she will try to help you solve them. Liao grinned. Pointing at the heated construction site below, he said, "In any case, the Black Wind Fleet has finally taken the first step toward its rebirth. I prefer the Black Wind Fleet in front of my eyes right now to the one raging in space. Before, I was not very confident, but after seeing this scene before me, I suddenly became certain that the immortal cultivators could really change into cultivators. What do you think?" Staring at the valley, Di Feiwen casually said, "I don't want to ruin your fun, so I think I should keep my mouth shut." Oh, Liao found it surprising. What will ruin my fun? You can say whatever you are thinking. The scene before us is indeed happy and harmonious, but it is based on highly abundant materials, Di Feiwen observed. It's only because of the support of countless resources from the 7 sectors of the Star Glory Federation, and since this endeavor is of demonstrational significance, that the landing and the unfolding could be so easy and unprofessional. If we did not have the support of the Star Glory Federation but only counted on our own resources, naturally, we would have to make thorough plans and follow every procedure strictly. Everybody would be used as a screw or a brick. When necessary, iron sticks, electric whips, and even bullets must be made use of in order to increase the odds of survival as much as possible. You may say that the system to separate families and keep useless people hibernating for decades or even abandon them is inhumane, but isn't it also the greatest humanity? Only when your family is wealthy will you understand manners, and only when you have enough clothes and food will you understand honor and shame. Getting to the bottom of it, there is no fundamental difference between cultivators and immortal cultivators. They are just the different optimal choices that the experts make under different circumstances. With sufficient resources, and when they are not pushed to desperation, Immortal cultivators can certainly become cultivators who understand manners and honor. It is a pity that sufficient resources is a special case from the perspectives of both space and history. What you are seeing right now, however splendid and glamorous it is nothing more than a dream that cannot last. In rare cases, the immortal cultivators will be transformed into cultivators, but with time, the cultivators will turn into immortal cultivators, which is in fact the regularity of a civilization. Liao was slightly dazed. He could not help but feel amused. And you said you were an impious, immortal cultivator. Why do I feel that you are a rather devout one? Di Feiwen smiled and shook his head. I am a businessman who is not fond of the true path of immortality. I meant what I said, but 99% of the things and laws of the universe do not depend on my fondness. Where do you think the immortal cultivators come from, Commander? Are we born without the feelings of mankind in your eyes? Are we born to hate kindness, sympathy, mercy, and all other beautiful things? Are we all monsters who can only satisfy ourselves through tortures and slaughters? No. Perhaps some perverted immortal cultivators are so, but most people are not like that. Liao turned solemn. I'd like to hear more. Di Feiwen pointed at the valley. Let's take the picture here for example. Assuming that a kind-hearted expert who considers it his responsibility to protect everyone is right there to build the home with the ordinary people, spending decades to develop the barren boneyard into a prosperous planet, he will be a cultivator at this point, won't he? But then, an irresistible enemy comes at them. Perhaps an expedition army from the Imperium of true human beings, an inhuman army of the Covenant Alliance, or a horde of bizarre, alien animals led by the extraterrestrial devils. The vulnerable defense of Boneyard cannot last for long. They must be evacuated immediately, but there are only limited starships for evacuation. Only 1/10 of the people can be taken away. At this point, Boneyard is a mess and has lost all forms of order before the enemy breaks into the atmosphere. Driven by their survival instinct, everybody is crowding around the starships. Which 1/10 of the people should the expert as the commander select to be survivors? Liao was silent. Di Feiwen smiled and went on. Perhaps you will say that the choice should not be made according to ability or identity. A random 1/10 should be chosen, or the 1/10 that is closest to the spaceport and easiest to get on board. Then, how will the expert prevent the remaining 9/10 from boarding the starships? It must be noted that everybody has gone mad. For even a chance of 1/1,000,000th to get aboard, they will try anything. After they lose all the hope, they will even shoot at the starships that are slowly taking off, trying to make everybody die together with them. Do not think that I'm exaggerating. It's really happened in the history of the Black Wind Fleet before that the escaping starships were shot down by the chaotic mobs after they took off. In many cases, due to the emergency and chaos, for as many people as possible to survive, the expert has to suppress with violence and even execute the mobs in advance to guarantee the safety of the escaping starships. The only result of petty kindness will be everybody dying together. While people are generally equal and should not be classified into different levels, let's assume that the expert happens upon such a situation. He has a starship that has enough space and food for one last civilian, but the starship's power system is faulty. Right then, he discovers a power rune array specialist and a cute, pitiful child. Should he rescue the power rune array specialist or the poor little girl? Hehe. The wars at the center of the cosmos are magnitudes gorier than at the edge of the cosmos. Such cruel choices happen all the time. All immortal cultivators have been faced with them. If the kind-hearted, sympathetic expert has to kill the crazy mobs and save the power rune array specialist in 10 tough choices, what will he become after the 10 choices? A cultivator or an immortal cultivator?